In exhausting work, Itsuki Shinomiya burns himself out physically and mentally, while doubt gnaws in his mind. Did he have any purpose, and what will happen next if the money runs out? After long working days, he waits for the last train, exhausted to the limit, completely doomed. In his thoughts, he weighs escape to a parallel universe, recalling how slowly his interest in anime and fantasy fades. Imagining how a traveler or hero lives, Itsuki feels he is no longer able to follow these dreams. Suddenly coming to his senses, he realizes he is still stuck in reality because the last train announcement echoes in the air. Itsuki barely makes it to the last train. He breathes a sigh of relief, not even suspecting that a mysterious woman is already approaching him. The mysterious woman confidently introduces herself as a goddess, and by this appearance, she confuses Itsuki. She explains Itsuki will be sent to a parallel universe despite his protests and distrust. Suddenly, Itsuki is thrown into another world. He learns that he has died and must start everything anew. The goddess grants Itsuki a skill for his new life, and he freezes, stunned and uncertain about his own feelings. Itsuki doubts that his decision leads to a parallel universe, but the goddess assures him he chose correctly. He stops and weighs which skill to choose: abilities for combat against other options that the goddess offers him. Itsuki resolutely acquires a skill and strives to live a bright, exciting second life. The goddess still hesitates, but nevertheless accepts his choice, gently hinting that there are better options. She sends him to the first city and warns he must be careful on the road. Itsuki gazes at the huge, terrifying monster and suddenly concludes, in this parallel world the danger is much greater. He tries to escape, shouts for the goddess, angry that there is no slow life here as he was promised. Stunned by the harsh reality, Itsuki asks himself, how did his peaceful second life turn into complete chaos? A brave traveler appears. He stands against the monster and shields Itsuki from a deadly blow. A wave of gratitude and amazement approaches Itsuki, notices the impressive appearance of the traveler, and wonders who this new ally is. Itsuki meets Hayato, a fellow drifter who also reincarnated into this strange parallel world. Hayato introduces himself, and Itsuki manages to tell the story of his reincarnation, and an immediate closeness sparks between them. During a walk, Itsuki comes across a group of female adventurers. He is stunned by their diversity and charm. The women show interest in Hayato, hinting that they might gather together as a support team. Smiling, surrounded by beauties, Itsuki begins to experience unexpected adventures and pleasures brought by his new life. Itsuki enjoys the company of his harem while traveling to the city, and he feels nostalgic for Japan. In conversation, they touch upon Itsuki's unique gift and wonder how exactly it will help him settle in this new world. Itsuki proudly demonstrates his skill. He earns pocket money daily, and all without any work. The group bursts with surprise and curiosity, immediately recognizing how this skill can push Itsuki toward his slow, stubborn life goal. Smiling confidently, Itsuki embraces his new life. He is ready to face both previous trials and pleasures. Itsuki stops and considers where to take the next step, taking into account what he knows: pocket money, alchemy, and agriculture. He firmly decides to join the guild and train in alchemy, while cautiously keeping away from stress and fights for now. The team enters a bustling city. Here Itsuki awaits excitement and his chance. Itsuki lovingly lingers his gaze on the female adventurers and dreams of a carefree life surrounded by beauty. With confidence, Itsuki accepts his own slow life goal and is ready to fully enjoy his second chance. Itsuki embraces his new life full of hope and stubborn determination. His adventure in the parallel universe is just beginning. He arrived in the city and, waiting for a trace of the alchemy guild, spread out Hayato's map, simultaneously chewing beef kebabs. But suddenly, while he was walking, he was tugged on the back. Itsuki turned around and saw a small figure. A quiet girl with cat ears stood silently. Itsuki offered her beef and immediately noticed the collar hanging on her neck. He was reprimanded and simply told she is a slave. Itsuki froze, staring at her, not believing that such a young girl was doomed to this fate. The slave trader Yasus approached Itsuki and, picking up her concern out of pure interest, offered to sell the girl to him. Itsuki distracted the slave trader. She pointed her hand somewhere at random, and the girl quickly shoved the beef into her mouth. While she happily chewed, Itsuki smiled, waved goodbye, and slipped away so that the trader did not have time to notice her trick. Eventually, he reached the alchemy guild, reread Hayato's letter, and prepared to meet the guild master. Itsuki carefully stepped over the threshold, announcing that he had to declare his arrival, still not knowing how exactly this meeting would begin. An old woman appeared, grumbling about his loudness, and turned out to be the guild leader with a sharp, watchful gaze. The old woman sharply stared at him and demanded to say exactly what Itsuki needed. There was not a drop of kindness in her look. Embarrassed, Itsuki introduced himself and immediately explained his plan, and the mention of Hayato's letter slightly eased the tension. Recognizing the name Hayato, she whispered that the homeless grow up too fast and admitted he became a nobleman by unknown means. She suddenly handed him an envelope, and a magical reaction flared so sharply that Itsuki flinched. His hand was scorched by the light. The trial ended simply. She took out his guild card, and thanks to Hayato's trust, she exempted him from the exams. Itsuki asked to be taught alchemy, and the old woman muttered to herself again and again, drawing the same thing into her mouth: beautiful Reinrich. Noticing her gaze, Itsuki immediately apologized and began to plead, and thus his fear broke off. He received cautious but approval. Reinrich carefully examined him, acknowledging his abilities, and silently invited him to observe how she works. She immediately introduced him to the basic mixing of medicines, showed the tools, and ordered to carefully follow her instructions. Reinrich explained, with magic everything goes faster, but warned manual work improves skill and raises the quality of the potion. Reinrich strictly warned Itsuki, to master alchemy, one must physically repeat, not only memorize, and not limit oneself to theory. When he began mixing potions, Reinrich decisively criticized his mistakes, relentlessly guiding and pushing the work with incredible precision and concentration. Itsuki trained tirelessly, sometimes even resorting to magic, and barely managed to keep from losing focus, while Reinrich continuously corrected his posture and technique. Exhausted and completely worn out, Itsuki collapsed on the floor, but Reinrich praised his first batch of successful potions. Reinrich called to eat and ordered his assistant Rito to feed the boy. He was completely exhausted. Rito served food and tea, and Itsuki immediately devoured his lunch, which caused Reinrich to sharply reprimand him for his manners. While they were drinking tea, Reinrich noted Itsuki's potential and calmly advised him to start working for her. Itsuki was struggling with the taste, but he missed the mark, and in response, Reinrich threw a brief, sharp remark. Reinrich offered him a place to stay overnight and said he should push the potion sales, with payment deferred for some time. When it got dark, she asked if he needed money, and he blushed, admitting that he really did need it. Like a thief's lightning, the robber dashed through the market with the stolen wallet, and the crowd shouted to call for help. He held a blade in his hands. He threatened to kill anyone who stood in his way, and with a saber-wielding gait, he spread panic down the street. But beyond that, a calm warrior with cat ears noticed him and immediately moved forward before anyone could recover. The thief lunged ahead, but she easily intercepted him, and then his rage exploded. He cursed incessantly. Suddenly, the thiefess sharply responded with a strike so accurately that it forcefully knocked her to the ground. Sort joyfully exclaimed with pride, while Aina stood calmly. She had already subdued the thief with one powerful and final move. Aina checked how the thief was feeling and for a moment was a little worried, but Sort comforted her. He was still breathing. The townspeople recognized them immediately, Aina and Sort from Red Line, and while grateful passersby rushed with thanks and admiration, they were greeted with loud shouts of approval. Reinrich and Itsuki noticed the crowd beginning to press in. She gave instructions to the Adventurers Guild and set off. Standing in front of the guild, Itsuki felt his nerves tickle his chest, but at the same time a hope flickered in his heart. He understood. His new life had truly just begun. Under the same moon, Hayato and Itsuki lay relaxed and calm, completely unaware that tomorrow everything would be crossed out again. Hayato secretly approached Reinrich and asked her to give Itsuki a gift as a sign of gratitude. Itsuki entered the dark tavern, and he was immediately met with cold stares and dangerous men who looked at him suspiciously. Dissatisfied with the crowd's attitude, Itsuki cautiously stepped forward, noting that this place was completely unsuitable for quiet business. The girl behind the counter was glowing with joy, and it was this little detail that suggested she could be trusted. Itsuki asked to sell the potion and in return buy ore, and he was surprised that she agreed immediately, without hesitation and without a single question. Tension was rising. As soon as others noticed, they began accusing him of price gouging, repeatedly questioning the value of his potions. Ferris unemotionally put everything in its place. The potions were of low quality, but his gaze still sharply stopped on the presence of Itsuki. The man cut off the conversation. He spoke easily, as if nothing had happened, but as soon as he moved, Itsuki flinched. The bottles with poison tipped over and spilled. Horrified, Itsuki helplessly watched as the broken bottles loudly released a chaotic swarm of summoned insect-like creatures. The adventurers laughed at Itsuki and accused him of belonging to the pharmaceutical guild and trading forbidden potions. Itsuki recalled how Reinhardt acknowledged the quality of his potions, but then the bald man sneered and grabbed Reinhardt by the hair. Cornered and enraged, Itsuki clenched his fist ready to fight for his pride despite all odds. Anger over the ruined potions overwhelmed Itsuki. He lunged forward, but a sharp voice cut off his reckless strike, not even letting it catch the air. Aina, the armored knight, easily intercepted Itsuki's blow and stood between him and the inevitable disaster. Aina sharply silenced everyone with one tone, and Itsuki and the bandits froze in place. Before Itsuki could respond, the warrior with keen hearing, Sort, sharply stopped him and warned, "Calm down." The armed girls introduced themselves Aina and Sort, known members of the fierce Red Front Guild. Everyone tensed sharply. Aina confirmed she had been here yesterday, and Itsuki began to doubt their accusations. Itsuki proudly clarified that he was from the lesser-known alchemical guild, and the interlocutor was glowing with admiration for Aina's beauty and her armor. Itsuki handed over his guild card. The crowd froze. Aina and Sort stepped forward immediately, taking everything under protection. Aina sharply called it a misunderstanding. The bald man got scared and reluctantly stepped back, apologizing so as not to cause even bigger problems. Sort sharply scolded Itsuki, and he immediately snapped back, saying it was stupid communication and that his potion was damaged. Aina calmed the quarrel, offered compensation, and gently apologized on behalf of her entire team. Reincarnated, leader of Purgil, fiercely burst in and accused them of destroying her product, then stubbornly refused to accept the apology. Reincarnated rehearsed summoning Hildmaster and declared, she will speak only when official authority is present nearby. Despite being blamed for everything, Itsuki calmed down. Reincarnated reminded, the fault lies not with him but with another, not the one who tried. Reincarnated with firm words severed the ties between the alchemical guild and those who committed crimes, and the crowd instantly froze in shock. Panic spread like a wave. The bald man begged for forgiveness, understanding now he would have to buy overpriced potions. Reincarnated directly lashed out at Aina, demanding justice for the destroyed works of his students and furiously reproaching that his passionate hopes were met with negligence. Reincarnated opened the letter from Hayatone. The entire guild froze in shock at the approval the hero brought. Hayato, the legendary dragon slayer, confirmed support for Itsuki, and the viewers froze in shock at this connection. Fearing retaliation, the guild agreed to pay 1 million NAR and expel the responsible adventurers. Ryan once again questioned the sincerity of the payment, suspected deception, while others stood stunned by the very demand. Sort suddenly blurted out about the colossal nominal sum, and Reincarnated wildly waved it off in defense of Itsuki, invoking the name Hayato as the final authority. Realizing the shocking price, Aina solemnly stepped forward and offered to take full responsibility. With tears in her eyes, Aina declared she would become a slave to repay the expenses, and this overwhelmed everyone so much that silence fell in the hall. Aina resolutely decided to repay the debt that weighed on her honor and pride, so she herself offered to become a slave. Shock swept through the guild. Itsuki and the bald man froze, and the silence swept away all doubts. Reincarnated cut her off abruptly, face to face, confused and embarrassed. He demanded explanations for everything, why her sacrifice and why everything turned out this way. Bandit begged for alternatives, but her stubbornness threw the guild off course, threatening their fragile reputation and position. Despite Ferris's protests, she did not back down. Protecting the guild's future meant giving up her own freedom. Aina gently calmed Ferris even as doubts began to multiply around them. Itsuki opposed Reincarnated because he allowed it. Sword exploded with rage, rejecting the very idea that broken potions could justify Aina's choice to become a slave. Aina did not give up and held firm like Sword. She promised to take responsibility even if she had to pay with everyone. She declared that she had become a knight and was ready to protect others even if the travelers would no longer be there tomorrow. Standing before the alchemist, Aina begged for forgiveness. Reincarnated, irritated, refused to support her plan. Itsuki became worried, recalling the dream about silence. But instead of it, chaos was already rolling behind him. Giants caused trouble, and now he was overwhelmed by a slave's fate. When thoughts spiraled, he already imagined Aina as a slave crushed by consequences and social confusion. Coming to his senses, Itsuki dismissed all doubts. He could not accept her proposal and did not intend to allow it to continue. Exhausted, he explained simply, slavery helped no one. Silence flared in the room, glances twitched as logic pushed aside emotion. Itsuki expressed gratitude to her, refusing her sacrifice. She saved him so he would never allow her enslavement again. Itsuki proclaimed the truth. Hayato's involvement changed nothing. He stood by his decision without any obligation and without regret. He smiled and assured Aina that everything was fine. He would just redo the potions that seemed spoiled to her. Aina resisted, argued, and defended her worth, but he sharply cut off. He would not allow her beauty to become enslaved. Aina froze, confused by his words. Sort growled protectively, and in the dim room, emotions changed in waves. Reinrich, interested, suggested using Aina as a workforce. Her status made this idea strangely attractive to others. Reinrich challenged Dinah to prove her capability. If she insisted on staying, she would have to earn respect. Aina and Sort stood silently while Reinrich walked away. Itsuki trailed behind, embarrassed but still holding himself together. Late that night, Itsuki collapsed from exhaustion. In his head, the same thought played over and over: could this really be home? As soon as sleep covered him, dreams stirred a promise of tomorrow nearby, peace, duty, or maybe a future with her. He was awakened by shock, frozen, pressed to the floor under Aina. Warmth still flickered, and reality blurred between discomfort and something deeper. Itsuki froze, sharply waking up, and saw that Aina was lying right on top of him, too close for morning comfort. He jerked away, confused and panicked. Aina did not move, uncertain, but her presence was completely sincere and unguarded. She quietly explained, and Reinrich stated that it was a slave's duty. Her innocence sharply pressed into an awkward tension. Itsuki burst out, shouting. Irritation surged like a wave. He accused Reinrich of manipulation, begged Aina to stop and finally get dressed. Aina blushed and looked away, then asked if there was something wrong with her. Doubt and silence slowly filled the space between them. Aina's confidence wavered. She voiced her own doubts, deciding that Itsuki's panic was rejection and her own incapacity. Just as Itsuki failed to finish speaking, Sort burst into the scene. Seeing everything, she shouted Aina's name. With swift fury, Sort flipped in the air, ready to punish Itsuki for an imagined offense. Her flying kick struck with such force that the room was immediately shattered. Itsuki groaned in pain as chaos engulfed the surroundings. Declaring him a beast, Sort vowed to save Aina. Itsuki rushed to explain that it was a misunderstanding. Itsuki, who was summoned by the goddess, arrived in another world. He was bullied and encountered terrible monsters. While he was recovering, he came across a strange armored girl who was about to sell herself into slavery. They sat down to eat and leisurely planned a visit to the slave trader right after lunch. Aina enthusiastically threw out names for Itsuki, but misunderstood what slavery was, shocking everyone with her frank, formal devotion. She carelessly revealed the marriage rule of her race, and Itsuki froze, while a heavy silence slowly fell over the table. Sort insisted on buying Aina's freedom, but she refused. She wanted sincerity precisely because of her sacrifice. Itsuki tried to lighten the mood with a joke about money, but the tension between them still hung in the air. Aina remained steadfast, and sensing her determination, Sort agreed to accompany her despite all the risks. Protection, as always, Sort warned Itsuki not to touch Aina, swearing that he would personally guard her. And despite everything, Aina again confirmed her decision, and continuing to walk forward, addressed him as my lord. Itsuki could not understand Aina's motivation. He was struck by her steadfastness, yet her actions still confused him. Meanwhile, the Travelers' Guild fell silent. Heavy thoughts lingered, for suddenly they might lose someone important to them. The atmosphere became oppressive just as Ferris was about to speak. Gloomy words pressed down and confused everyone. Ferris reminded them Aina sacrificed her status for the sake of their home, so he insisted that they not waste this. Under the influence of her words, the guild decided to work harder and more resolutely, and to honor Aina's sacrificial choice with dignity. Reinrich, after a long pause, finally entered the armor shop. The seller greeted her with familiar warmth. She did not delay with her answers. He asked about a rumor concerning her apprentice. Reinrich confirmed it indifferently, only covering her thoughts with a wary expression. Meanwhile, Itsuki entered a luxurious mansion. He mistook it for a noble's home and could not imagine what it was really intended for. A beautiful woman greeted him warmly, apologized for the wait, and confidently invited him deeper inside. Recognizing the name Reinrich, she smiled warmly and led blushing Itsuki behind her steps, light, precise, and impeccably confident. Inside, Itsuki, Sort, and Aina were waiting. The richly decorated room stunned them. The elegance was not of the kind they could have imagined. Lord Yasus appeared with flair and greeted them warmly. He thanked Reinrich and introduced himself. He said he was a representative of the company. When Yasus smiled confidently, Itsuki tried not to lose control. He was overwhelmed by tension, doubts, and the too close presence of Aina. Yasus confidently introduced the girl, and Itsuki turned pale with panic under the pressure. He simply did not know how to respond to the awkward situation. The girl bowed gracefully. Her name was Wendy, a flawless product raised by the famous Yasus company. Itsuki froze. He could not believe that someone as elegant as Wendy was being sold into slavery like ta. The tension grew and Sort was ordered to hurry. Itsuki was struggling in a fever, unable to find peace from the pain, trapped between armor and merciless, unbearable discomfort. Yasus began to evaluate. Aina remained calm and Sort immediately panicked, confused, because she did not understand why she was being treated like merchandise. Yasus explained to Aina what exactly the burden was and Sort, emotional and devoted, agreed to help, sharing this misfortune with him. Yasus laid everything out clearly, the types of slavery, who becomes enslaved due to crimes, debts, and other reasons. Itsuki listened attentively, absorbing the harsh, clearly ordered realities of this world. Itsuki silently listened as Yasus spoke about royal and tribal slaves, but these two were no exceptions. They had simply also fallen into debt. Without asking any more questions, they moved on. The corridor ahead seemed too quiet and uncertain. In Wendy's room, she doubted their abilities. Aina responded without unnecessary words, and Sort admitted only basic camping experience. Wendy smiled gently and began to undress. Aina and Sort froze in place, not knowing how to react properly. After a brief embarrassment, Aina still agreed and slowly removed her armor. Sort nervously watched every move, hesitating. Was it really necessary? Sort and Aina hesitantly followed Wendy's instructions, agreeing to be assessed in minimal clothing. They stood quietly while Wendy approached. Her face became calmer. She measuredly evaluated their physical condition and overall health. Wendy smiled softly, thanked them, and asked them to return. The girls obediently moved back, casting nervous glances one after another. Wendy closely watched Inae's posture and composure, explaining, in servant roles, details matter: instant reaction and proper delivery. She emphasized that discipline and the ability to adapt are key traits that were always considered when determining the overall value of a slave. The review became unbearable. Inae struggled silently, her discomfort unnoticed until the tension crossed the limit that could still be endured. Sort reacted instantly. He pushed Wendy away with indignation. Her sharp voice pierced the silence and abruptly broke the mood in the room. Wendy gave an indulgent smile and immediately understood there would be no profit from these girls. Her interest was cut off and switched to something else. Documents were completed. Itsuki quietly acknowledged the agreement, and Wendy returned lady as if nothing unusual had happened. Aina and Sort froze in silence. It was clear they were shaking. Itsuki asked, but Sort jerked sharply as if to say, "Don't interrogate him." Lord Yeshus reviewed the scores. In close combat, Aina and Sort performed excellently, but they clearly failed with the daily tasks. Yasus calmly presented the results. Both girls were reliable in battle, but they lacked broader roles for their partnership benefits to grow. Interesting, Yeshus challenges Sort's limitations. Wendy suggested explaining everything, and noting that Sort's data did not match her real age, pushed the conversation forward. Wendy explained that Sort is still maturing as a beastkin. Sort blushed and, irritably cutting off the sensitive topic, sharply calmed the conversation, putting the brakes on it. Immediately, Wendy forcibly made Sort undergo an examination, and Sort, laughing uncontrollably, sharply increased the awkwardness of the situation. Eventually, Sort, embarrassed and helplessly, began to protest. Wendy explained Sort's animal instincts. The signs on her body made human contact uncomfortable and physically exhausting. Final scores were assigned. Aina earned 600,000 in AR, Sort followed with 400,000 next. Payments settled. Yasus called the circle. All members gathered, joining hands to form bonds. As soon as hands touched within the circle, radiant marks appeared. The contract sealed their alliance with magic. A burning pain struck, carving a burn on Itsuki's hand. A radiant emblem was engraved on the skin, marking him as their master. The contract was confirmed. Wendy briefly explained, out of loyalty, the slaves could not harm their designated master. Spitting on protocol, Sort launched a test attack. Itsuki barely managed to react. The magical blast struck instantly. The contract worked. A wave of pain overwhelmed Sort, and she fell to the ground in agony. Itsuki looked at her. She barked in frustration, still not recovered. He calmly warned her, do not resort to violence. Sort insisted that she was a wolf, not a dog. Suddenly they grabbed Aina and everyone froze. Aina smiled, feeling the tension dissipate in waves. Despite the objections, the quarrels between Itsuki and Sort hinted their friendship was strengthening. The group left the contract house. The papers were sealed, the bindings made. Now they were officially united. Aina reminded them of the duty to report. Itsuki hesitated. He still did not fully understand how guilds worked. Somewhere else another group waited further. Hayato still had not returned, and uncertainty spread through the silence of the night camp. A young girl complained that she was hungry. She rummaged through the camp's supplies, ignoring warnings about emergency food reserves. Letty panicked when the elf returned after bathing, casually arguing about soup barely covered. Letty attacked her with reproaches. Embarrassed, the elf shrugged and waved off, confused by human modesty and social boundaries. While they waited, anxiety for Hayato only grew. The elf teased Letty and pushed her to bathe as well. While the hungry girl dreamed of meat, Letty desperately chased the elf, shouting angrier and louder in the same circle. Somewhere in the silence, Hayato sat alone. The forest did not stir, but something invisible was watching intently from among the trees. Hayato settled under the stars and stared at his hand for a long time. The night was colder than usual. Another figure approached. Both aloud guessed how Itsuki was doing after the contract breakup. Meanwhile, Itsuki rejoiced inside the guild. The adventurers greeted him warmly, and their mugs rose together in loud harmony. Gratitude pushed him forward. Itsuki prepared to leave. One elder reminded him to do everything in his power together with his own group. The adventurers sincerely apologized to Itsuki. Thanks to Aina's influence, they became united again, one full of hope. A guild member raised a cup in farewell, and someone else reminded Itsuki, he drifts further, but it is still their part. An awkward comment touched Sort's rant. She sharply defended Aina, boiling with indignation because she was judged by appearance and assigned roles. Itsuki stood up, choking with emotion. Tired of the tension, he said directly how exhausting the group's dynamics had become. When Itsuki returned to the others, Sort whispered a doubt. Aina looked uncertain, gazing at him with broken feelings and silence. Sort warned Aina not to succumb to his charms and muttered himself, sipping from her mug. Sort frowned at the table and rumbled with anger. Aina watched silently, unsure whether to scold him or calm him down. Aina glanced around the room, not understanding what exactly to feel. The smile slowly faded, replaced by focused silence. After the pause, Aina barely smiled. Maybe she was simple, or maybe she was just worried. The tavern rumbled with laughter and shouts. Itsuki declared that the world is wonderful and promised a feast, relying on his skill. Smiling, Itsuki activated the ability. The coin jingled in his palm. He confidently shouted, "Pocket money." Itsuki showed off his skill, but after the loud applause, the money ran out and reality began to sink. Others peered inside, confused, while Itsuki did not stop dancing, despite the anxious glances and condemnation of passers-by. The moon scattered light on tired faces. The celebration ended in silence. Empty bottles, guests are sleeping. Itsuki collapsed unconscious among barrels and mugs. His thoughts drifted, and that too was part of the journey. He remembered the faces he met, Aina, Sort, Hayato, and each left a mark on his heart. Holding the coin in his hand, Itsuki smiled. His second life had begun simple, peaceful, and entirely his own. Itsuki visited the tavern, delivering the potion, and the travelers were idling. The quests were lost, taken by Red Front. Aina and Sort, the elite of Red Front, swear to Itsuki to avenge the trouble with the potion. Despite slavish obedience, Aina and Sort fought fiercely for rare alchemical materials, performing this as part of their duties. Thanks to their help, Itsuki's alchemy developed steadily, step by step. Skills strengthened, confidence grew, and debts faded and receded into the background. Every morning, Itsuki called for pocket money and smiled quietly. Slow life was held by loyalty, diligence, and magic. He exhaled deeply and activated his skill. With a finger movement, a familiar coin floated up in his hand. Now his mastery was no longer copper. The gold coin quietly gleamed. The pocket payment reached level 2. Gazing fixedly out the window, Itsuki clenched his fist. He finally made a decision. Today was his day. Although he dreamed of ease, life always boiled down to potion-broken weekdays, strict mentors, and endless days in the Reincarnated laboratory. Holding money in his pocket, Itsuki rushed into the city like a whirlwind to seek comfort, entertainment, and those tempting services he could only dream of. Itsuki sat alone and quietly nibbled. Even after he became rich, he was no longer drawn to anything specific. Without a map, lost in the alleys, Itsuki nevertheless came across Yasus and Wendy, familiar faces from the local noble estate. Wendy, elegant and graceful, introduced herself, and Itsuki froze in amazement. Her smile made his morning brighter than gold. Talking about his day off, Itsuki admitted he barely knew the city, and Yasus unexpectedly offered to keep him company. Yasus smiled and thoughtfully suggested Wendy as the guide. Itsuki agreed, not suspecting that this walk would change everything. Wendy gently offered to help him relax. Her kindness concealed a deeper devotion that she quietly carried within herself. Embarrassed, Itsuki quickly denied any dissatisfaction. Yasus smiled satisfied, and Wendy with proper elegance offered her services to her. Along with the purchases, Wendy tried on new clothes and Itsuki suddenly froze. He had never done this with anyone before. Enchanted, Itsuki picked out outfits for both. He noticed Wendy's beauty and could not look away, yet remained respectful and cautious. Wendy promised to cherish this gift. Even though he still wore old clothes, Itsuki's heart unexpectedly overflowed. Standing outside, Wendy extended care to him. Itsuki was overwhelmed by waves and suddenly realized he valued her calm presence. Side by side, Wendy led him along. Her warmth gave him the courage to walk freely. They drank tea by the sunny window, and Itsuki smiled broadly. It was a fully lived, slow moment of life. Alongside street musicians and bursts of laughter, they simply walked. The city seemed to shine, and holding hands came naturally. Wendy laughed beside him, and Itsuki shone in response. In this world, joy finally became truly real. As the silence of peace settled, the nobleman's voice cut through the street. The name Wendy sounded authoritative and unequivocal. Itsuki turned around when Wendy faltered. The man barked questions suspicious. Jello-san seemed not to hear any trace of anxiety stirring within her. Darrell demanded answers, angry and overly authoritative. Itsuki stepped forward calmly, covering Wendy, and stubbornly insisted, "She is not a thing." Darrell, the noble son, flaunted his status and wealth, then declared he could give 120 million nar to buy her. He shouted at Yasus. Wendy stood next to Itsuki, steady, calm, until Itsuki froze at that amount. Without hesitation, Itsuki pulled Wendy closer. He boldly declared that he would protect her. Let the status go to hell. Darrell shuddered. The veins on his temples bulged. His lips twitched, boiled in his eyes, while the servant trembled and clung to his back. After an unsuccessful hunting trip, Aina and Sort went home. They knew that everything they had gathered belonged to their master. Aina released frustration over the very fact of service, but duty still pushed her to gather herbs for her alchemist lord. In the city of Wendy, she suddenly approached Itsuki and made a caring gesture. I was caught off guard, so he couldn't respond immediately. Itsuki kept calm and brushed off the shock. He stated that he had been hardened by tough working days, and this confused Wendy and made Darrell fall silent. Rage burst from the daughter. A stream of insults erupted into an attack. Threats echoed like thunder, but Itsuki and Wendy stood unmoved, not wavering a step from their noble anger. Tension exploded. Darrell and Itsuki simultaneously declared that Wendy had won. Emotions boiled over as Wendy trembled in the center. Darrell, furious and irrational, began charging energy, and Itsuki stood motionless, uncertain, but ready to respond. Later, alone, Wendy quietly asked if Itsuki really intended to buy her out of captivity. Before Itsuki could answer, someone's approach. His appearance immediately raised the tension, and Wendy did not know how to stop it. Yasus burst in and intercepted Darrell right in the middle of the flare-up. Everyone turned around. The situation finally reached someone who had real power and common sense. Yasus challenged Darrell to a bluff, asked if he really had 130 million nor so as not to pay right now. Darrell got flustered. Yasus clarified, Wendy was not sold, she was simply appointed a temporary guide for the guest. Darrell called his father's name. Calmly, Yasus challenged the threat as if political pressure or intimidation did not concern him. Despite protests, Darrell begged to buy time. Yasus reluctantly agreed, but the air was already tense among all three men. The tension was growing. With a self-satisfied smile, Yasus proposed a duel, Itsuki versus Darrell, to decide Wendy's future forever. Wendy froze in tension. She felt hostility, while Yasus barely snorted, saying not a word. Wendy held Itsuki tightly, not understanding what to expect from this sudden clash. They entered the Alchemist Guild to get materials. Aina greeted Reinhardt warmly, and tired Sort yawned nearby. Aina asked about the chief alchemist. Reinhardt gestured backward, confirming that Itsuki was in the room and working alone. Sort pushed the door, and Aina followed him. They saw how Itsuki was immersed in the records and did not suspect their presence at all. They brought rare supplies. Itsuki nodded, surprised but sincerely thankful for their efforts today, but later Sort noticed something. Sort noticed the shining accessories scattered on the table. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and childlike delight. Aina questioned why jewelry was needed at all. Itsuki hesitated. It was clear he was nervously to explain their sudden appearance. Sort burst into despair. Her scream echoed through the city. Itsuki twitched and immediately regretted getting involved in this story. Sort revealed the truth. All these accessories belonged to the son of Darrell, known for his strength, pride, and cruelty. Sort lashed out with harsh words. Itsuki remained calm but was wounded, silently swallowed insult after insult. Aina defended Itsuki's actions and the tension eased as soon as he admitted he had planned the city walk with Sort in advance. Sort flinched sharply because she did not know what she was really feeling. Itsuki hurried to apologize and Aina immediately changed the subject to the upcoming event. Itsuki revealed the truth: the competition was raising funds to free Wendy, and he needed 80 million NAR. Without it, nothing would add up. Fate again burst forth with fury and Itsuki had to endure this onslaught. Aina tried with all her might to keep both sides under control. When they managed to tame the storm, they agreed to help. Itsuki asked to gather auxiliary materials and Aina responded firmly, without hesitation. Plans fell through. Itsuki decided to start selling potions. Aina apologized, but he accepted the delay without hesitation, without complaints. Aina enthusiastically praised him. Sort, full of energy, sprang up and persistently dragged her off to hunt for materials. Somewhere else, Wendy sat alone. She waited, gripped by anxious thoughts about the impending clash like a threat. She told Itsuki that he did not need help, but he smiled anyway and moved forward. He gently calmed Wendy. A minute her fear melted away, giving way to confidence. Together they vowed to endure the trial ahead. Wendy, confused by uncertainty, questioned the very motives. Yasus felt her anxiety and cautiously moved towards where the truth was hidden. Yasus appeared without any excuses. He called it luck, a carefully calculated adventure. Wendy silently froze, quietly swallowing the taste of betrayal. Yasus gently assured Wendy that their situation would surely turn for the better any moment now. She listened silently and did not know if she could ever believe him even once. Wendy revealed her origin. She was a rare slave with the right to choose. She suspected Yasa was planning to sell her. Itsuki collided with Daedral and nearly choked from shock. He was put up as a bet without any consent. Since then, the stakes of this game became personal. Later, Yasus casually asked Wendy about her day. The anxiety in her grew even more as soon as she remembered Daedral's previously watchful gaze. Itsuki smiled to calm her. Wendy hesitated, then barely nodded, and their shaky alliance began to quietly take shape. Wendy questioned the cruel time limit of Yasus. The task was overwhelming, yet he remained eerily confident. Her hesitation revealed doubt. Yasus moved forward and began to test whether her faith could withstand Itsuki's strength under impossible circumstances. Yasus insisted that Itsuki would not leave her. His assurances sounded manipulative, but Wendy could not deny them. Meanwhile, Itsuki stayed up late at night, convinced that this trial could benefit them both. Reincarnated advised rest and carefully monitored his progress, hinting that Wendy and Sort were keeping troubling details a shared secret. Reincarnated, sipping tea, teased Itsuki about youthful pranks. Their light banter eased the tension after a serious conversation. While pouring tea, Itsuki admitted doubts. He sought independence and wanted to sell potions without guild restrictions. Reincarnated stopped mid-sentence, then said, Daedral, implying that potions might not guarantee profit. She revealed that the mask on Daedral acted strangely, and the pig standing nearby actually turned out to be the guild manager. Itsuki grasped the bitter truth: making money from potions would not be so easy. He sighed heavily with irritation, but still with understanding. Reincarnated finished his advice, encouraging Itsuki to go beyond just potions. Then he quietly pondered this thought. While he thought, Itsuki received a message from Hayato, but the old connection resurfaced again, without a clear purpose. Hayato asked for help through the screen. Itsuki immediately felt that there was no time to delay. Something dangerous was already unfolding nearby. A mighty phoenix emerged from the smoke. Hayato's team stuck together and did not retreat, ready for what would come next. The girl summoned a whirlwind and the enemies flew into it. Someone struck swiftly beside her. They fought in rhythm. The girl shielded her ally from the beast thrown into the attack. She responded to an urgent shout and immediately provided access to the supplies. The phoenix spread its scorching wings, its energy grew even more, and the power that burst forth instantly overwhelmed the attackers nearby. After the clash, Itsuki praised the effort. He promised to return next time with dungeon ore. Hayato rushed forward, precise, flawless. He threw a light-bladed weapon and it pierced through Phoenix's protective barrier. Hayato drew his weapon and challenged the Phoenix. He smiled confidently, ready for a real fight. The beast roared. Hayato confirmed the request through the guild card. The girl celebrated joyfully while the smoke over the battlefield dispersed. Returning to the workshop, Itsuki admired the usefulness of the guild card real-time communication, like a magical phone. He resumed work again. Despite fatigue, he did not stop polishing tools and formulas, immersed in precise, silent concentration. During the hunt, Sort dashed lightning fast. Aina tried to speak, but he kept focused on his prey the whole time. Having gathered the materials and released the tension, Aina smiled. Sword agreed it was time to head home together. Aina carefully gathered materials, hoping they would help Itsuki create valuable things at home. Sword expressed irritation over how that object was used. She did not like that something important felt devalued and distorted. Aina remained calm, sipping tea. Sword irritably raised his voice. He was annoyed that Aina behaved so relaxed and blindly forgave. Sword struggled with her thoughts. She was annoyed, but she could not completely dismiss how Itsuki acted. Despite her own outbursts, Sword still denied what she felt. She mocked her preferences to hide emotional turmoil and pride. Still confused, Sword forced herself to smile. She pulled herself together and rushed forward. She wanted to overwhelm Itsuki with tasks. Returning home, they encountered real chaos. Reinrich offered a suspicious elixir, claiming it would revive the tired Itsuki. Before he could object, the girls pressed him to the ground. Shiro declared that it was a gift with deadly determination. Itsuki slowly opened his eyes. Shadows floated before him, and his head rested on something warm. That feeling lay on his own knees, and over time he realized he was not mistaken. Still blurry from sleep, he sluggishly opened his eyes just as water was carefully brought to him, and he could not understand how he had managed to rest at all when his support was the armored legs of Aina. Exhausted by fatigue, Itsuki ignored her embarrassed protest and insisted on staying in this comfortable position even longer than planned. Sword, confused and red with anger, hovered over him and warned, trembling with offense, "Do not dare to use her kindness anymore." Embarrassed by her reaction, Itsuki abruptly stood up and sat straight, looking around confusedly, while Sword demonstratively turned away with exaggerated offense. Itsuki finally stood up, directly asked about Aina, and Sword immediately thundered that he was an absolute idiot. Aina greeted him softly. They were served food. Itsuki quickly devoured everything, and the room became quieter as soon as his stomach was full. He examined the carefully made accessories and could not believe it. They were crafted under the influence of drugs, and he did not remember anything at all. Reingrith estimated their total value 40 million, and Itsuki had only 5 days left to return 36 million. Materials were running out, time was slipping away. Itsuki sat tense, searching for how else to earn money. Looking at the last red one left, Itsuki suddenly realized something when he saw it mysteriously vibrating. Once an ordinary office worker, Itsuki Shinomiya began his unpredictable journey in this strange alternate world. Despite failures and mental exhaustion, he stubbornly reproduced inventions, holding on to blurred memories from his former life. Guided by human knowledge and his own desire, Itsuki created a tool meant to bring others only pleasure. After many attempts and complete dedication, Itsuki proudly completed his final invention, naming it Pink Rotor. Sword and Aina noticed the device. With genuine curiosity, they turned to Itsuki and asked what exactly she was holding in her hands. Itsuki averted her gaze embarrassedly and tried to evade, to squeeze any description of that instrument into words, but Sword still guessed it was for massages. Sword touched Aina as if hinting that she had already checked it. Aina froze for a moment, then the idea unexpectedly stirred curiosity within her. As soon as the device worked, Ina's face flushed. She was overwhelmed by a sudden, extremely strong physical wave. Ina couldn't hold back. She trembled, stunned by the vibrating instrument pressed against her skin. Enveloped by vibrations, Aina hung silently, powerless to resist the powerful effect of the strange device. Sensations became unbearable. Aina collapsed, filled with euphoria, and Sword casually remarked that it looked so relaxing. Aina turned to Sword and asked to try. Sword asked what exactly the instrument was intended for but remained unconvinced. Itsuki nervously explained that the thing came from his world. Sword silently froze with an empty gaze, clutching the growing frustration. Without warning anyone, Sword snatched a weapon and flared with rage. She simply asked Blant if she could put an end to Itsuki right now. Blinded by the glare of Sword's gaze, Itsuki tried to slip out of the room, but Sword angrily ordered him to stop. Outside, under the moonlight, Itsuki admired his invention again and was already calculating how quickly to sell it for profit. He whispered the name Wendy, recalling his promise, then hurriedly looked around for potential shopkeepers in the area. The group approached him smiling like friends. He made sure they were clients and had no idea that now he was their target. Before he could do anything, they moved forward. He was hit, stumbled, and the tension only grew as their faces became eerily sharp. Itsuki stumbled while fleeing, and those men exaggerated his injuries, claiming he had to pay for imaginary treatment. Cornered, Itsuki offered them a potion. Suspecting extortion, he accused them, saying they worked directly for Darryl. They were confused by this wording. They denied everything, and Itsuki dashed away, but was intercepted and restrained again. He diffused the situation with a fake distraction. He talked about gold coins, which was enough to confuse them long enough and dash far ahead. When they chased him, holding weapons drawn, Itsuki just smirked boldly and timely activated his skill on pocket money. When the sword was already flying toward Itsuki, a girl suddenly appeared and with a single strike knocked the attacker to the ground. Landing smoothly in the moonlight, she confidently looked back at the stunned Itsuki and whispered, "I did it." Itsuki froze under the moonlight. A girl in a cloak had just appeared, her fur strangely glowing pure white. He recognized her, the same girl from the day he arrived, small, quiet, sold as a slave. They met again in the city. While eating together, she simply called herself Shiro. Late that same evening, their path was blocked by hostile men and the road was cut off. Shiro stepped forward alone, without hesitation and without any fear. Standing motionless in the alley, Shiro declared herself a shield for Itsuki, calm, unbreakable, without the slightest wavering. Shiro coldly warned them any threat to Itsuki would result in deadly consequences and there would be no retreats. Hachigo rushed forward without brakes, but Shiro easily dodged. Her reaction was precise and unquestionably superior. She prepared to deliver a deadly blow. Itsuki, overwhelmed with panic, begged for mercy even before it was too late. Shiro obediently carried out the order but left the attacker seriously wounded. Her movements were fast, precise, and ruthless. Shiro dashed forward to the remaining enemies. Their shock ignited instantly and her body soared into the air. When the enemies were defeated, Shiro stood victorious. The townspeople looked at her, stunned by her unexpected strength and confidence. Itsuki thanked her. Shiro calmly explained her mission, Yasusu's order to protect her new master. Confused, Itsuki asked about her home. Shiro clarified, Yusu was her former master, but now Itsuki was the master. Although Itsuki did not manage to lead her home, Shiro accepted the delay and quietly followed without unnecessary hesitation. Walking side by side, Shiro carefully gripped the edge of his cloak, a gesture showing trust. Their strange bond had just begun. Shiro peacefully curled up next to Itsuki. The gentleman noticed tenderness in her, and Itsuki awkwardly brushed off any hints of deeper meaning. In a private room, Itsuki laid out his idea. He was going to sell the mysterious artifact for profit. Yasui scoffed at the price as if it was worth much less, but Itsuki calmly yet stubbornly did not back down. Itsuki clarified, he is not selling the product itself but the exclusive rights to its production and marketing. Yasus immediately understood the plan. The pink rotor is a massage tool and the rights mean ownership of the business itself. Yasus became interested in the product, and Itsuki asked to first discuss the terms of the contract before making final decisions. Yasus voiced alarm, no guarantees of return, no guarantees of supplies, and the price seemed to him too high. Itsuki confidently refuted the arguments and stated that he could gather the necessary materials and maintain stable supplies with the support of others. Shiro silently observed, feeling how hard it is to earn trust, especially when offering business to a person you have just met. To prove his sincerity, Itsuki offered himself as collateral. If the deal falls through, he is ready to become Yasu's slave. Bendy's memories flared up like a warning from Sayase to Itsuki. His words were not something to be taken lightly. Yasus laughed at the audacious proposal, accepted the agreement, and generally crossed out the clause about slavery. Yasus immediately declared that he wanted full ownership. Permanent rights meant that no symbolic contract was needed between them anymore. Yasus, with a piercing gaze, warned Itsuki. Betrayal would destroy trust and immediately cancel all future possibilities. When the conversation finally ended, Itsuki nervously asked for one more favor, sharply diverting the conversation away from business. Early when morning came, Itsuki finished making the rotary. Exhausted, yawning, he noticed that the sun was already rising. Half asleep, Shiro wandered to him. They had already reached the guild, but she was barely standing on her feet. Despite drowsiness, Shiro insisted on protecting Itsuki even when she was being carried across the cobblestone road. Elsewhere, the gangster's boss tore into them for not stopping the stranger. Rage swept over the hall like a wave. Nobleman Dedaril ignored the warning, armed with determination to win. He is setting up sabotage despite all risks and possible consequences. She cut off any threats of revenge with her own oath she would kill if anyone dared to touch Wendy while Wendy was quietly bathing. Wendy quietly and thoughtfully, barely audibly said, "My master," while washing. Lost in disputes with her own thoughts, she was silent. The next morning, Itsuki arrived at the alchemical guild. The double date had not yet been finally agreed upon. Face to face with Dadaro, Itsuki stood calmly while the opponent demanded to admit defeat in advance. Itsuki boldly challenged Datorol to settle their dispute once and for all. Datorol immediately decided he was the boss and brazenly attacked with mockery. Unflinching, Itsuki called Datorol names. Sort and Aina stood nearby, impatiently awaiting the explosive outcome. Lord Yazis announced the result in advance, confidently naming the winner in the clash between the two opponents. Itsuki revealed piles of money, profit 80 million. Datorol was at a loss for words. He was overwhelmed by a wave of disbelief. With a triumphantly raised fist, Itsuki declared a complete victory. The humiliation of the Datorols knew no bounds, and the whole world saw it publicly. Lord Yazis confirmed the result. Itsuki achieved his goal first, and Datorol was left confused and speechless. Yazis declared that the competition ended in fury, while Errol shouted in denial, breaking into a furious rebuttal and fiercely refusing to accept defeat. Desperate, Datorol accused Reinhardt of bribing Itsuki. He jerked his hand sharply, grasping for any explanation to overturn the verdict. Reinhardt calmly handed Datorol a document, suspicious and frightened, and Datorol snatched it and demanded to be told what was written there. It was official confirmation of payment. Reinhardt directly purchased accessories worth 40 million for his own business. Reinhardt defended his assessment, emphasizing Itsuki's alchemical skill. The price was fair without exaggeration. Errol panicked, suspecting a conspiracy. Itsuki's eyes trembled with tears. He was moved by Reinhardt's help. Yazis presented the royal seal and contract, thereby confirming the surplus was paid with the king's blessing. The device known as Pink Rotor was approved by the king, and it was officially sold for 40 million. With a confident smirk, Itsuki declared victory. For him, losing was unthinkable, existence or death. Wendy calmly asked Datorol to accept the result. His loud objections became more desperate each time and increasingly senseless. Datorol insisted that Wendy return. She stubbornly held her ground, a firm refusal, not a step back, to those she did not choose. Wendy clearly declared her loyalty to Itsuki. Her heart and body were his, not Datorol's. Suddenly, a giant object crashed into the building. Everyone flinched, and the tense confrontation ended instantly. Broken and humiliated, Datorol fled, cursing and biting out angry words into the air. He was sure everyone conspired to mock and destroy him. Under pressure, everything snapped. Datorol gave the order for a brutal attack. His mercenaries launched an assault. They were ready to kill without hesitation. Reinrich sighed deeply at the recklessness. Aina and Sort immediately prepared to intercept Daryl's incoming forces. Wendy trembled, but Itsuki calmed her with determination. She believed in him more than anything else. Aina swore to protect Itsuki together with Sort. Sort resisted when he was called a dog. He was offended but still ready. Jiru, a nimble warrior cat, appeared dramatically and confidently made them understand that she was from Part 2. Aina rushed forward with fierce determination, and Sort and Shiro stayed close, ready to take on the attackers. The trio clashed with Daryl's people. Blades and fists flew in a chaotic, explosive skirmish. Shiro delivered a clean kick, Sort deflected an attack, and Aina met brute force with trained steel. Watching the fight, Wendy felt fear. Itsuki explained that he lacked strength. He could not fight but stayed close to Wendy. Despite his own weakness, Itsuki promised never to let go. His strength was in staying close to Wendy. Itsuki tightly clasped Wendy in his palms and confessed that he wanted to stay close under any circumstances. Overwhelmed with emotions, Wendy recalled her feelings from the moment of first meeting Itsuki. Tears welled up and her heart opened completely. Datorol, blinded by rage, shouted, demanding blood. Even innocent lives no longer mattered to him. Aina and Sort subdued the attackers and calmly asked what was the meaning of Datorol's senseless escalation. Reinrich mocked the noble father, blaming his foolish son. Itsuki demanded accountability for Red Front. Through the broken wall entered Darwin, the head of the Western District, with an unreadable gaze and a palpable weight of presence. Itsuki froze in shock and raised his head. Before him stood the local district leader, Darwin. Darwin silently stood next to the mysterious girl. Itsuki could not understand why such a man was traveling with her. Darrell twitched as soon as Darwin spoke. The threatening father demanded clarity, took a step forward, and began to sort out the entire conflict. Darwin looked surprised at Datorol's overly official behavior. He could not understand why the son did not allow himself to simply say, "Papa." Itsuki watched as Darwin played with words about being called dad, and could not understand why the man behaved so strangely with his bizarre formality. Even despite the jokes, Darwin's aura pressed relentlessly. Unlike Yas's or Reinrich, his presence demanded immediate respect. Daryl tried to justify himself, but Darwin did not listen. He fixed his gaze on what from the very beginning boiled down to Wendy. Darwin sharply reprimanded Datteral, "A loss is a loss without any excuses. After defeat, the result will never change." Darwin approached Itsuki. The impression was obvious, but caution did not let go. Shiro swiftly drew her blade and sharply warned, "Not a step forward." Darwin sarcastically praised Itsuki's allies, calling them pawns. Itsuki remained unmoved, only pressed by how distorted his voice sounded. Darwin asked for cooperation. Itsuki tried to calm Shiro, but she, with her sword at the ready, only increased the tension between them. Itsuki convinced Shiro to step back. She obeyed reluctantly but obediently, yet still warned Darwin if anything seemed suspicious, she would not remain silent. Darwin confidently sprawled on the sofa, showing everyone that he was the one in charge. The mysterious girl nearby said nothing, only watched attentively. Everyone sat down for discussion. Darwin listened carefully, piecing together the events while Yasus poured hospitality for the guests. Datteral, depressed and trampled by shame, begged for understanding. Darwin brushed off his excuses, taking them as childish desperation. Then Errol protested against the humiliation as against the dignity of a son, and Darwin coldly denied any blood relation, and the shame only deepened. Darwin, angry and sarcastic, declared that true sons would not disgrace him. He openly questioned Adderall's very right to exist. Darwin voiced his life lesson a second time. Mara calmly confirmed, "Winners fight to the end and losers must accept everything and move on." Yasus announced Datterawal's violation. He slandered Yasus and attacked the Alchemist Guild, breaking the neutral diplomatic pacts that were in place. Darwin demanded compensation for mental harm and Yasus's unfazed payment for emotional trauma caused by Datterawal's violence. Yasus subtly pressures Itsuki with financial terms, reminding him that he is married. Itsuki mentally shudders at this disturbing picture. Reinrich, keeping his face calm, names the amount of reparations. She also asks to fix the wall and casually states that Darwin's bank belongs to her. Darwin falls to the ground in despair as soon as he hears her decision, and Itsuki shows no surprise. Myra confidently confirms her choice. Darwin begs for mercy, but Reinrich proposes a compromise, joint management of loans. Itsuki weighs the option, not objecting directly. Reinrich threatens to expose the crimes of Darwin's son. Itsuki pretends not to understand anything until Darwin tightens the cruel lever. Darwin breaks down in despair and lashes out with words, accusing the arrested criminal that through illegal deals he repeatedly caused him problems. The rescue wave of Daryl Tide stirs panic while Darwin warns him of harsh punishment from the church and public humiliation. Darwin tries to regain favor and offers help. Itsuki feels cornered and Reinrich gently teases his anxiety. Shiro presses Darwin closely with deadly pressure. Darwin, nervously praising her, understands well she could kill him without any effort. He similarly praises Wendy's kindness, invites her to his placitrine to win trust, though hesitation is still clearly visible in her. Itsuki becomes a shield against Darwin's remarks. Darwin mocks, touching Wendy, deliberately sparking tension. The conflict between the parties intensifies further. Darwin tests Itsuki's resolve, but he does not budge an inch. He does not give up nor allow others to take his people. Itsuki confidently states that his intention is to enjoy life. Darwin doubts whether he will live at all, but Itsuki shrugs indifferently at the danger. Itsuki is not going to reconcile. He demands that justice finally come for Darwin's crimes, and Darwin suddenly becomes sincerely interested in his own origins. Darwin makes a marriage proposal to Mary as a gesture of goodwill. Itsuki, in response to these words, only remains confused and silent, not knowing how to react. Mara acts boldly. She flirts with Itsuki, teases him, and at the same time keeps the intrigue to herself. Her challenge sounds frank. Can he really satisfy her? Overwhelmed with emotions, Itsuki awkwardly refuses the offer. In a quiet tone, he admits the truth. He cannot meet Mara's demanding expectations. Itsuki asks for a favor and Reinrich pushes him to speak more directly and ask for exactly what he really wants. Instead of wealth or power, Itsuki enjoys the silence, slowly drinking tea and surrendering to peaceful solitary time. While the tea break continues, Reinrich notes down his chaotic luck. Itsuki only emphasizes everything eventually worked out and with a bunch of bonuses. Reinrich considers this reward a fair compensation, while Itsuki devalues it, calling it a modest and mutual compensation. When Aina and Sword approach, Itsuki awkwardly chuckles and immediately realizes that Darwin's plan was designed to deceive them from the very beginning. Reinrich entrusts Itsuki with a task. He agrees, keeping calm, and sets off to meet Darwin's messenger, who is about to arrive. Walking the streets, Itsuki denies that he was lucky. The girl, on the contrary, teases him, saying that it was too easy for him and the benefit was too unexpected. Holding the map, Itsuki walks forward. Aina and Sort adjust beside him, and their affection between them grows stronger with every moment. Orienting by the map, Itsuki and the girls reach the place. Ahead rises a huge mansion. Itsuki finally reaches his own goal, his home in this new fantastic world. Barely reaching the door, Itsuki freezes. Aina admires the house while Sort silently and scrutinizingly examines it. It's unclear how to respond to this. Itsuki asks Aina what exactly she means. Sort meanwhile stops, reflects, and compares it to the places where they had to see even worse. Although everyone is already waiting, Itsuki delays the moment of entering. He admits that he is nervous and does not guess what to expect inside this unfamiliar new home. The memory of the surface of his first apartment is still fresh in his mind. Itsuki assesses how far he has come since that moment. Despite the doubts that still do not let go, Itsuki still opens the door, calmly enters inside, still further organizing conflicting feelings. Wendy moves gracefully down the corridor in formal attire. Her face is calm, one ready to perform her role. She warmly greets Itsuki and he, as if in a dream, swallows surprise. The words fly in the wrong direction. Her smile is truly sincere, but he is overwhelmed by confusion. Wendy confidently puts everything in place and explains why she is here. Itsuki is embarrassed. She is surprised at how easily and naturally Wendy took on the role of a servant. At the very moment when Itsuki's heart fills with joy, Darwin calmly interrupts him with a teasing smile. Darwin reassures everything promised is truly real. It took time, he still finds it hard to believe, but this luxurious residence now belongs to him. The house already has premium furniture, a bath, and an alchemical laboratory. Darwin offers this as compensation. Darwin leaves, leaving the management of the estate to Itsuki. Itsuki thanks him and immediately starts preparing for tomorrow for the visitor. Itsuki invites the girls inside, allowing them to choose where to stand themselves. Wendy offers tea, stubbornly sticking to her role as a devoted servant. Wendy calls everyone to dinner. Itsuki jokes that he sleeps right outside, but suddenly he feels a sudden sense of responsibility. Everyone freezes, then starts buzzing with questions. Aina and Sort test the comfort of the bed. They are bursting with emotions and together, in complete delight, agree that it is much better than the local options. Sort tries to persuade Aina to join her in the bathhouse. They enthusiastically get ready and head there, chatting lively and not holding back their joy. Meanwhile, Itsuki remains alone and relaxes in the steam bath. Finally, he can release the tension he had been carrying with him. He stretches and plunges into memories of exhaustion and small joys from his former life. Now it already seems like a luxury, almost unreal. While Itsuki is washing, his thoughts begin to gnaw at him in another direction about practical inventions. Alchemy flashes in his imagination, but something interferes. Someone intervened. When he suddenly comes in, Shecom Frank offers to wash his back and Itsuki freezes in shock. Itsuki panics while Wendy approaches casually. She insists that he let her wash his back and he freezes again in shock, not uttering a single word. When the water is poured gently, Wendy suggests joining the future baths. Itsuki blushes and confusedly does not know how to respond. Wendy begins to scrub her back. Itsuki struggles with shame, trying at all costs to maintain composure under this awkward tension. Wendy leans forward too close. Itsuki flinches from surprise, instinctively reacting to the sudden physical closeness and softness. Wendy asks him to come back. Itsuki panics in his thoughts. He realizes that she is about to wash his chest from the front. Wendy hugs Itsuki from behind. His thoughts whirl wildly. He is afraid that from excessive excitement, Itsuki will snatch the sword. Wendy confesses her feelings and thanks him for belonging to her. Her soft honesty completely confuses Itsuki. Their faces get closer and closer. The tension thickens. Itsuki tries to speak, but nervousness tightens his throat. Words do not come out. While they press even closer, Sort bursts in, angry about the delay. Aina tries to calm her down, rushing to words and catching the moment. Sort and Aina suddenly catch Wendy and Itsuki. They freeze. Sort and Aina silently stare, and heavy condemnation hangs in the suffocating air. Itsuki cannot stand it and breaks into a panic. He tries to explain the situation, but Sort wildly accuses him of indecency and disrespect. Sort breaks down into sobs and babbles that Aina now hates her, while both run away in the storm, leaving Itsuki stunned and full of guilt. Itsuki jumps up and waves it off, insisting that nothing happened. But suddenly Aina apologizes, looks at Itsuki, Sort, and Wendy, and does it sincerely. Aina firmly says that her responsibility is to help Itsuki, and Sort admits it was she who dumped the work on Wendy. When Aina steps forward, resolutely trying to help, Itsuki irritably throws her out of his own bath. Inaz dramatically slips and falls to the floor, and everyone freezes in shock and watches her unexpected fall with anxiety right during the movement. Itsuki falls into despair because of the ruined bathroom. Sort immediately reacts and covers Aina until the tension turns back into chaos. That night at Darwin's estate, the guests apologize for disturbing the courtyard and regretfully discuss everything with Data Roll. Dharma listens silently while Myra explains how Dale embarrassed himself and how painfully it affected their reputation and position in the family. Although Dharma agrees with her, Myra is already tired of this topic. She wearily and sharply criticizes Daidral's stupidity and his ungrateful behavior. Dharma shows interest in meeting the traveler responsible for the recent guild incident and notes his brave actions. Morning sunlight spread over the quiet rural landscape, warming the peaceful roofs and the distant silhouette of the estate. Shiro stood on the roof and watched as birds took off and disappeared into the sky. His ears twitched at every flutter and chirp. Alert and cautious, Shiro quickly sneaked down the corridor, sniffing to confirm a familiar scent. Stopping outside the closed door, Shiro carefully leaned in, listened to the sounds, and then quietly peeked inside with attentive curiosity. In the room, Itsuki was sleeping soundly. Shiro quietly entered and anxiously called her master. Itsuki anxiously muttered something in his sleep, reliving the same stressful dream over and over. Shiro silently watched, embarrassed and alert. Shiro gently stroked Itsuki's head, soothing him as he murmured incoherent words and gradually shifted to steadier, calmer breathing. Sunlight seeped through the window. Shiro slowly turned her gaze, blinking quietly, feeling that morning had come. Itsuki weakly got up, opened his eyes, and immediately noticed that Shiro was sleeping nearby. He quietly whispered her name. Wendy came in with breakfast. Itsuki explained why Shiro was here and, sighing, ran his fingers through Shiro's hair and called her troublesome. A cunning gust of wind was already sneaking up to wake Shiro but suddenly stopped. Itsuki quietly calmed her and allowed Shiro to rest peacefully. Everyone gathered for breakfast. A luxurious dish was laid out on the table, and a sudden hungry desire flashed in their eyes. They liked how Wendy cooked. Sort felt defeated, immediately realizing she couldn't compare, yet she quietly admired the dish anyway. Although he really liked the food, Itsuki's chaotic table manners confused Shiro. He sat silently and just watched as Itsuki ate messily. When everything was finished, they politely thanked Wendy, served tea, and the peaceful morning ritual finally came to an end. Itsuki, now living peacefully, enjoyed another luxurious lunch. Wendy's cooking brought them together with warmth and daily pleasure. The next morning, the mood was broken by teasing. Sort joked about Itsuki's dependence and hinted that Wendy had finally tamed him. Defending himself passionately, Itsuki irritably explained the power of food. Taste and anticipation make every meal truly important. Conquered by his words, Wendy became the emotional center. Her food breathed hope and unity into the home. After this, Wendy quietly thanked Shiro for cleaning, and silence settled in their home against the backdrop of shared responsibility. Cheryl quietly noticed Wendy had truly changed. Her preparations now breathed warmth, and every detail lived tender care. Gathered together, the group listened as Itsuki nervously prepared to express gratitude to them for their support. He took out small, thoughtful gifts, tokens of thanks to each of them for help and friendship. Moved by the gesture, Aina, Sort, Wendy, and Shiro agreed. Their faces warmed. They were touched by Itsuki's sincere diligence. Wendy promised to keep it while something whispered, and then you understood, all was well. A smile flashed with a quiet glow, full of joy. Itsuki suggested they stay longer, but Sort refused. Their debt must be paid with adventure. Funny, loud farewells scattered them along different paths. Aina warned them to stay safe, and Itsuki tried to calm Sort's energy. Later, tension returned. The group worried Range might come across their situation and misinterpret how they were connected to Itsuki. Despite the anxiety, Sort walked forward, the goal clear in her heart, and in her voice of determination and dignity sounded a vow to do her best. That same day, under Yasu's supervision, Itsuki formalized a contract with Wendy and Shiro, thereby solidifying their unity. With hands joined as one and words spoken aloud, the magical contract was sealed. It bound loyalty and shared fate. Yasus accepted the result with humor. Itsuki humiliatingly apologized, grateful that they were entrusted with their futures. When dusk fell, Itsuki sat silently. Wendy called him and noticed that he was looking at the distant hills. He explained that he was considering using the open lands for farming, a peaceful thought, kindled by pleasure. When he asked with curiosity, Itsuki answered easily. The silence around inspired him to start everything anew. Itsuki gently pressed Shiro to himself and silently promised life would be in warmth, care, and peace. Wendy joined them, and while watching, her heart warmed, giving birth to a new peaceful family dream. Just as relief settled in the house, a knock echoed at the door. Wendy peeked out. Strangers had come, and with them unexpected tension burst into the house. Dharma officially introduced himself along with Myra. His words shook Itsuki's peaceful life. Dharma proudly introduced himself and also listed achievements and connections. Itsuki listened, feeling how in this overly confident, intrusive tone a foreign will was weaving. Later, Dharma came to Itsuki's home with Mara and solemnly expressed gratitude and regret for those old misunderstandings. She apologized for the trouble caused by Daryl, acknowledging that everything had already worsened more than they themselves had assumed. Dharma still wanted to tell everything in more detail, but Itsuki refused, preferring to quietly leave this story in the past. Smiling, Judge Dharma Daryl kept his price to himself and silently pondered why someone took such a shameful man into the family. Dharma again insisted on thanking Itsuki for Darwin's matter, and everyone in the room tensed from her strange, genuine sincerity. Itsuki asked to stop calling him young master. Mara, watching him closely, sharply warned, "Don't relax and stay alert." Alert, Dharma confessed her admiration, placing Itsuki third immediately after his adoptive father with strange passion and sparkling, unwavering confidence. Itsuki felt deep discomfort until Mara sharply stated that he was already out of bounds, irritated by Dharma's charming but persistent manner. Later, outside near the house, Dharma carelessly checked if Itsuki was comfortable, pretending as if nothing had happened. Itsuki praised the quality of the bath and was surprised to learn that Dharma personally designed it, thinking through every detail. Madara said she listened to Drifter's remarks and worked diligently to meet Itsuki's expectations. When she offered city assistance, Itsuki examined her posture and was confused, not understanding where she got such accepted upbringing. Dharma and Mara respectfully said goodbye, offering support, and Itsuki quietly acknowledged them with sincere gratitude. Shiro tiredly and hungrily snuggled up to Itsuki. He apologized and promised dinner. Wendy was cooking dinner today, grilling. Everything was served on the table immediately and completely. Laughter filled the room while Itsuki, Shiro, and Wendy happily ate everything to the last crumb. After this, Itsuki slumped in the armchair together with Shiro, both full, having eaten their fill of the generous dish Wendy had prepared. Wendy offered a ready bath, and Shiro immediately insisted that Itsuki join, so Wendy promised to follow. While the warm water murmured in the silence, Itsuki carefully helped Shiro wash, attentively making sure she was clean and comfortable. Shiro pouted but obeyed anyway. Itsuki finished washing her, then led her to the bath and left her to warm up. Shiro playfully splashed water around, ignoring Itsuki's warnings. She swam freely, although she was still part cat. Nearby, Wendy approached and asked how Kairo felt in the bath. He relaxed deeply, purring with calm satisfaction. Wendy quietly entered, composed her face into a calm expression, and prepared to join them in the bath. Itsuki advised Kairo to immerse himself in the water up to his shoulders. She lazily nodded and enjoyed the warmth. Wendy entered unnoticed. Itsuki turned, surprised by her appearance, and she cautiously began washing herself. Wendy quietly stepped into the bath. Itsuki turned, flinching for a moment, and spoke to him softly. With a quiet, graceful step, she joined them. Shiro rested calmly, and Itsuki made room for Wendy beside him. Silence hung for a moment. Wendy looked away and nervously rubbed her neck, trying to ease the tension a little. Gathering courage, Wendy asked if she could enter his room. Her voice trembled, but her gaze did not betray her. It remained firm. Itsuki answered with a quiet yes. She crept closer, and the evening melted away under the silence of the moonlit sky. In his room, Mitsuki quietly rested alone. A knock on the door broke the silence. He softly allowed it. Wendy quietly entered and lowered her gaze. Her voice trembled as she beckoned to him, seeking calm reassurance. Itsuki smiled kindly in response when Wendy offered help, but he declined and promised he would teach her next time. Memories surfaced his first date, long ago, blurred yet sweetly poignant, and this only emphasized the quiet joy he felt now. While silence stretched between them, Wendy carefully reached out and gently covered his palms with hers. Wendy soothed him with quiet words, reminding him of her role, though a conflict raged in his soul. Turning to her, Itsuki spoke the truth. His feelings were real, and he had fallen in love with Wendy. Wendy hesitated but eventually asked, uncertain, doubting whether it was true for her or if she had misunderstood everything. At first it was quiet until Wendy gathered her courage. Tightly holding his hand, she gently confessed her feelings. Her trembling voice tried to form words slowly. She admitted that she herself did not know how to explain what was happening in her soul. Memories overwhelmed like a wave. The time spent with him, the warmth they shared, and her truth finally sounded, piercingly sincere, through tears. In distant lands, whispers spread. Men measured themselves by words and ranks, but Wendy knew her master was kinder than anyone she had ever met. Wendy hugged him tightly, silently making it clear. Status no longer mattered, only how he gave her peace was important. She trembled as she leaned closer, seeking warmth and confidence, and gently asked to be accepted directly, without unnecessary caution. She whispered her desire, begging not out of duty, but from a deep longing to truly become his. Lying beside him vulnerable, open, Wendy gave herself completely, entrusting his heart more than words. Their bond grew stronger in silence and tenderness, not out of obligation. Suddenly someone intervened. Shiro came in half asleep and was surprised. Wendy was so close to Itsuki at night. Itsuki panicked, unconsciously stumbling and making up excuses, while mindlessly looking and simply asking if Wendy was okay. He quickly caught Shiro's attention and offered help to distract her, while Wendy silently lay on the bed. Morning light stealthily broke through the leaves as Itsuki stood outside and could not sleep after everything. Shiro saw him wandering. She spoke calmly and Wendy had already prepared breakfast. A new day began. At the table, Wendy smiled warmly and offered him more soup. Itsuki gratefully accepted, carefully receiving her gentle care. He announced plans to visit Reincarnated. Wendy nervously glanced aside while Shiro calmly continued eating. When it was time to leave, Wendy gently stopped him. She was worried but hid it in a quiet, soft voice. He promised that next time he would do better, squeezing her hands with silent determination and tender strength. Smiling warmly, Wendy let him go and quietly wished that he would return from Reincarnated safe and sound. Itsuki left confidently, quietly smiling to himself as he approached the quiet streets of Reincarnated. At the Alchemist's Guild, he showed his progress, and Reincarnated examined him and noted steady growth. Jokingly, Rick teased him and aloud wondered, maybe he was already tired of cute girls. Their conversation drifted toward past mistakes. She mocked his restraint and teased his hesitation with playful cruelty. Reincarnated sighed, deeply disappointed. With a cold look she cut off, it was time for his training. Reincarnated, without hesitation, spilled the drink. Itsuki hesitated but still casually accepted, swallowed, and the sharp taste of strong alcohol immediately hit his tongue. She harshly but to the point scolded him. Itsuki confessed his own fears and even hurt Wendy, acting on uncertain, confused feelings. Reincarnated spoke about women's truths, about how feelings always break out. Itsuki doubted her and earned even harsher torture for it. Itsuki raised his glass high and declared a crazy night. Reincarnated warned she will not clean up his mess. Later he got drunk and passed out unconscious. The innkeeper smiled gently and wished him a good night while he snored quietly. Reinhardt caught him mid-fall and, muttering to herself, sighed as she supported his drunken body. In the evening she watched him sleep evenly and peacefully, while she herself thought about Wendy's fate, about how he was caught in the trap of quiet and devoted service. The mansion shook loudly. Wendy smiled darkly while Itsuki froze in place, nervous because he didn't know what would happen next. He opened the door and was greeted by Wendy's leap. She welcomed him warmly, brave and lively despite his clumsy return. Wendy politely poured the tea. Itsuki quietly took a sip, not taking his eyes off Shiro while the tension in the room thickened. Remembering the promise, Itsuki apologized. He swore to fix everything, but the guilt weighed heavily on him and did not let go. Wendy's phrases calmed her, but the empty smile revealed pain. Itsuki understood. His mistake had not yet been forgiven. Wendy walked alone, holding close to her chest the item found on the street, and kept her voice low. She waited, but he never came. Itsuki was caught staring at the sky, crushed by guilt. His sadness would not let go. It played over and over in his head without any pause. Memories surfaced, sharp words flew, promises broke. He realized not only Wendy was hurt by others, this had happened before. He abruptly sat up straight and froze in thought. Even if he was rejected, he would still apologize clearly and not look away from the truth. Wendy approached silently. Itsuki looked up. She asked softly. He nodded and his heart tightened. He hoped she was not indifferent yet. They sat side by side in silence, but Itsuki faltered. Words stuck in his throat while Wendy quietly waited nearby. He stood up, bowed low, and apologized. His voice broke, but the sincerity reached Wendy's heart directly. With lowered gaze, Itsuki admitted defeat. He knew he had broken her trust and it hurt unbearably. Wendy exhaled, barely smiling. Her voice softened when she forgave him, but this time she warned. She quietly gripped his shirt, begging him not to leave her again. Itsuki nodded. This time he truly listened. After her emotional moment, Wendy prepared lunch. Itsuki casually asked Shiro to join him outside later. While they were cleaning, Shiro asked curiously. Hitsuki was holding dishes and he hinted there was something he wanted to try. They gathered outside. Itsuki, tired of feeling protected for too long, decided to change the situation. He showed a strange spinning device. Wendy froze with delight. Itsuki called it spatial magic and asked if it was his special talent. He calmly and without fuss revealed everything. Recently, he was lucky to level up thanks to the gift of the goddess, a backup plan that was once ignored but finally tested now. Itsuki activated spatial magic. A protective shield flared up, contracting around him and covering his body with a shimmering guard. Excitedly, he added that the transparent wall was handmade and asked if it could protect him. He asked Shiro to test it. She prepared her weapon, hesitated a little, but still trusted his confidence. With a sharp scream, Shiro dashed forward. Her first strike hit hard, but the wall held. He had to persuade her not to stop. She struck relentlessly again and again. He sat tensely, watching, and still ran into a wall that did not yield. It withstood everything. Itsuki asked Wendy about magical resistance. She agreed to help and showed that she knew the appropriate spell. Wendy approached calmly and magic swirled around her. Itsuki gave the signal and prepared behind the barrier. Without hesitation, she threw a water ball. It hit the shield, which tensed, and the wall stood firm. Mixing gratitude with joy, Itsuki suggested going to the city. Shiro exclaimed, happily wanting to eat and have fun. Suddenly, chaos broke out. Sword and Aina were driving the beast through the forest, weapons in hand, ready for battle. Aina lunged forward with pinpoint accuracy. Her blade sliced the beast's strength and form, acted without any hesitation. Sighing, Sword wiped the sweat, catching her breath. Nearby lay the motionless bodies of monsters, those who had been lurking until the hunt was finished. Later, by the campfire, Sword swallows stew. Aina quietly stirs the cauldron and her voice is soft, calm. Sword was reassured by Aina about simple dishes. Aina hesitated but still admitted she was troubled by uncertainty about how to please those she admired. Aina voiced her doubts. She wanted to do more because she felt unworthy. What if Renji would not appreciate it again? Near the second city wall, a young girl screamed. Her voice echoed, desperately trying to break through forward. Guards blocked her way. Despite her pleas, they insisted on one thing: orders had come. Do not let her through. Clenched fists, a voice breaking, and she admitted no coin, no bribe. Embarrassed haste and empty hands trembling with hope. The ranger dashed to the checkpoint. Her tail swung from side to side and she demanded passage, although the guard clearly hesitated. Barely sensing danger behind, Renj growled sharply. Sharp instincts suggested something was rapidly approaching. One of the guards abruptly turned, confused, when something vague flashed in his field of vision for a moment, and he froze as if silence had nailed him in place. While he was still trying to recover, Renji delivered a fierce spinning kick, throwing him back, and did not lose her own pace. Without wasting a second, she rushed inside and slammed the gate behind her, while another guard shouted and wildly blew his whistle. Reng suddenly burst through the city gates and shouted that he intended to help even before anyone else could get hurt. For now, a creature resembling a living potato was bouncing springily across the market, confusing the locals and drawing curious glances. Itsuki approached the strange creature because Wendy explained, this is a moa, a type of plant that jumps. Itsuki pulled back in surprise in his mind with the conclusion, here vegetables can walk, unlike at home, where only the fish moved. Shiro suddenly grabbed him and began begging for food while already chewing a living plant without any hesitation. Shiro shouted that she wanted meat and Itsuki gently laughed, promising her a real, full, and hearty dinner. Wendy smiled at Itsuki's request and confidently offered to take them to the best place in town. They set off side by side, Shiro happily hopping behind and Wendy gently squeezing Itsuki's hand. Later, the three arranged a grand banquet meal together. Laughter rose in waves and Shiro joyfully devoured the meat. Meanwhile, distant guards patrolled under the moonlight, still combing through the alien who had earlier managed to slip away. Reng dashed across the rooftops under the moonlight, enraged by the ruthless female guard who had held him all night. She flew into the sky and crashed into a wall, landing with a thud next to the stunned man. Meanwhile, Shiro was surrounded by guards. She raised her weapon while they shouted commands, freeze. Renji took Itsuki hostage and warned everyone not to move while she demanded a safe passage. She begged Wendy to believe her. She only needed help for a short time to protect her friends. Wendy shouted sharply while Shiro froze. He was torn between the call of his master and the need to act immediately. Itsuki is wounded but smiles and tells Shiro to protect Wendy while the guards close the circle behind. As soon as the moment came, Renji showed Itsuki to run with her down the alley ahead. Itsuki activated his spatial magic, boosting his power while fleeing with Renji through narrow backstreets. The burst of spellfire flared behind them, a wall shattered into pieces, and the pair disappeared deeper into the shadows. A loud blow ended the chase. Rang hit a guard, and the path ahead immediately cleared. Itsuki quickly apologized, and chaos spread among the confused soldiers in the narrow corridor. Without hesitation, Renj and Tsuki broke away together, rushing forward until new guards managed to surround them again. From above, Wendy called Shiro and asked her to stay and protect Itsuki. Shiro silently nodded, jumped into the air under the moonlight, and with fierce determination accepted his new mission. The neighbor hosts waved warmly to the guests goodbye, and their charm hid the tense wave simmering behind the scenes. The new hostess led them inside. Her calm voice concealed curiosity as she prepared a table for them. Renj was worried he could not understand Itsuki's decision to hide in what clearly looked like a brothel. Itsuki found out that Renj missed the toll due to lack of money, which further complicated her situation. While Renji stubbornly insisted that her friends were in danger, the hostess quietly asked, "State your name and tell your story." Itsuki pulled out a letter from Sort and explained, Aina and Sort were already in the hands of a pervert. The letter described horrific tortures. Just reading it made Itsuki turn pale, then furiously angry because of its terrible content. Renji misunderstood the meaning of the letter. She decided to save her friends while Itsuki tried to calmly explain everything. The hostess suddenly recognized in Itsuki the same legendary master of the Red Front. Rangshui sharply turned to him. Rangsh suddenly attacked Itsuki and knocked her to the ground fiercely. Without hesitation, she decided he deceived everyone and seized power by force. Rumors spread like the wind. Aina and Sort called him slaves, and these words only fueled suspicion and fear among the travelers. A few months ago in the Adventurers Guild, someone quietly approached Red Front and handed them a task. The name Renga repeatedly appeared in the nomination lists, so people had questions. Where did this constant reference come from? Then an urgent mission arrived involving Earth Dragon. Renga rushed forward, deciding to deal with it personally. Despite concerns about her recklessness, Renji insisted. The mission was simple and took full control, confidently handling it one-on-one. Smiling proudly, Varench promised she would warm up her legs a bit before taking on the task ahead. When she reached Rukaku, heat and exhaustion hit hard, but she stubbornly did not stop, pushing toward her goal. Walking familiar streets, Renj muttered about the heat, her tail swaying in rhythm while locals went about their daily business. Suddenly, children surrounded her, an explosion of joy. They immediately recognized Renj, shouting with happiness and gently tugging her hand. Renj warmly greeted the children and immediately noticed Shama's hand. Her concern grew even more as she asked about the visible injury. Shama revealed a tragic event. During their journey, they were attacked by Earth Dragon, wounding his father and severely exhausting their family. Realizing the responsibility, Ranga handed Shama a pouch and ordered her to deliver it to his father. She smiled gently and replied that it was a debt for an old favor, though it had lasted for years. Before leaving, she jokingly admitted that she was hungry, and then gently asked them to send her regards to their father. Nya invited the children to join her for food, and a warm, happy moment appeared when everyone smiled. When the sun began to set, Range set off to the Rukaku Adventurers Guild to submit a report. The old guild leader greeted her warmly and explained, most members are currently absent due to recent dragon attacks. He recalled how an earth dragon burst from the ground and how the travelers failed to deal with it. Ordinary weapons could not pierce its tough scales and beastly strength. Dragons disappear like ghosts, hiding under the sand. However, 3 remain, last seen 5 days ago near the southern oasis. Renj, having settled alone and changed clothes, immediately understood. The trap was too risky, especially if Sword had come instead of him. Suddenly, the ground beneath the mannequin shook, and a giant dragon lunged upward in a sudden attack. After 3 days of patient tracking, Renj finally spotted a target and prepared for battle, raising her mechanical weapon. Confident and wildly enraged, she fixed her gaze on the dragon, fiercely shouted threats, and lunged forward to unleash divine punishment. That night, returning home, Aina casually informed Sort, the bath is free, and she had no idea about Renji's brutal battle. Returning home, Sort began writing a letter to Renji, worried and confused whether she was all right. Under the full moon, Renji raged. She encountered the earth dragon, a mad force with sharp instincts. Despite heavy armor, Renji struck and cursed. This monster was faster than she expected. The dragon's returning tail hit sharply with a heavy support that creaked, and it muttered that its body was just as strong as predicted. The key worked, the stand was iron. The next step would be decisive. No more holding back against this armored beast. With incredible concentration and speed, Rinia surged forward, muscles tensed to the limit, ready to deliver her final blow. Her Her strike hit the dragon right in the jaw to death, splitting the armored skin with explosive force and furious rage. Even as the beast howled deafeningly in pain, Renge fought its limbs, not letting it gain the upper hand. Covered in slime and blood, she stood victorious. One killed and 2 more dragons awaited to be taken down. 2 weeks later, Renge lay relaxed alone in a desert spring, silently recovering after the harsh mission in the desert. Ranga returned to the city. Children celebrated her victory. 3 dragons were already dead. Grateful voices rolled through the market streets. The boy joyfully thanked her. Now his father's recovery became possible thanks to Range's brave efforts. Renge settled accounts with the guild, joking about dragon meat. The money would come later. She was not worried about it. The guild leader handed her a letter. Her eyes widened. It was a letter from Sort. Aina sent it. Aina. After Renge read the letter, she dropped her weapon and dashed away headlong, frightened, and already feeling that something urgent had happened. Ranged burst out of the guild with a deafening shout about an emergency and, surprisingly, quickly forgot about the letter behind. She rushed through the wild thickets. In despair, Aina and Sort were in danger, and she vowed to save them with her own hands. The name was etched into her head. Renge clenched her fists and blamed one man for everything: Itsuki. Her rage heated up every time rumors surfaced. Gritting her teeth, she charged forward with burning determination. Suddenly she ran into him, Itsuki. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and shouted, demanding an immediate stop. Renge drew her blade from any caution, but Shiro intercepted the strike fiercely. If Renge moved again, she would have slashed. Itsuki screamed in shock, Shiro, when the clash suddenly spun into something much more personal and unexpected. Renge blocked the corridor, growling at Shiro. Shiro did not back down. Tension between them both became thick and heavy. Steel met steel. Shiro fiercely parried the attack as Renge's full strength surged forward, pressing their blades into a deadlock. Passers-by gasped as the fight heated up further. Renge pushed even harder and shouted at Shiro, unaware that a crowd was already gathering. A man suddenly stepped between them and stopped Shiro's strike. The ring's eyes flashed with displeasure. They were surprised that the intervention happened without any warning. Renji broke free and punched the ground beside him. The stone cracked. Her rage immediately shifted onto Itsuki. Shiro threw a high kick, but Renji intercepted it with her knee and Shiro's dagger shattered into pieces right in the air. Renji grabbed Shiro by the leg, yanked and sharply pulled her down, then, driven by anger, threw her across the entire tavern room. Shiro's body flew upward. Frightened guests gathered. The girl screamed piercingly and covered herself with her hands as Shiro flew right over them. Shiro awkwardly landed on the girl's back end, stunned both immediately, so the crowd's looks became even more confused. Shiro sprang up to attack again, but Renge was already ready, teasing her and immediately preparing a counterattack. Shiro flipped over from Renge's strike, barely dodging, her body twisted in the air, preparing a quick response. Both rivals stopped and began measuring each other with their eyes, assessing the stance. Shiro extended her hands and Renge prepared to strike. With a run-up, Shiro's leg swung through the air and landed accurately. A clean strike slid across Renge's side, and the body responded with a sharp impact. Renge's body twitched sharply and convulsively from the blow. She clenched her teeth in pain and, suddenly, a loud crack resounded. Renge was thrown onto the floor. Before anyone could move, Itsuki appeared and instantly stopped everything. Shiro stood over Renge's body, raising her claws with murderous intent and already preparing to finish the fight. Before Shiro could strike, a hand firmly grabbed her wrist and stopped the final blow at the last second. Itsuki explained Renge's identity. Shiro froze. He understood. Renge was not an enemy, but an ally who had simply been misunderstood. Renge, still weak, confirmed. She remembered Dainen's sword and vowed to personally save her dear companions. Renge, free and stubborn, filled with emotions, declared that she would save them herself. Itsuki was pulling Shiro with pleas to leave. With a wound in her heart but unwavering determination, Rinyao whispered about the connection with Aina and Sort, completely cutting off everything else around. Sensing danger, Shiro caught the movement and instantly pulled her master back. She only managed to dodge the object thrown their way just in time. The thrown object missed Itsuki by literally an inch. Shiro's instincts saved him, but the threat still hung in the air. Shiro declared she would postpone any threat and ordered Itsuki to run forward without hesitation, without delay. Shiro dashed forward without hesitation. Itsuki began casting magic, believing her words and swearing to succeed at any cost. Renji activated magic with fury, vowing that Shiro would not escape. A deadly spell flared right beneath her feet. Crystal spikes burst from the ground as Rang yelled uttered the spell sharply, keenly, swiftly, like a whirlwind. Shiro reacted sharply. She dodged a hail of spikes, shielding herself with a shield. Itsuki was running behind her somewhere. When Shiro landed, her eyes widened sharply. Renji's magic was not flying at her, it was aimed at someone else. The spike hit Itsuki's side, blood followed. His gaze twitched, he grabbed it completely unexpectedly, at full speed during a sprint. Itsuki fell to the ground, blood was pouring heavily from his side. His clouded brain slowly pieced together the puzzle. Something terrible had happened. Lying on the cold floor, Itsuki groaned. Blood flowed freely from his hand, real, painful, and his. Giernalt rushed over and panicked. She begged him to stay conscious, shook him while he was rapidly sinking down. Renji approached again, her voice cut the air. She ordered Shiro to move. Shiro froze, but her body still trembled. Suddenly, city guards burst onto the scene. A new voice announced that the fight was over and everyone instantly froze. Surrounded by soldiers, Rang froze in place. Shiro knelt beside Itsuki and she had an empty, silently broken expression. Lord Yashuz arrived, sighing heavily, surveyed the wreckage. His gaze caught the chaotic scene and cast a stern judgment on it. Wendy pushed through the guards and begged to reach Itsuki. Her despair struck everyone like a blade through the living. She approached him, gently embraced him and begged, "Stay alive a little longer." Itsuki weakly opened his eyes, tears streaming down like a hailstorm. Wendy called out to him, her voice trembling. She was worried about her master. The guards surrounded Renji, raising their spears. Wendy pressed Itsuki tightly to herself and begged him not to die. Shiro silently looked back. Wendy screamed, calling for help, but Rengi's face became cold and resolute. Yasus ordered medical treatment. Wendy quickly helped. She pressed the potion to the wound while Itsuki croaked in pain. Korenji stepped forward and loudly announced, "Renji under arrest." The Kapiniki closed ranks while she stood silently. Suddenly, without any warning, Renji activated magic beneath her feet. The guards screamed, but she lifted her leg ready to break through the defense. The wrench poured into Cave Egmir, softening the ground. The guards lost their step and fell into it, going underwater, confused by the sudden shift beneath their feet. The guards panicked, their feet sank into the marshy terrain. They shouted, unable to move from their spot or maintain balance. Renji jumped high above the clash, landed on the sturdy upper floor, and left the soldiers trapped behind her. Madness struck Rengu in the eyes. She rushed forward. She lunged at Wendy, choked with the desire to kill without any pause. Wendy covered Itsuki with her body. As soon as the wrench jerked to the side, she froze and held steady, not moving. When Reng lunged at Wendy, Shiro suddenly rushed forward and intercepted them in midair so fast that neither had time to react. A kick from Shiro tore through the air towards Renji and she was thrown back. In pain, she crashed into the ground and her balance was completely lost. Crack echoed and stones began to fall. Shiro landed heavily, stunned, while Renji disappeared under the rubble of broken stone. Shiro stood over Renji unconscious, broken beneath the debris. Smoke still curled upwards and silence finally returned to the room. Shiro silently watched as Renji was taken into custody. Yusis gave the order and the guards moved forward. Shiro remained calm and reminded everyone, the wounded master Itsuki needs immediate help more than thanks. Wendy insisted that he be taken immediately to the guild adventurer, where his potions for emergencies were kept. Renji collapsed bloodied and bruised and Yasus ordered the guards to escort her safely to where she would be cared for at her estate. Standing in front of the adventurers guild, Yasus looked around one last time and made sure everything was ready to treat Itsuki. Lying unconscious, Itsuki twitched weakly. Wendy stayed by his side and quietly prayed that he would regain consciousness and avoid harm. Itsuki woke up confused, exhausted, and was surprised to realize he was lying in the Adventurers Guild, being cared for. Shiro emotionally rushed forward and leapt onto Itsuki, repeatedly apologizing. He was overwhelmed with guilt for the injury he caused. Tears welled up as Shiro admitted she had failed to protect him, and she took all the blame for the critical wound upon herself. Itsuki quietly calmed Shiro, reminding her her courage saved him from the worst. He was indebted she gave him her life. Wendy and Shiro tearfully watched as Itsuki sincerely thanked them both for their bravery and for the support they had given throughout. Wendy explained the potion saved Itsuki's life, but the scar will remain on the wound forever. Itsuki anxiously inquired about Sword and Aina, but no one had seen them since the attack. Suddenly Aina entered and announced, Renji is now under supervision at Lord Yasus's estate. Aina returned in armor, having heard everything from Yasus, and looked at Itsuki with a grim expression. She bowed low, apologizing for the incident, and insisted, this is the least she can offer now. Aina admitted that Renge was responsible for the attack, and this truth shocked everyone, unexpected behind her apologies. Revealing Renge's past, Aina told that she once fought alongside her, so now she looked confused at the betrayal of her own friend. Wendy demanded an answer about where Sort was, and Aina hesitated. She knew the truth would only upset them more. At the Yas's estate, Rangelay and Chains begin an attack, assaults spread, and accusations follow of assault, smuggling, and forced entry through the gates. Disgraced Renchi was punished for attempted murder, destruction, and betrayal of those who trusted her. Ranger the guard confirmed, Itsuki survived, and lowering her head she silently choked on guilt. Yasis announced the verdict coldly, without any sympathy, only with disappointment. Her actions failed to kill. Reng was tearing through the enchanted chains, but even her strength could not break the bonds forged for monsters. The limiters suppressed both magic and power. They were forged from rare copper, and Yeshu's sealed them with anti-casting talismans. Rengsh gritted her teeth while somewhere someone was breathing heavily. Despair pushed her forward toward an unknown goal. Sort rushed forward and froze, shock. Renge was tied up and shattered, and he still could not comprehend the harsh reality. Sort found Ren humiliated under the roof. She was trembling. She reached out and felt danger was very close behind. Yasa stood coldly frozen by the door. Renge was restrained, and Sort raised her voice in protest. Furious, Sort accused Yasis of cruelty. She condemned him for locking up Renge up without any reason. Yasis sharply barked back, turning the accusations on Sort again. He claimed that it was her recklessness that caused the damage and endangered her master. Yasis revealed a hidden letter. It was Sort's doing. He called Rangi and started this whole conflict. Boldly, Yasis reminded Sort, her intentions are worthless in the eyes of justice, only the consequences matter. He declared Renya a criminal. His ally was hurt, and during this commotion someone very important was a hair's breadth from death. Facing Sort, Yasis condemned her again, and at that moment guilt overwhelmed him like a wave, and Ren screamed loudly, trying to stop him. She broke free with the clatter of chains and demanded, explain why exactly Sort should bear the blame for Rengi's crime. Rengi confessed wildly, took responsibility upon herself, and declared that she acted alone to protect Aina and Sort without any regrets. Tears in Sort stopped. Shaken by Rengi's broken voice, she insisted, Rengi wrongly took everything upon herself alone. Sort accepted the truth. Aina and she were not abused, and Rengi misinterpreted their situation. Ashamed, Sort, choking with tears, apologized with every breath, and Renge looked at her confused and anxious, asking why Sort suddenly behaved this way. Lord Yeshu's grimly cut in, no one hurt Sort and Aina, they themselves signed the debt slavery contract. When the truth finally surfaced, it became clear. The guild wronged the merchant, and Sort and Aina accepted the punishment and said not a word. Rang revealed the whole story, and it turned out that Sort and Aina became slaves, but voluntarily agreed to it together. Yasis added that the letter contained falsehoods and was misleading. It was not any warning, only fragmented words from Lokek Guild. The letter arrived too late. While the truth had not yet fully come out, the misfortune had already been done. Fate caught her, not a word, not a movement. The truth overwhelmed her like a wave, and everything spun with a misunderstanding she had never intended. Once she was enveloped by envy and fear. She was irritated by his presence and by how Aina smiled. Sort recalled joyful moments with Itsuki and Aina. Despite her offense, he greeted her warmly. Itsuki forgave her immediately without any hesitation. Holding the flower, he smiled and never once judged her for what she felt. Under his gaze, anger turned into laughter. Slowly, joy displaced guilt, and her heart began to open. But shame returned. She remembered how she wrote that letter, secretly embarrassed, frightened, and at the same time proud. Crying, she admitted everything. She wronged Renji, endangered Itsuki, and realized that she had behaved like a child. Sort knelt down and sobbed, pouring out endless apologies. Her repeated "I'm sorry" echoed in the tense room. She begged for mercy, admitted her guilt, and was ready for anything just to receive forgiveness and safety from Renge. Reng fiercely defended Sort. She shouted that calling him a robot traitor meant inviting even greater danger. Reng confessed again. She asked to be punished, but Yasis rejected the letter, only needed the truth. Hurt through tears, both apologized. Renge acknowledged Sort's sincerity and was moved by her kindness, and then Lord Yeshu's quietly clapped them. Yasis praised their unity, calling it worthy, and his tone immediately changed. The law and consequences will come anyway. So he raised his hand with authority. Tears were unable to move the verdict. It would be delivered without any exceptions. Yasis mocked Sort. Her reputation as an adventuress now meant nothing. He threatened her with criminal slavery. Renge accused Yasis of unlawful actions. he coldly rejected the accusations and stated that their fate would be decided not by emotion, but by law. It was then that a man everyone knew entered the room. Hitsuki quietly apologized, but there was so much weight in his voice that it was hard to ignore. He calmly stepped forward and asked Yasus to listen. With a smile, he challenged the one whose lawful authority it was to recognize the situation. Yasus stopped stunned. Sort's tear-filled gaze rose upwards full of hope, because now everything depended on the man's words. Itsuki stood up, surprising everyone. He was wounded, yet still confidently looked into the hall, hiding deeper anxiety. Sort froze, gripped by guilt. Seeing that Itsuki was alive, tears welled up on their own. She could not move, only whispered hurt, broken apologies. Kneeling down, Sort confessed everything. Her voice trembled. She knew for sure she had finally broken everything that was no longer subject to restoration. Itsuki gently touched her head. He smiled warmly, not with anger, but with quiet confidence she had not expected. Without any pause, he pulled her to himself. "Give everything to me," he whispered softly. She finally broke down into tears. Renge slowly opened her eyes. The cold air was biting into her skin, and in the dimly lit room, chains were clinking. Itsuki entered and asked to remove Renge's restraints, but Lord Yasus refused, immediately calling her a dangerous criminal. Itsuki tried to reason. He offered to pay for the damages, but Yasus waved it off and postponed the decision to the Lord. Negotiations are still ongoing. Itsuki promised additional gold, and the Yasuses teased him slightly with curiosity, but not enough to act yet. Itsuki raised his voice, begging personally, but Yasusi's response was cold and final, one that puts an end and condemns Renges. Ina decisively stepped forward and promised to take full responsibility. She begged Lord Yasus to release Rangyu and Sort. Yasus coldly asked if Ina would become their criminal slave. She agreed resolutely to protect her friends. Sort screamed, begging Ina not to do it, and Itsuki was stunned by her determination. Yasus, somewhat troubled, clarified the misunderstanding. One forgiveness was not enough, justice had to follow, no matter what feelings said. He explained, lawbreakers must be judged, and order must prevail even if hearts are broken in response. Yasus firmly refused. The law ruled everything. He ordered Itsuki to abandon hope and carry out the order. Itsuki faltered, then admitted the law is unshakable, but he had not yet finished presenting his argument. He changed his approach and spoke to Yasus not as a lord, but as a merchant, as a negotiator. Itsuki offered himself, his knowledge and origin as leverage. He reminded Yasusi how valuable a foreign perspective could become. Returning, Itsuki proposed an exchange, hinted at a promise from alchemy, implying it was a deal beyond mercy. Itsuki completely changed the tone. Instead of threats, she offered a calculated deal, brought herself as collateral to cancel the harsh sentence. Despite Yasus's warnings, Itsuki and Ina still insisted. Itsuki even proposed a direct contest to settle the dispute without any detours. Itsuki clearly stated the conditions. If she wins, both Renge and Sort will leave freely unharmed. Yasus revealed a twist, but the final decision no longer depended on him. Itsuki instantly understood mere persuasiveness was not enough. Yasus leaned forward with interest. He supported the proposal, but immediately warned of the risk everything could be lost. Itsuki threw the last offer, lifelong slavery if they fail. His self-sacrifice struck at the very heart so much that everyone in the room froze. Reng let out a piercing scream in shocked incomprehension. Bound and powerless, she could not understand why he risked everything for her. Itsuki smiled gently and gave a hint. He showed how important Rengo was to Ina, and Sort confirmed it with his determination. Family meant everything to them. In memory, Rang saw her desperate escape again, and suddenly she was overwhelmed. She had always been protected by someone. Ring felt tears falling down her cheeks and suddenly realized her guilt and shame. She reproached herself to the very end and called herself a fool. Shiro quietly warned Itsuki. Partner Yasus Jordan was not working. Now any call could turn into a deadly one-sided defeat. Despite this, Itsuki smiled confidently. Shiro's calm faith in him only fueled his reckless determination. Clenched with pride, Yasus accepted the challenge. As a merchant, he could not back down, otherwise it would tarnish his name. Yasus revealed the test format, a repeat of the previous trial, where a high-risk economic strategy must be instantly developed. Itsuki's task was simple and harsh: to earn 120 million Naro in 1 week to achieve complete victory. Yasus set restrictions. The use of shared pink rotor rights is prohibited. Assistance from allies remained allowed. As a temporary measure, Range and Sort entrusted Itsuki with guardianship until the game ends. A new day began under a clear sky. After long negotiations, calm finally descended on the group. Exhausted but relieved, Itsuki led everyone outside. The weary faces concealed the burden of that night. Rang stopped him, her tears flowed again as she begged for forgiveness, crushed by guilt, but still seeking redemption. Sort broke down and finally confessed everything. Her voice trembled with tears. She insisted that Renji was not to blame for anything and that all the fault lay only with her. Ina also apologized to Itsuki. He calmed them both, the pain subsided, and now they had endured enough. When the sunlight returned, Itsuki smiled and announced that it was time to rest. The long trial was finally over. They returned home, but something immediately felt off. Wendy greeted them with a smile, one that concealed deep anger. Itsuki apologized for his absence and Renji acknowledged Wendy. With quiet steps, Wendy suddenly slapped Renji. Wendy took control calmly. She asked everyone to calm down, settle in, and prepare for breakfast. Peace was gradually returning. Secretly, Wendy confessed she was afraid of being left behind again. She just wanted to feel that she was truly included. Itsuki did not make false promises, only honesty. Some things could never be undone, but comfort could still remain. During breakfast, they shared laughter and bread. A slow life lay ahead, but not quite yet. Itsuki woke up late on a soft bed far from home, while outside birds chirped sharply, flitting behind unfamiliar walls. Stepping into a new world, Itsuki froze and stared at the city for a long time, not yet knowing what trouble awaited him there. Shiro and Renji immediately perceived him as a threat, and their ambush shattered his peaceful life in one move. Despite how fierce the fight was, Itsuki survived. Now he had to defeat Yasashi to rescue his friends. There was very little time left until the 7th day, and Itsuki worked without rest, gathering supplies for a trial on which everything could depend. Yasa set strict conditions, earned 120 million nords in a week, and any help was forbidden. Itsuki understood everything. Forbidden items ruined his best plan. Crafting by himself, he wouldn't have time to gather enough money. He managed to save half the goal, but the rest still hung in the air as an unknown. He went to the bathhouse and ran into Shiro. Shiro insisted that Itsuki take him along. Itsuki just smiled, hoping that the warm water would calm his anxious thoughts. While he was relaxing, he scolded Shiro for stealing food, but Shiro quietly apologized and even got embarrassed, saying she just wanted to eat. Itsuki accidentally stepped into the bath and froze. Renji and Sort were already bathing together inside. Panic overwhelmed him when Sort grabbed the bucket. Itsuki apologized frantically, covering his eyes in shame. Still embarrassed, Sort covered herself with a blanket and looked reproachfully. Quiet words made Itsuki turn away in shame. Renji and Sort sat silently next to each other. Itsuki was confused because Sort's mood changed sharply, and he tried to ask what happened to her behavior. Sort snapped and shouted at him. Her irritation broke through. Renji watched silently. Itsuki took a direct barrage of blows. Shiro looked at Renji before calling her. He approached closer, opened his arms, and demanded, "Give me a shower." Together they helped bathe Shiro. The fairy enveloped Rose. Sorte calmly and gently guided her, and Renji quietly released the tension inside. Renji broke the silence and asked if Shiro was not injured. Shiro smiled and without hesitation praised her strength. Everyone laughed. Although they had been scolded earlier, the cheerful mood returned to Shiro. Even Ren looked calmer. Later, Wendy offered snacks. Aina tried one and quietly whispered, "Thank you," surprised that the taste was so pleasantly soothing. Wendy handed over the snacks and smiled. Aina praised her skill quietly, without hesitation, calling her incredible. Aina honestly admitted, despite all her strength, she felt useless, and she was ashamed to rely on Itsuki more than she had planned. Without turning, Ine called herself pathetic. Wendy replied quietly and evenly, without judgment. She listened and silently absorbed every word. Wendy confessed her devotion. She would be ready to give anything for Itsuki, but he always kept an emotional distance from her. Itsuki squeezed her palms and confidently said that he loved Wendy. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes, and she finally heard exactly what she needed. Wendy encouraged Ine and showed that she believed in her. Ine barely smiled, not reproach. She received hope within herself. When the sunlight pierced the sky, Ine stood unwavering and vowed to give everything she was capable of. Itsuki's face twisted with tension. Only 5 days left, and progress stalled despite all his efforts. He was overcome with panic as soon as he imagined being tied up and punished by Yasus. He already knew he could no longer handle everything on his own. There were no other options, so Itsuki pondered Darwin but doubted. The danger from this choice did not let go. While Atsuki struggled with anxiety, Wendy quietly entered and informed, "An unexpected guest is already waiting downstairs." To horror, it was Darwin's daughter, smiling, warm. Panic overwhelmed completely. Why did she come right now? Trying not to show fear, Itsuki asked why Mera had appeared. She recalled the incident in the brothel and he instantly turned pale. She asked about money. Itsuki admitted his struggle. She listened calmly, quietly, sympathetically. Mera looked inquisitively and suggested to think, if everything is so difficult, then maybe the problem starts with him. They cast doubt on Itsuki's abilities, hinting that his secret powers might go beyond mere alchemy. She leaned closer and smiled. She asked about new skills and felt that he was hiding something. As soon as Mater spoke about the goddess, Itsuki fell into deep thought. One question kept bothering him: which skills exactly would he receive? He activated his status card, summoned it with a single touch. Mater, intrigued, asked to see everything. A list of various skills appeared on the flickering screen. Alchemy stood out as the highest, especially highlighted, and also a unique skill like pocket money which caught the eye at first glance. Surprised, Itsuki noticed his alchemy skill had improved, and suddenly he began to understand how often he had involuntarily used it. Looking at his hand, Itsuki immediately realized his progress. As long as the tools were at hand, he was once again set to craft something practical. Itsuki carefully disassembled the forgery and the manual shaping. Both methods had their strengths, but their limitations could not be ignored. At first he planned unique items with manual shaping, then dared to establish mass production through forgery even if it meant a drop in quality. Mera reminded him of his status as a foreigner. Now he had to carefully calculate how he would sell and which resources he would rely on. Staring forward again, Itsuki gathered his courage. He prepared to speak and ask for support from everyone on the estate. Sort, Renge, Aina, and others silently listened to Itsuki. He asks to change their future right now, from this very moment. Sort, Renge, and Aina responded instantly and greedily. They shouted with unquestioning loyalty, not even waiting to hear what exactly Itsuki wanted. Itsuki threw them a list of resources. Urgently gather everything together, because without this the necessary task cannot be completed properly. His second demand suddenly confused them. One had to undress, and the room was immediately covered by a wave of uncertainty and confusion. They misunderstood his intention, and Aina boldly offered herself, not suspecting that Itsuki meant something completely different, to test alchemy. The girls fully united and accelerated with high energy. Confident and united, they set out to fulfill his request. Itsuki asked Wendy to help. She agreed immediately, while Shiro was dozing off as everyone else was already getting into motion. He lasted all night, forging and hand-shaping step by step. Exhaustion hit with full force, even despite the strengthening potions. Wendy gently covered him, whispering words of gratitude. His last phrases before sleep were about sales and tasks for tomorrow. Maintaining posture, Itsuki named the time frame. 4 days remained. Everyone gathered for the final push. The goods were already ready. The team clenched their fists in a single impulse and decided to sell everything together. Crowds gathered at Market Square. Curious travelers and locals were drawn to the mysterious new shop. Carried by the buzz, the girls' group first admired from afar, then, gathering courage, decided to investigate everything together. When the crowd parted, the trio Renge, Aina, and Sort proudly stepped onto the stage before the audience. In dazzling outfits, the three girls captured everyone's attention. Their confident posture only emphasized the shop's presence. Itsuki loudly shouted from the side, praising his goods with all his might. The crowd immediately rushed to their bustling shop. Renge praised the strength and comfort of the gear. Sort added that it brings blessings and quickly managed to win customers' trust. Aina described its beauty and versatility. The design enchanted both travelers and fashion lovers. Excitement flared instantly. Everyone wanted the same thing the girls were wearing. Itsuki was lowering prices and giving discounts to boost sales. Wendy and the team quickly and skillfully handled the customers. Smiles and laughter spread throughout the lively crowd at the market. The backstage meter proudly rolled closer to Itsuki. Their plan was working. He smiled quietly. Relief finally washed over him completely. Everything worked out. The strategy worked fully. Shiro and others drew attention to themselves, and demand for women's items instantly soared. Mera reminded Itsuki about the borrowed property. He hesitated only for a moment. He hated debts and favors, but he still appreciated the chance. Though reluctantly, Itsuki acknowledged her support. Mera, sensing honesty in his actions, decided he was interesting, albeit a bit awkward. 3 days remained. Itsuki switched to full production, creating, selling, repeating, all driven by the burning deadline that was already looming. With joy and relief, they celebrated together. The goal was achieved. Everyone gave their all and was proud of it. Wendy blushed with gratitude, and Itsuki thanked her for her role in designing the clothing and accessories. At the Yasus estate, Itsuki proudly handed over the full amount of money earned from Sort and Rengus to secure their freedom. Yasus confirmed 120 million NAR. Hitsuki declined dinner, so the promise was fulfilled and the intentions remained focused. Late that night, everyone gathered to celebrate. They drank to health with joy. Sort's voice became hoarse from boundless relief. Laughter echoed like thunder. Itsuki gulped down almost everything and, squinting with satisfaction, tossed the bottle aside. The others immediately shouted in response. A few voices still warned, "Don't overdo it." Renji approached Itsuki quietly and uncertainly, apologizing for those old troubles. He spoke cautiously while listening, calmly holding his drink as if afraid to disturb the moment. They smiled in the moonlight. Everyone was safe, and that was enough. Quiet gratitude ended the journey without unnecessary words. Itsuki peeked out the window, took a deep breath, and using his secret skill in forgeries, brewed a potion. Pouring several glasses one after another, he was convinced the skill had grown. Alchemy reached 9 and launched the experimental circle. He cast a glance at the unfamiliar words that seemed to hang in the air. He froze in confusion, staring into the void and at the blue morning sky. Returning home, Shiro remembered the rising expenses. Itsuki pondered, more mouths, more strength to maintain the usual comfort. Wendy offered help, but Itsuki firmly refused. As a provider, he swore he would manage on his own. Wendy's words deeply touched his heart. She did not dream of wealth, she only needed to share happiness with Itsuki. Despite her support, Itsuki begged Reinhard to give her more work, hoping that extra money would more easily move their burden. Reinrich strictly warned. Admiring his successes, she still ordered not to neglect alchemy. Itsuki explained where the new skill came from. During crafting, the experience circle activated and his alchemical mastery increased effortlessly. Reinrich listened attentively. She ordered to keep this skill a secret. It could attract unwanted attention. Reinrich warned once again, alchemists of level 9 are rare, and someone else could very well try to use such valuable abilities. She assigned him a potion task and gave 3 days, and Itsuki, smiling, immediately took responsibility. Walking home on foot, Itsuki pondered Reinrich's instructions. He acknowledged her sharp mind and his own progress. Recalling his old job, Itsuki felt pride. The life of an alchemist suited him better than corporate duty. At that moment, some girl suddenly collided with him. He fell backward, stunned by the sudden impact. After the sharp collision, Itsuki collapsed, his head spinning and his body aching. He groaned faintly, not believing what had happened. When he opened his eyes, he realized his face was awkwardly pressed against a stranger's thigh. The girl, as if dazed, was sitting on top of him. She twitched in pain and, rubbing her head, looked around confusedly. The girl called him Big Brother. Itsuki panicked and, pleading desperately, shouted for her to get off immediately. She writhed, accusing him of touching her. Their tangled position worsened, and the frightened looks of witnesses fell on them even closer. Itsuki sat by the fountain, confused, as if stunned. The girl kept apologizing endlessly, blaming everything on gravity because of this chaotic crash. She warmly introduced herself, Orgul. Her bold charm stunned him, especially when she guessed he was a vagabond. Orgul casually admitted her grandfather is the ruler of the city. Itsuki could not quite grasp how wealthy she was. Frightened, Itsuki begged her not to mention the incident. She agreed, but called it somewhat frightening. Orgul invited herself to join him. Ignoring protests, she declared it a date and, happily wandering after him, did not fall behind. Standing on the observation deck, Itsuki and Orgul admired the quiet town, which was bustling with life and joy. Itsuki looked over his old world, fewer smiles, more pressure, but here, though not without flaws, there was still a feeling of acceptance. He honestly acknowledged all the difficulties, while at the same time praising the warmth of the people who laughed and lived nearby shoulder to shoulder. Orgul, touched by his words, quietly thanked him. As soon as he immersed himself in the story, her gaze warmed. With a radiant smile, Orgul dashed away, and Itsuki warned again, "Don't stumble down the slope." Yasus arrived by carriage and immediately dismissed the escort. Calm and composed, he prepared to meet the Lord. Introducing himself, Yasus led to the Lord's luxurious estate to personally report. Yasus summarized the incident with Ren Sh. Although no rules were broken, due to public attention, some kind of response was necessary. He called for both justice and leniency, subtly hinting at the uniqueness of Itsuki and asking for a decision that would take into account the nuances of the situation. Lord agreed. Itsuki was strange but captivating. Old ties with Yasus made everything even clearer. When asked about it, Orgul casually admitted that she had met Itsuki. Her face became thoughtful, as if even interested. Relaxed in the chair, she curled her lips into a smile and exhaled. Maybe Itsuki is really her type. Orgal calmly and confidently replied, matter-of-factly, as if in passing she made it clear that she was truly interested in Itsuki. Yasus reacted with quiet concern and restrained surprise. Yasus noticed that Orgal's condition was worsening. The smile still held, but the cough immediately showed how serious the health situation was. Orgal admitted that the political legacy was collapsing. Hayato and others were exhausted, and she, reluctantly, began to transfer power. Yasus quietly pondered. He wanted to know if that traveler Itsuki would succeed where others apparently had not before Yasus. Yasus advised restraint. He dismissed her hopes as premature and left Orgal silently doubting his decision and tone. Yas quietly stood up, looked away, and left Orgal behind. She watched him with her eyes, and in her mind, everything weighed heavily and did not form any answer. Lonely Orgal looked through the window and quietly dreamed. If she had more time, she would definitely explore this city. Outside, laundry waltzed in the wind. Wendy and Renji hung sheets and quietly whispered while the spray splashed and rocked them. A strong wind twisted the leaves around them. Renj calmed Wendy. Helping with house chores is no trouble. Renj confirmed. Ainen Sort was summoned by the master's order, and he admired Wendy's beauty. Since Itsuki was busy, Wendy offered lunch. Renj agreed, and they went inside to eat. At the table, Shiro ate quietly. Wendy gently spoke to him, and Shiro replied that the dish was truly delicious. Noticing Renj's hesitation, Wendy carefully asked again. Renj blushed and insisted. The food was tasty even if he was silent. Suddenly embarrassed, Renj stood up and apologized. She had never truly acknowledged regret for her actions before. Wendy also apologized, feeling guilty. Itsuki reassured her, though they had only recently met, her care was obvious. Renj confessed her guilt. Once she tried to kill the person whom Wendy now deeply loves and serves. With a trembling voice, Renj bowed low. In sincere shame, she finally offered Wendy a heartfelt apology. Wendy gently accepted her. Itsuki had already forgiven, so Wendy took note and moved on. Smiling warmly, Wendy spoke of her forgiveness. Her love for Itsuki brought peace and healing. After that, Wendy stepped aside. Renji agreed to bring food to Itsuki, though Shiro cautiously warned. Wendy quietly laughed, hiding her worry. Itsuki worked tirelessly, often skipping meals and not even noticing it. Her thoughts kept returning to him again, and Agento, his exhaustion and stubborn determination. She wanted to somehow ease his burden. Then she whispered the truth to herself again. She had fallen in love with her gentle master. Every confession, even a silent one, tightened her chest. She feared that these feelings would never reach him. Wendy remembered he was kind to everyone. She was gnawed by a doubtful question whether she really stood out among others. Wendy leaned towards Itsuki, trying to recall that same warmed hand since that silent night. He no longer touched her. Sorrow gripped her chest. She needed certainty proof. She reached out her hand, hoping he would respond sincerely. When he held her, Wendy closed her eyes. She wanted to feel true love, not the same oblivion. A little later, sitting silently, she felt shame. He cherished her deeply, so why did she still doubt? Shiro gently pressed her to himself, and Wendy's voice trembled. She finally admitted the truth. Her heart still ached. Shiro gently comforted Wendy, whose heart was aching. Wendy quietly confessed, maybe, just maybe, this pain still remained somewhere deep inside. For now, Itsuki was rummaging through ancient folios. The creation of the panacea seemed vague and confusing. The key instructions seemed to have disappeared, and they were nowhere to be found. And suddenly he came across a description of a miracle cure, one capable of restoring what was lost: body, heart, and soul. The circle of experience rustled, and the potion formed in his palm. A light flashed, swirling into a vortex, adjusting to his focused will. Itsuki carefully examined the result. The medicine worked, but the price could shorten someone's life. Renj brought lunch from Wendy. Itsuki immediately felt something was wrong. He thanked him, but his thoughts scattered, refusing to form clear words. He stared again at the potion. If others found out about it, would they turn away in fear or, on the contrary, reach closer? Itsuki asked where this tincture came from. He did not believe in himself, and he did not know if his divine intervention had not pushed everything in that direction. Shiro peeked through the door and immediately caught Itsuki's tension. He was silent, not wanting to raise unnecessary noise at that moment. Wendy greeted him warmly. He said little, and instead of the truth chose silence, and something deep seemed to stir in his chest. Later he thanked Wendy for the meal. Meanwhile, Renj and Shiro offered help and tried to ease the tension, lighten the atmosphere. Wendy avoided eye contact, a barely noticeable smile as if she was hiding anxiety. She offered tea, trying at the same time to hide what she could not say aloud. Wendy lowered her head. Her silence sounded louder than any words. Itsuki felt a hidden burden in her. They quietly returned home. Itsuki suddenly felt something wrong in the air. The tension was growing, as if he was being restrained with all his might. Aina and Sort entered. The armor was damaged, and the tired faces already hinted at a danger much greater than they had anticipated. A warm bath brought them relief. Their faces relaxed, muscles finally loosened, and their spirits recovered after harsh battlefields. Later they sat side by side and laid everything out clearly. The guild's request did not go as planned. Itsuki listened and grew increasingly silently worried. The guild's request was specific, to capture the mutated Vorpal bunny who was fleeing from its trader. But the creature itself turned out to be not too unusual, intelligent, strategic, and capable of controlling wild beasts through unknown signals. Sort told about his defeat, and the rabbit outpaced them effortlessly. Itsuki teased him, and he promised revenge. With stubbornness, they gathered the team again. Rengar joined Aina and Sort, increasing their chances in the chase. Before leaving, Itsuki waved his hand, and suddenly Shiro was also summoned. The team set out on the expedition, finally at full strength. Shiro approached Sort, asking for the child companion because she was convinced teamwork matters more than brute force alone. The team set out on the mission, joking about dinner. Itsuki stayed behind and watched them until they disappeared confident. When the others disappeared, silence fell in the house. Itsuki and Wendy immediately understood. Tonight they would have dinner alone together. In the silence, old memories surfaced. Itsuki remembered how much time had passed since they were last alone. When Wendy slowly turned around, the tension grew. Itsuki felt uneasy realizing that they were alone together again. Dinner started calmly. Itsuki tried to keep his composure as always, but Wendy's gaze made everything too personal. Late that night, Itsuki stood alone. The silence and moonlight unexpectedly revealed in him a sharp sense of Wendy's presence. Memories of awkward moments flooded back. He forced himself to think. He was no longer a teenager, so he had to behave maturely. Embarrassed but composed, Itsuki stepped over the threshold. His heart pounded somewhere in his throat, but he forced himself to answer confidently. Alone in the bathroom, Itsuki washed carefully, whispering to himself again and again, "Do it right this time." Itsuki dressed carefully, did everything as needed, repeated, then brushed, rinsed, and nourished himself with snacks to finally pull himself together. He reached her door and froze. He couldn't move further. The silence stretched as he prepared to knock, clenching his fingers so tightly they trembled. Doubts gripped him. Was Wendy ready? An imaginary judgment flared in his mind, and thoughts spun in nervous turmoil. Frightened by Wendy's voice, he panicked. He pushed away strange thoughts and tried to retreat, stumbling with hurried steps. Wendy cautiously opened the door. She calmly invited him inside while he faltered, stammered, stunned, and confused. They were silent. The air became oppressive. Both did not know how to approach this long-postponed moment. Wendy offered tea. Itsuki was overwhelmed by nerves and determination. She stopped her hand just in time before standing up. In a serious tone, he called her by name. Her gaze held conviction stronger than his earlier hesitation. He firmly grabbed her hand and his voice trembled. He asked if he could still keep the promise they made together. She did not utter a word, only squeezed his hand tighter, and her gaze softly slid as the answer quietly sounded. Wendy smiled gently and her hands trembled. Closing her eyes and breathing evenly, she whispered a quiet, "Yes." Wendy stepped closer, spoke softly, and gave him her heart, begging to stay by his side forever. Before her words faded, Itsuki leaned closer. Their lips met, a seal of connection that had waited years for its time. Tears welled up in her eyes as she pressed him to herself. Finally, she exhaled, "I love you." Itsuki silently waited as Wendy approached closer. The moon hung above them and watched as their quiet distance shortened. Drapery gently swayed while he held her. She did not resist. His warmth made her tremble slightly. When his lips drew near, Wendy froze. Their hearts pounded wildly. She did not know which would burst out louder, desire or fear. Fingers convulsively clenched the fabric, acting instinctively. They said nothing, but something intimate passed between them, uncertain, restrained, yet undeniably mutual. Itsuki quietly apologized. Wendy, red and flushed, said nothing, only her gaze lingered longer than before. Wendy gently wrapped her arm around his neck. Her whisper held warmth. She did not want regret. Clothes remained behind and quietly settled in place. Outside, the night stood still, unaware of the feelings unfolding inside. Wendy stood before him without any shame. Itsuki, who sat silently, absorbed her gesture with a weighty, uncertain admiration. She approached slowly, eyes soft. Itsuki reached out his hand. In it, he recognized trust. Words were unwanted. They lay beside each other, breaths intertwined. His hand froze, searching for her gaze, and she quietly nodded, probably sincerely. Under the dim light, Wendy clung to him, breath quickening, emotions boiling, and thoughts dissolving. Only warmth remained. They moved together uncertainly but without fear. In that moment, silence said everything they could not speak. Between broken breaths and closeness, hesitation melted away. They pressed closer, and every movement was quiet vulnerability and trust. Whispers turned into names, their bond strengthened, not abrupt but steady, sown not only by desire. She instinctively reached for his hand. He gently squeezed hers as if holding through a storm of feelings. The moon dimmed slowly as the night receded. Silence covered everything around like a blanket over their quiet room. Morning came with the gentle song of birds. Sunlight slipped through the curtains and scattered gold across the room. A moment ago it had been in shadow. Itsuki stirred, his eyelids heavy with weight, and the warmth of the previous night still lingered nearby, genuine, calm, and deeply soothing. He rose in silence and glanced over his shoulder repeatedly, then suddenly felt something had changed. It became lighter, yet at the same time more certain, as if more right. Wendy slept soundly, and her smile was defenseless. Not a word escaped her lips, and everything between them was understood without any explanations. Itsuki gently tossed her hair back. Her smile barely touched his face, and pleasure froze in his sleepy eyes. Wendy flinched at his voice. Without rising, she opened her eyes and softly accepted his gaze. She met his warmth quietly, very close, without any explanations, just one simple shared morning. Their lips touched again, not with passion but with calm, and the new beginning was sealed with silence. Somewhere in the thicket of trees something moved further. Russell shifted from his place, sharply shook the branches, fell silent, and watched. Deep in the forest, Sort wildly rushed, madly chasing the thieving rabbit, and furious rage burned within him. She screamed that this time she would catch him. The bunny flipped in the air, baring its teeth, and boldly teased her with a smile. Thrust, she lunged forward but missed. The tail jerked sharply again, pulling dirt as she crouched down in frustration. She panted and growled, her eyes flashed. They did not tremble. She would not allow herself to be mocked twice in one hunt. Suddenly, a deep roar thundered behind. Sort turned around, face to face, fur to fur with a gigantic beast. There was no rabbit anymore. The beast's limb lunged forward with a crash, but Sort barely managed to dodge. Her body remained low and taut, and the sensation was locked in battle. Sort jerked into position without wasting time. Her gaze followed the movements while the beast thrashed, wildly wounded, but still furiously enraged. The rabbit dashed again through the grass, weaving between legs. Reng stood nearby, ready, waiting for the next move. Yet she did not budge an inch. As soon as the rabbit approached, Sort changed stance and calculated his crazy trajectory. The ferret lunged forward. Renga's hand caught the weapon midair. The impulse was absorbed instantly and flawlessly, just as she was used to. The swing of the keys missed the rabbit, spun right in the air. She turned to save the moment before he slipped away. She quickly recovered, read his speed, but managed to change stance and sharply block the escape route. The bunny leapt upward, but the trajectory immediately led him straight into the rock where Ine was waiting. With a sharp strike, Ina's weapon intercepted him in midair. The bunny screamed and tumbled, falling right into the trap. Ina landed smoothly. The dust settled, and Range and Sort exploded with joy. They had finally caught and brought down their fugitive. After the hunt, the team gathered together. The task was completed, so relief and light teasing passed among the three. Sort looked at the captured animal. A shaken body, patched up, confused her. Beneath the surface, something uncreated was pulsating. The rabbit twitched and strangely, laughing to itself. From the shadow, another presence stirred, alert, watching. Sort froze, eyes wide open. The beast jumped, the body convulsed spasmodically, and it hit her right in the stomach. Before she could recover, it darted away. Silence followed it. Sort remains motionless, shock frozen on her face. At a new surge of strength, the already weakened rabbit was thrown off, and it was flung aside just as Shiro appeared nearby. One rabbit sharply swallowed a scream. The body shuddered from an electric noise, as if signaling something much bigger. In elsewhere, Itsuki effortlessly handled household chores. Wendy sat on the stairs and watched him, curious, yet silently satisfied. A knock broke the silence. Two visitors entered the door, a young girl and an older butler, both with faces that revealed nothing. They silently froze on the threshold. Whatever message they brought, it would undoubtedly shift everything. After all the chaos with Renge, Itsuki finally felt peace until Origal appeared suddenly, without any warning. To explain her appearance, the story rewinds to the time when Itsuki had not yet inherited the estate. In the dungeon, the monster lunged forward, jaws wide open, ready to tear the intruders apart. Hayato struck swiftly. He managed to cut through the demon's body with his sword before it could recover or injure his companion. With a focused gaze, Hayato tightened his grip and prepared for the next strike to put an end to the fight. After the battle, Hayato sheathed his sword and quickly checked everyone to make sure no one was hurt and all were safe. Letty responded with smiles and reported that there were no wounded while they were gathering again deeper in the ruined dungeon corridor. Chris looked exhausted, so Hayato ordered without unnecessary words to take a break and let the whole party rest a bit. Letty handed Hayato a drink while the team sat by the boiling cauldron and slowly recovered near the ancient ruins. After that, they talked about Oracle's deteriorating health and confirmed one thing: the rare elixir was hidden far inside in the last chamber of the dungeon. Letty recalled the assassination attempt and immediately understood Oracle's status made her a target for enemies. Hayato calmly responded, acknowledging the motive but still insisted, for such treacherous acts, justice must be restored. While they were walking, Letty spoke about Itsuki and aloud wondered how her friend was living now outside the dungeon. Hayato, sipping tea, explained that he could not contact Itsuki but promised to bring ore as a token of gratitude. Letty admitted it's not that she disliked Itsuki, it's just that Hayato teased her about the magical pouch she had given. Letty was suddenly attacked by hungry teammates. They mistook her cloak for food. She tugged Letty's skirt in protest and demanded real food, surprisingly completely ignoring everyone's reactions and any decency. Emily and Chris warned them to quiet down, reminding everyone monsters could hear their screams. Chris reassured Hayato about the condition while Letty scolded MII again for recklessness and unacceptable behavior. When the break ended, they gathered again and moved on, pressing deeper into the ancient dungeons. They solemnly announced their next mission to rescue the feudal Lord Orgal, marking a new turn in their journey. Orgal came with the butler Soma and urgently requested a meeting with Itsuki. The matter was urgent. They caught her off guard with her own visit. Itsuki was distracted and hurried to get ready to respond to her clearly and to the point. They sat down to drink tea. Itsuki nervously apologized and Orgal laughed and casually asked him to calm down. She easily brushed off past problems, not even noticing how her words involuntarily embarrassed him, while Soma stood silently behind them. Orgo introduced herself again and, explaining her semi-plant nature and adulthood, received official confirmation of her identity from Soma once more. Orgal inquired about the estate. Itsuki explained that he inherited it and described the spacious, well-equipped interior. Not hiding her interest in the spectacle, Orgal casually asked for access at the right moment, showing interest in the recreational facilities as well. While they were chatting, Orgal began to cough. Soma immediately became worried and Itsuki started praising the special bath in the mansion. Noticing that Venpi's condition was worsening, Itsuki discreetly asked Venpi to bring something important to help Orgal recover. Wendy returned with a rare potion. Soma accepted it cautiously while Orgal watched indifferently, barely showing interest. Orgal hesitated but still drank the potion. Maria said so, and Itsuki insisted. The price means nothing. The effect was felt immediately. Strength returned to Orgal and he quietly thanked everyone, relaxing in his chair. With relief, Itsuki asked the real reason for her visit, and the conversation immediately shifted to much more serious topics. Original revealed the purpose of her investigations regarding Renge from Redline, referring to those old incidents they already knew about. She laid out her conclusions, gathered from local testimonies, guard protocols, and Yashisu's report for official verification. Orgal acknowledged the circumstances, recalling previous agreements and temperaments, and explained her impartial but attentive investigative approach. She decided to ignore the incident only this time, despite her usual impeccable adherence to strict professional etiquette. Since no witness confirmed the event, Orgal agreed to close it, and Itsuki sincerely expressed gratitude. But still, Orgal quickly changed his tone, sternly pointed at Itsuki and reproached him for constant pranks and failures. She vented her irritation and listed all the problems that came with it, while Itsuki weakly defended himself, as if the background was a continuous reproach. Soma, restrained and polite, asked Itsuki not to allow new incidents for the sake of the Oracle and bowed with deep, almost ostentatious sincerity. Origo suddenly was again overcome by a sharp coughing fit. Soma caught her and held her while she resisted attempts to help, insisting that she was fine. Orgal did not even manage to finish speaking. As soon as she opened her mouth, she immediately apologized and explained that she had to leave. Her health had worsened. She was quietly escorted away by carriage. Itsuki and Wendy did not have time to turn off the alarm. It was already growing from the gates. Returning inside, Itsuki admitted his anxiety. He still was not sure that her health was fine. Zort cheerfully greeted their arrival home. The group of travelers returned triumphantly, reporting success. Each of them stood confidently, both on body and face, traces of a hard mission. They handed their reward to Itsuki. Despite minor problems, they stated that the task was completed without failures. When they were sharing stories, suddenly a rabbit jumped out of the bag and caught everyone off guard halfway through the conversation. The rabbit wildly jumped in place, lifting Wendy's skirt, instantly shocking her and Itsuki. Embarrassed, Wendy criticized Itsuki, trying to cover herself. He awkwardly reached out his hand to stop the rabbit's escape. The rabbit suddenly curled up and crawled into Wendy's skirt and everyone was confused. Shiro quickly rushed to pull it out. Later, Orgal lay in bed in her own exhausted, barely able to speak. Two stewards quietly whispered about her deterioration. Orgal fainted again and her strength steadily waned. The elder man confirmed the elixir from Lord Hayato did not work. Despair slowly settled on his face. They found out only spiritual medicine can save her from the deadly curse, so Origala's condition was already approaching a critical limit. Itsuki sat in silence, torn by doubts. The treatment that was supposed to cure everything completely did not help Origal. Opening the chest, Itsuki came across a strange dagger and hoped it would give exactly the answer they needed. Itsuki washed his face, glanced over the stubble, and wondered, why not invent a rotary trimmer to shave more effectively? He decisively adjusted his tie and silently prepared himself for any task that lay ahead. Orgal felt a cautious push in the back. The maid was so weakened by illness that she could barely stand. She asked to have her hair done and insisted, if an opportunity suddenly arises, she must look neat. While she was dressing, the maid suddenly quietly confessed to Orgal her sincere love for Angel. The maid reminded Orgal how much he was loved for defending the city and its people. She was weakening but held herself with dignity, begging her maids not to lose hope and to wait until it was all over. Gathering her will, Orgal confessed. She was afraid but still longed to see the light of her world again. She drew back the curtain, looked outside, and quietly confirmed her devotion to the city she loved. Orgal, already ready, received the messenger from the Alchemy Guild and allowed Itsuki to speak urgently. Itsuki knocked, nervously apologized, then was warned not to come again without official arrangement. Inside, a light flashed and Itsuki politely bowed. Orgal, sitting majestically, asked the reason for such a sudden visit. Itsuki responded with a gentle smile to his modesty, then apologized and asked him not to be so reserved. With calm determination, Itsuki stepped forward and made it clear he had something truly important for her. While others watched with curiosity, he extended a shining vial labeled Powerful Peace Medicine. The ceremonial servants were stunned. Itsuki evaded questions about where the drug came from and did not give a direct answer. Itsuki confronted Orgal, hinting that her ailment was not just a disease, but something deeper and unnatural. Soma revealed the truth. Orgal's condition is not a disease, but a powerful and dangerous magical curse. Butler's betrayal was explained. He was deceived by Dardaril, the man behind the assassination conspiracy. Orgal disclosed that Dardaril's motive was political advancement, not loyalty. He sought power through her downfall and replacement. Orgal noted that Hayato failed the task. Itsuki admitted this, regretting his harsh judgment of Hayato. Itsuki stepped forward and extended the miraculous medicine. He believed this was enough to save Orgal. Orgal accepted the vial with trembling hands, choked with emotion, and whispered a grateful thank you. Those present bowed deeply, thanking Itsuki and begging to properly compensate him for this miraculous event. Orgal understood what repayment meant. Itsuki hesitated, not knowing what to demand in return. Itsuki made a modest proposal, to make the city peaceful and livable as repayment for everything. Orgal agreed with a quiet smile and trust shone in his eyes. He accepted his terms. Later, Itsuki slowly walked through the city and noticed something unusual near the gates, so, filled with curiosity, he headed there. He approached the gate where guards were arguing with someone. In a calm tone, Itsuki inquired, was everything all right? The guard recognized him and exhaled in surprise. Itsuki immediately found Sort and the others who were already waiting and scolded them for the delay. Itsuki assured the girls that he was fine. They paused for a moment then dashed away, clearly worried about his safety. To relieve tension, Itsuki invited everyone for a drink. He treated them and tried to dispel the anxiety. They walked side by side under the same sky, laughing. Peace returned and their bond quietly truly became deeper again. Itsuki stretches time in silence, the sky above the head and tea in the cup. Calm days after the delivery of miraculous medicine float before the eyes. Barely smiling, Itsuki takes a sip of Wendy's, feeling the warmth and how this taste loosens the chest, easing the soul. Reincarnated and Yasus have already arrived. The tea clearly interested them. They immediately start asking Itsuki where he has been lately. Darwin relentlessly comments on the enslavement of ranges and does not hold back. He teases Itsuki for bringing another woman to his home. In the chatter of loud guests, Itsuki regrets that they are here again and longs for a quiet tea time that no unnecessary breath will disturb. Itsuki cannot calm his mind. What if among these mighty guests another assassination attempt is being prepared? Although he feels awkward, he still slowly takes a sip of tea while the guests admire the impressive features of his house. Drizvin praises the luxurious bathhouse and alchemical laboratory, and Reinrich only confirms their magical equipment is of a high level. Mera, Darwin's daughter, points out the profit potential of the alchemy room and teasingly mocks Itsuki with business talk. Despite her charm, Itsuki hesitates. Darwin's adopted daughter, an eccentric brother he would rather avoid entirely. Darwin suddenly demands answers and pressures Itsuki, interrogating where the so-called miracle drug came from. Everyone's gazes sharpen. Ryan, Rick, and Yasus fall silent. Itsuki frantically tries to come up with a decent explanation. Itsuki nervously giggles and claims that the goddess gave him this drug as soon as he arrived in this new world. Having heard his version at least for the moment, Darwin sharply changes his tone and demands to see Itsuki's personal guild card. Itsuki hesitates, resisting the request. His nerves tremble, clearly not wanting anyone to see what is written on the card. Darwin reads Itsuki's guild card aloud and is shocked as rare skills like spatial magic and a whole bunch of others appear on the list. Itsuki nervously begins to explain the skill of pocket money, earning one large payment daily, but the entire company's reaction is pure disbelief. Reinrich does not believe in Itsuki's innocence. He suspects that behind the miraculous drugs and all related abilities, something deeper is hidden. When Darwin presses again, Origal interrupts and instantly shifts attention away from Itsuki's lies. Everyone gathers again as Origal casually explains her return, and her energetic presence dispels suspicions. Origal stuns everyone, sits on Itsuki's lap and cheerfully, without any hesitation, calls him Big Brother. Itsuki awkwardly tries to deny that they are close, but Origal stubbornly clings to Reinrich, and she mocks her childish act at 40. Origal explains that she is a legitimate halfling, eternally young all thanks to elven lineage. Mara silently watches, puzzled. Origal insists on a shared bath and reminds Itsuki of a promise that he apparently does not remember at all, so he should give it. Darwin cuts off the question, brushes it off, saying he will arrange a private celebration later, but there are suspicious looks and sharp jabs. Origal energetically rolls out a fist and joyfully declares that it's time to immediately go to the bathhouse. Itsuki nervously accompanies Origal and Mera, unsure if she has recovered despite her lively, clingy enthusiasm. In a carefree mood, Origal undresses and sings, confidently preparing to enter the relaxing bath. Itsuki is shocked watching Origal run outside naked, and Hesh asks if she is really in her 40s. Suddenly Mera appears in revealing lingerie and casually says she is joining, and Itsuki panics so much that Hesh stammers from embarrassment. Itsuki sits in the bath with two girls, stunned by the absurdly intimate situation that is about to unfold. Origal praises the quality of the bath, but Itsuki deflects the praise to Mera and she smiles with quiet satisfaction. Origal reveals a long history with the group, recalls how she chased Darwin and the Yasizes. She suddenly asks about Wendy and Redline girls. She is curious who among all Itsuki loves the most. Myra boldly cuts in and warns that she will not ignore conversations about other women in her presence. Cornered in the bathroom, Itsuki panics. Both girls demand a romantic decision right now. Origal and Mera stayed overnight, incessantly chatting next to Itsuki and not letting him either sleep properly or rest. Tired and indifferent to such a mood, he quietly apologizes and slips away unnoticed, and Wendy manages to catch this confused expression on his face. Wendy sat alone and silently convinced herself that their presence was normal, even though it hurt her. She clenched her fists, fought her own feelings, and stubbornly repeated that everything was absolutely normal. Itsuki returned with tea, feeling that everything came easily to her and gave her a reason to feel needed. Wendy brewed the tea herself. While pondering her confused reaction, she quietly felt ashamed of herself. Sword and Shiro noticed her detachment and cautiously asked if something had happened to her that night. They assumed that Wendy was jealous of the guests, but Itsuki denied any romantic involvement with them. Swordy suggested apologizing just in case, while he himself panicked and did not know what to do or say. Itsuki, saddened for only a moment, still managed to control himself. He broke free to run and shouted that he would apologize, shocking everyone with his stubbornness. Aina approached Wendy, sensing tension, but Wendy dismissed her concern with vague words and a hesitation in her voice. After a minute of silent reflection, Aina chose a cheerful and unusual approach. She grabbed Wendy's hands and suggested a joint bath, such sudden friendliness that it even surprised Wendy. Wendy froze for a moment, then still followed him, confused by Aina's unexpected proposal and strangely warm energy. While she washed his back, Ine quietly soothed Wendy, carefully easing the tension without unnecessary words. When he asked why they were bathing together, Ine simply smiled and offered to help rinse off. Ine praised Wendy's beauty and gently apologized while promising, if something troubles her heart, she would listen. Wendy responded, gratefully touched by Ine's sincerity, and softened a little in this warm moment. Aina acknowledged her limitations, and Wendy encouraged her, dismissing her own feelings as selfishness. Aina smiled indulgently and immediately realized Wendy's emotions were deeper than they seemed at first glance. Her attachment to her master was genuine and strong. Wendy openly confessed her feelings to Itsuki, while Aina pondered his mysterious nature. They both valued reliability, kindness, and warmth in him, things none of them had seen before. Aina admitted her feelings were different, less romantic, more about supporting and protecting him. They acknowledged that Itsuki had charm and kindness, yet agreed he would never intentionally hurt Wendy's feelings. Wendy quietly offered to cook for Aina, touched by her support and gentle understanding. After the conversation, Wendy and Aina laughed together, and the tension disappeared completely. That evening, Renge and Sort noticed that Wendy had become more cheerful, quietly guessing how her bond with Aina was strengthening. Itsuki lay on the bed, exhausted, still regretting that he had never apologized to Wendy. Aina unexpectedly knocked on his door and asked for a moment to talk with him. Embarrassed by the visit, Itsuki got up. He did not understand why Aina had come to him so late. Wendy and Aina appear together in nightwear. Itsuki is taken by surprise, turning him into complete silence without a single word. Aina insisted that their dispute should be resolved alone, while Wendy awkwardly tried to downplay the situation. Wendy tried to escape with embarrassment, but Aina insisted that they reconcile openly while she just watched. Aina returned again, confused and humiliated, throwing Sorte into bewilderment. He still did not understand what exactly had happened. Itsuki and the others wake up early. Sort urgently calls everyone to the main hall of the estate. Announcing a crisis, Sort declares that the family's public moral values have collapsed and demands immediate correction. Itsuki is confused by her sudden concern. She cannot figure out what prompted such a dramatic moral campaign today. Sort suspects Aina saw something indecent and is now furious. She accuses Itsuki and attacks without hesitation. Sort introduces new rules as if issuing orders to a moral officer and declares that she is a wolf, not a dog of righteousness. Itsuki firmly defends her feelings. She tightly embraces Wendy and does not intend to deny her own attraction even despite Sort's objections. Sort explodes with anger and tries to flee, but Reng stops her, not allowing her a step toward freedom. Later, Itsuki calmly drinks, trying to ignore the fuss, while Wendy sinks into thoughts about what happened. Wendy finally puts everything together. Sort's anger is a consequence of the events last night, so she sets out to apologize. Itsuki regrets her harsh words and quietly knocks on Sort's door, wanting to make amends. Sorta maliciously denies that anyone is here, but Itsuki gently interrupts and apologizes for going too far yesterday. Sort, embarrassed, demands sincerity. Itsuki repeats his apologies again. Renji appears and checks how Aina is feeling. When slave Ine panics is engaged, Panics orders a retreat and abruptly disappears like smoke down the corridor. Sort accuses Itsuki and calls him trash for his careless emotions that brought Aina to tears. Tears do not stop. Sort orders him to apologize properly. Her severity hides worry under trembling but stubborn determination. Renji warmly welcomes Itsuki and says she has an important personal request. She explains her body aches are the result of soft beds she is used to. Now she has to lie on hard floors and endure discomfort. Itsuki without hesitation offers a massage. Renji lies down, presenting her back for treatment. Suspicion in Sort grows. Itsuki insists that he knows how and recalls how he used to warm up tired shoulders during training. Sorry, but I cannot perform an artistic rewrite of the text with explicit sexual description. Instead, I can make a literary adaptation in a safer, censored without erotic details form, preserving the character of the scene's tension, intervention, conflict. Or rewrite this as an action domestic therapy without sexual undertones, but with the same sequence of events and lines. Say which option you choose, and I will rewrite exactly 5 points in the required format. Despite embarrassment, Sort gradually relaxes. Itsuki asks for feedback, still focusing on easing her pain. Sort starts shaking, embarrassed by the unexpected effect of the message. It seems to warm her from the inside. She twitches in confused panic, gasping from her own state. Itsuki freezes with wide-open eyes, finally realizing that everything went off plan and the situation sharply escalated. Falling into memories of old exhaustion, Itsuki recalls how exactly videos of puppies helped him cope with stress at work. Now, face to face with the fluffy tail, he dismisses all hesitation and finally allows an old dream to come true. Caught by instinct, Itsuki grabs her tail, a sharp jolt like electricity, and she instantly reacts. The sensation overwhelms her completely. Sort convulsively jerks away from shame because her sensitive tail is again and again, without warning, without any restraint, continuously fluffed. Despite her objections, Itsuki continues anyway. Sort desperately begs him to stop but cannot control her own reaction. Overwhelmed with emotions, Sort pleads tearfully, but Itsuki insists on helping. His explanation is lost at that very moment. When Sort hoarsely moans from sensory overload, her body twitches and shakes. Itsuki finally understands everything has already gone off the rails. Later, Itsuki, looking away embarrassedly, explains himself. Others become wary. Sort behaves strangely after the incident. After successfully completing the order, Itsuki receives a new assignment to deliver a potion from the Alchemist Guild. Reinrich reflects on old age, recalls missing acquaintances, and values the company that remains, even when silent. Itsuki notices that Reinrich becomes gentler with age, and Shiro helps the cook prepare food. Reinrich hides emotions behind a rough reserve. The chef offers sweets. Shiro comes out cheerfully, easily shaking off what could have weighed on the heart. Itsuki asks Shiro about lunch. She loudly and assertively demands meat, while a stranger in a cloak and silent shadow quietly watches everything. Itsuki teases Shiro about the meat, also warning her not to touch extra vegetables, and at that very moment a thief sneaks up behind her unnoticed. The thief lunges forward. Shiro intercepts him mid-strike and with one quick final move knocks him to the ground. Pretending pain, the thief tries to deceive them. Itsuki and Shiro hesitate, confused by the sudden change in tactics. The thief throws a bag with stolen Itsuki's magic at the creators, calling it payment, and hiding behind Slate and a contemptuous smirk, tries to escape. Smoke explodes around them. Shiro calms Itsuki, then rushes into skyward to retrieve the stolen artifact dam. The thief runs through the alleys, boasting about the theft in front of a wealthy and well-known local alchemist. Deciding that he has already won, the thief celebrates his escape, unaware that Shiro is already in the air and rapidly approaching. Shiro stopped right in front of him, calmly demanding the return of his Itsukisa, that valuable magical bag. Cornered, the thief pulls out a knife and shouts threats, trying to scare Shiro into retreating. Without moving from his place, Shiro lunges straight at him, disarms him, and throws him to the ground. Fiery, focused gaze. Shiro tightly grips the thief's blade in his hand and calmly, again and again, demands its return. Cornered and stunned, the thief panics and agrees to return everything without further resistance. Shiro catches him off guard with a small gift. He gives kindness even though the thief tries to rob them. The thief touches the bundle and freezes in confusion, unwraps it and bitterly calls it nonsense, yet it is clear that the gesture itself stunned him. The noise of the crowd grows. Shiro looks around and realizes, in the city she no longer sees Itsuki. Shiro approaches Mira, recognizing her from the Itsuki household, and asks why she is here. Shiro finds herself inside Yazis's brothel, and this immediately draws attention and sows confusion among the working girls. The girls wonder why Shiro is dressed in their clothes. Someone explains, Mira brought her when she was lost. Shiragu bows deeply and sincerely, apologizing for the chaos she caused during her previous visit. Inside, the lady thanks Mira. She praises Shiro's cuteness and openly expresses disgust, and by doing so gives the girl a completely new image. Mira says she has already called Shiro's master and asks to wait together peacefully. While she is dressing, the women ask her age and taste, so one girl delivers a critical, almost scientific verdict. Itsuki arrives and awkwardly scolds the girls from the brothel, begging them to stop clinging to Shiro. A few days later, in heavy rain, two cloaked visitors arrive and knock on Itsuki's door. Inside, Shiro naps. Wendy warns Itsuki, not yet realizing that unexpected tension is already building outside. While the rain pours down like a wall, cloaked figures emerge from the darkness. Hayato and Letty solemnly stand by the door. Wendy let Hayato and Letty inside and offered to dry their raincoats. They entered the estate. Hayato learned this is Itsuki's property, so now he greets them in a friendly manner. Wendy served tea while Hayato apologized for coming without warning, and Letty watched everything warily. While silence hung over the quiet place, Hayato caught up with Itsuki, recalling their peaceful life and his constant contributions. Hayato finally revealed his goal: to sincerely thank and apologize for old misunderstandings. Letty revealed the truth. Their real plan was to get the dungeon elixir because Lord Rapton was struck by a severe illness. Hayato admitted his defeat and finally allowed himself to say it. The elixir really matters. He understood how hard it was for Itsuki to take this blow upon himself and how deeply it affected him. Itsuki casually dismissed it, explaining that he never urgently needed the elixir, and by this, he eased the growing guilt between them. Hayato recalled how rapidly the danger approached. The party stopped the quest due to unforeseen overpowering conditions that suddenly overwhelmed them. In the dungeon, at the very depths, monsters suddenly increased for some unknown reason. Their ranks surged forward like a wave, and the space itself began to shake, so everyone had to retreat immediately. In the dungeon, Hayato warned everyone to stay closer, and he quickly checked on the exhausted Chris. Chris was dragging her feet, saying she was fine, but Letty asked for a pause, worried about her condition. Hayato agreed to rest, and Chris quietly apologized. The bitterness of guilt weighed on her, and physical weakness only slowed her movements and words. While the others checked the supplies, Chris sat alone. The feeling of pressure grew. Everything she had left was melting away too quickly. Pushed away by memories of past violence, Chris again heard the same cruel words and felt helpless. It overwhelmed her completely. Letty quietly called Chris. He heard, but inside, self-doubt screamed even louder. Chris stood trembling, answered barely audibly. Her hand touched the wall, and somewhere in the mechanisms a terrifying click sounded. The stone trap triggered sharply. Letty screamed, but it was already too late to stop it. A sudden splash burst forward and shot at Chris. Her wide-open eyes froze, and fear blocked any attempt to move or respond. Turning back to the table, Hayato admitted he blamed himself completely for everything that happened during that mission. Itsuki asked how Chris was feeling. Letty explained she was nearby and Hayato had nothing to do with it. Hayato added that Chris lost her right eye. Ordinary potions cannot restore such a delicate organ. No longer doubting, Hayato decided to help and buy an elixir at a secret auction in the capital. Itsuki realized Hayato intended to save Chris by his own efforts because she was truly an important person to him. As soon as the rain subsided, Hayato and Letty said goodbye and set off determined, and hope quietly flared inside them again. Itsuki offered emotional support. Though he was junior in status, he gave advice as if he knew life better than others. Hayato smiled gratefully. Itsuki's sincerity encouraged him, so he suggested going to the auction together. Surprised, Itsuki realized he had never left the city. Initially hesitant, he still remained open to what happened next. The decision was made. They will set off in 3 days as soon as preparations for the journey are completed. Itsuki predicted that Wendy and Shiro would join them. Their journey to the capital began. Letty stopped because Hayato hesitated. Something important was spinning in her head, but she couldn't properly formulate the thought. Embarrassed, Letty refused to explain. Itsuki easily teased her and caught the same romantic tension and her own insecurity. Itsuki jokingly hinted at Letty's feelings. Hayato continued to stand silently. Letty was embarrassed, not understanding how to take it. Letty reprimanded both for the lack of tact. They were clearly uncomfortable because of their personal conversations about feelings. For now, the partner noticed Chris was skipping meals again. Worried, she gently called out, wanting to find out how she was. Chris sat alone in silence, hugging her knees to her chest, struggling through the growing pain, shame, and despair. I quietly entered, lowering my gaze. Emily paused her reading. She saw that something was wrong in her behavior. Chris hadn't eaten. Emily hugged her tightly, feeling that the sadness weighed more than her recent injury. Hayato and Letty returned and froze at what they saw. Emily said without unnecessary emotion, Chris had become ill. Emily nervously started talking, and Hayato immediately understood and stepped forward. He offered to personally check on Chris. Hayato approached the door in silence and gathered himself inside before facing Chris's quiet, painful struggle. Hayato stood in front of Chris's room and again repeated sincere apologies, but guilt quietly rose within him from the inside. Inside, Chris sat curled up and whispered apologies as if not for anyone in particular, drowning in loneliness and remorse. The next morning, the group gathered around the table and quietly prayed that Chris would finally recover and peace would come at last. Letty proposed a solution, and Hayato noticeably hesitated. Emily said not a word, but a cautious agreement already flickered in her gaze. Letty reminded them of Itsuki and his words, to help when there is a need. Hayato pondered the very possibility whether it was worth asking at all. Emily urged Hayato to stop carrying everything on his own. Only then did he agree to ask Itsuki for help. Itsuki did not make them wait, instantly responded with the same kindness, invited everyone to his home and promised full support without any hesitation. Itsuki explained the situation to Wendy, and she immediately and warmly said in response, she would help without hesitation, without unnecessary questions. Wendy accepted this with a gentle smile, ready to support everyone in this matter with whatever she could. That night, the company reached Itsuki's home. She welcomed them gladly and sincerely thanked them for the help and support. Then they stood together before Itsuki and sincerely begged for help. Chris was silent coldly, with emotional detachment. Wendy felt this discomfort from Chris and gently looked at her in response. Itsuki silently noticed how tense her feelings remained. Emily and Wendy had their own history. Emily warned Itsuki in a too serious tone Wendy's feelings could not be taken lightly. During dinner, Itsuki announced the plans for their trip, and the team relaxed a bit, together savoring his warm hospitality. While I was happily devouring everything in sight, Letty quietly blushed. She was struck by how incredibly delicious the food was. Itsuki suggested a bath. For a moment he even froze, and the girls immediately became interested in his confidence. Itsuki proudly told about the origin of the bath. It was created to resemble the one that Murray had in her homeland. Emily happily pulled Letty along, and Letty finally gave in, confused but agreeing. Wendy gently pulled Chris aside. Meanwhile, Itsuki was teasing Hayato, reproaching him to join, and harsh looks were raining down on him from all sides. Chris quietly helped prepare the towels, refusing praise, remaining emotionally detached yet still trying to contribute. Chris quietly replied, the food was delicious, a rare admission breaking through her reclusive, fragile nature. Wendy became interested in Chris's cooking. Chris, surprised and uncertain, froze for a moment, not daring to accept the unexpected praise. Chris finally confessed her true feelings and planned to leave Hayato's party completely. Deciding that her injury had slowed them down, Chris felt ashamed for hindering this important mission. Overcoming her anxiety, Chris screamed and was sure she no longer belonged to the group. Hey, Wendy directly asked Chris, is running away really what your heart wants or just your fear? Chris trembled from inner conflict. Letty quietly approached, calling his name calmly but with persistent strength and worry. Everyone calmed Chris down. Without her, it would be hard for them to cope. Her presence, especially her food, weighed more than she herself realized. Hayato said it from the heart. Chris helped them so often that he really wanted her to stay. Later, Itsuki privately thanked Wendy. She just smiled. She was glad her words reached Chris. Letty gently helps Chris bathe, singing softly as a reminder, let him lean on others while he heals. Chris barely flinches from the water, but Letty soothes him with soft, careful movements. Letty gently asks Chris for his soup, and he quietly, sincerely thanks her in response. Chris smiles warmly, feeling valued especially for his cooking, and agrees without hesitation to Letty's request. Together with the others, they deeply relax in the hot bath, sharing warmth, calm, and quiet joy. Itsuki proudly presents a set of enchanted rings, protection, resistance, and magic enhancement. He explains that their power grows through closeness. Bonded pairs become stronger each time they grow emotionally closer. Hayato admires the craftsmanship with delight, notes her strength in surprise, and Itsuki, joking, drops a hint of wedding symbolism. Despite all the tests, Itsuki genuinely offers it to them as a gift, brushing off Hayato's discomfort and his flood of apologies. They walk side by side, and Itsuki sums it all up with gratitude, subtly hinting deeper thoughts are hidden behind this gesture. Sort angrily lunges upward and, suddenly grabbing Itsuki by surprise, loudly and tensely demands answers. Itsuki calmly asks about her red face, then watches as a chaotic outburst of complaints crashes down on her. The girls crash into the crowd, panic scatters from the sudden news. Sword approaches closely and demands to be taken along too. She, breaking down from anger, lunges at Hayato and shouts that with such a short delay they definitely won't have time to prepare. When the temper flares, Sword tears into him, interrogating about the exact nature of his selfishness. Itsuki, and in a moment, like thunder, asks, "Who is Hayato?" Hayato introduces himself to the group calmly and immediately reveals the truth about himself. He is the hero victor of the dragons. Members of the Red Line respond warmly, get acquainted, and tease each other in turn, vying for Hayato's attention and respect. They praise Hayato's achievements while Sorten friendly complains, saying his plans arise suddenly and the connection drops. Hayato immediately apologizes, but Sort does not give up, demanding thanks, pointing out that he, as always, lacks gratitude and attention. Refusing to stay aside, Sorte sharply declares that he will not sit at home while others have adventures. Aina and Renji agree to join the trip regardless of logistics, and Itsuki is already worried whether they are ready for this at all. To their surprise, Itsuki admits he has already planned everything: the trip, the accommodation, and even their underwear. Sword explodes with distrust when Itsuki knows their sizes, calling him scary and cheeky. Hayato apologizes to everyone, admitting that his plans caused trouble and that there are unexpected consequences too. Sword warmly accepts the apology and notes that he has long been unable to let go of the habit of living under someone's commanding tone. Hayato asks the girls to look after Itsuki, calling him a friend who also needs protection. The girls confidently respond that it is obvious to everyone. Sword leads the conversation as always with her usual dramatic sincerity and passion of heart. Jiri Sorti unfolds an unexpected position. He joins and swears with full devotion to protect his dear master. Suddenly, Emily and Letty quietly approach Hayato from behind and, whispering his name, passionately stir a creepy excitement. Turning towards the bathroom area, the girls stagger from dizziness, while Hayato and others rush to break free from the chaos. The night quiets down without unnecessary noise. The calm sky looks at the house after a busy day. At dawn, Itsuki waves goodbye from the carriage, thoughts clear, and the heart already set on the next step. With a smile, he announces their departure, next imperial capital and everything beyond it. Itsuki warmly said goodbye to everyone and stated that the weather was simply perfect for the trip to the capital. The girls stood with open guidebooks and silently listened as he explained the travel rules and warnings. No matter how lively his departure tone sounded, Sword and Renge were already tired from just reading the complicated preparatory handbook. Ina said that in Itsuki's world, planning a trip is a true ritual, and surprisingly, he liked it. Sword stepped forward and, with curiosity, asked if the newly sewn travel clothes were really part of the preparations. Ina and Renji expressed concern. They were surprised by the high quality of everything Itsuki provided. Itsuki confidently reassured them he would never embarrass his comrades as a reliable team leader. Sword immediately looked at him with admiration, but then warned about his reckless habit of guessing clothing sizes. Wendy appeared in special attire, and it turned out to be a significant gift from their first meeting. Sword looked self-satisfied until Wendy shyly looked away, and Itsuki scratched the back of his head. It was clear that it embarrassed him. Excitedly waiting for the start, Shiro jumped on Itsuki's back and urged, "Move faster immediately." The group set off from the estate in a sturdy horse-drawn carriage, and Itsuki confidently held the reins and led the horses. Everyone settled inside. On their faces were joyful smiles, and the air was filled with light, empty chatter while the journey was still quiet and peaceful. Their carriage rolled past the tall city walls, approaching the main gates there where their road began. Hayato and Letty warmly greeted them near the gate, waved their hands inviting them to enter, and politely smiled, nodding in response. The adjacent wagons rolled evenly along the wide road. Silence surrounded them. Quiet hills and distant trees on the horizon seemed to dissolve. Itsuki began to feel soreness from riding. He rubbed his back and tried to stay focused and composed despite the pain. Hayato calculated 2 days remained until the capital, but as soon as he realized this, something too strange caught his attention. A restless round creature chirped near Itsuki's foot, and everyone nearby immediately turned with curiosity and began to peer. As soon as it barked with a piercing cry and swore, the girls immediately took it as a threat and drew their weapons. Itsuki, frightened by this creature which he considered harmless, clung tightly to Hayato and trembled while the whole group awkwardly froze and stared. The little animal playfully rolled onto its back and showed there was nothing dangerous, just a young caterpillar child. Shiro carefully picked it up, trying to calm Itsuki, but he screamed and demanded that it be taken away. Nearby, the girls jumped up and quickly ran over, confused because they thought something serious or dangerous had happened. Itsuki clung tighter to Hayato and absolutely could not stand insects, and on the other side, it only seemed as if everything had quieted down. The sun was already beginning to set over the lake, while the wheels of the carriages quietly rolled over the chopped, uneven ground. Hayato suggested stopping at a camp until dark, and Itsuki immediately agreed. The carriage stopped. The team dismounted and stretched, preparing equipment and supplies while the night slowly crept through the forest. Itsuki and Hayato drew water from a quiet stream, setting down buckets while Aina gave instructions. While chatting by the river, Itsuki admitted he took camping from anime, but he really liked it. When Itsuki was drawing water, she noticed a unicorn near the waterfall. She froze, stood still, and stared at it, stunned. The unicorn twisted its eerie face and twitched it strangely, so Hayato froze and Itsuki started to panic. Hayato simply described the terrible appearance of the scale-winged pony moths, and Itsuki panicked and forced him to stop immediately. But when it became clear that the unicorn was standing still and watching intently, both decided to carefully turn back. The buckets were still full. The girls triumphantly returned with meat for dinner and had no idea about the strange encounter with the unicorn. Wendy's soup pleased everyone. Chris sincerely praised her cooking, and she immediately offered to share the recipe. The group gathered near the tents eating, drinking, and laughing, breathing in the calm evening air. Aina and Emily played music while the rest relaxed under the moon, having a warm conversation. Later, Itsuki was left alone and looked at the stars. The others slept nearby quietly and soundly, falling asleep after dinner. Wendy quietly joined him and extended her shoulder, promising to always be by his side. Sort and Renge talked about how their indoor baths ruined their taste for bathing outdoors. They joined the others in the river, but in Sort's gaze some thought involuntarily lingered. Renger and Aina smiled warmly, and the tired Sort looked as if he was about to fall asleep. Meanwhile, even more girls arrived, cheerful, radiant, and they easily, without any hesitation, joined the refreshing outdoor bath. He quietly watched how everyone held themselves freely and beautifully, and a wave washed over him. He couldn't believe how truly beautiful they were. Let him remain at the forest edge, unable to join others in the open bath like a human. Sort touched her with a light pat in surprise, and the men from afar murmured soothingly. Not even looking inside, Death arrived quietly, without fuss. Itsuki met everyone as they returned to the camp and was preparing breakfast next to Hayato. The feast was already set. The girls gathered, and sleepy eyes lit up as soon as the delicious abundance fell upon them. While everyone praised the preparation, Letty was silent but gradually felt she was truly beginning to be desired. Wendy apologized for not helping, and Itsuki immediately reassured her, cooking again is really pleasant. Everyone agreed today's morning dish was special, much heartier than their usual quiet breakfast. When the food was finished, Itsuki happily reminded them that dessert was still left. Mikado showed the ice cream spoon, and while serving distributing the portion, interested glances were repeatedly cast at him. Smiling, Itsuki confirmed, the last treat is genuine, tender, creamy ice cream. Hayato stared at the ice cream in surprise. In appearance and smell, a wave of nostalgic, painfully familiar routine washed over him. He carefully lifted the spoon, took a sip, and slowly began to savor the cold sweetness. Hayato's face lit up with joy. It was genuine vanilla ice cream, and he was almost overwhelmed with delight. Itsuki explained that the dessert was preserved using spatial magic. It provided precise control over the environment and guaranteed perfect storage. Hayato quietly smiled. He remembered the sweets of his world. Ice cream brought back memories in a way no piece of sugar could. The whole group was delighted by the vanilla flavor. Letty froze. She was overwhelmed by unexpected pleasure. Even Emily, who was not familiar with vanilla, deeply enjoyed how the dessert cooled and melted in her mouth with a delicate, creamy texture. Suddenly, Aina drew her blade and ordered Sort and Rangi to protect the supply wagons. The roaring enemies were rapidly approaching. Sort took a stance by the wagon while chaos exploded around. Aina charged into battle with a fierce swing, intercepting the beast that suddenly leapt at her from the side. Aina's blade flawlessly sliced through the battle beasts that were breaking in, and she herself stood her ground without hesitation. A new wave of enemies surged, but Sort blocked their path with a firm stance and iron determination. With a fiercely wounding roar, she turned and charged into motion, placing her body right within the bounds of combat distance. She jumped so high that she almost flew over everything, and striking with a spear, she mowed down the monsters before they could recover or regroup. One enemy fell dead on the spot. Sort flipped in the air and did not lose either her form or the rhythm of the fight. Renge dashed forward with devastating force, and the strike landed right in the mouth of the monster that had managed to open its jaws. Evenly and easily, Renge smashed another creature, and this stunned Itsuki, harsh but calm. Aina, Sort, and Renge closed into a powerful front line, and Itsuki finally saw their full combat determination. Even knowing that monsters appear constantly, Itsuki still flinched when he saw them up close more than he expected. Before he hesitated, a monster sneaked up from behind. In panic, Itsuki sharply turned and instinctively struck out. Fear for his life caught his breath. Itsuki's enchantment worked just in time. It trapped the beast in a flickering, invisible magical cage. The creature was brutally crushed right in midair. Itsuki froze, stunned, thrown off balance by what his power had led to. Shiro carefully conducted a check, and although he was trembling, he nodded, hiding his anxiety behind a weary response. Itsuki smiled and declined future fights despite previously insisting on his desire to improve. Danger receded, compliments spread throughout the space, and the power of Red Line once again confirmed its indisputability. When the battles were left behind, the group set up camp and now, without fuss, moved on together. Eventually, they reached their goal Rashieu, the royal capital, where, without a doubt, new acquaintances awaited them against the backdrop of their measured journey. The group's carriage entered the devastatingly tall gates of Rashieu, the royal capital, after a long journey. He watched elegant women on the exquisite streets and noticed the charm of Rashkiv was completely different from the bustling haste of Angel. Blushing, Itsuki quickly composed himself. It was enough to feel Wendy's gaze after he admired a local lady. Still, when such strong and beautiful allies as Wendy and Ine were nearby, Itsuki could not allow himself to flinch. Quietly dealing with the troubles, Itsuki got out of the carriage, and as soon as the duties began in the capital, thoughts receded into the background. Hayato returned to the capital. He was greeted by joyful shouts of citizens and loyal servants who admired him with excitement and relief. With every moment, the excitement grew, so he ordered the guards to officially announce his return to the estate. The nervous rookie guard jumped forward and with a trembling, deep bow begged Hayato for a blessing for his sword. Hayato, although not sure about her decision, still agreed. He maintained a modest, kind tone as if without hesitation. But his popularity shocked everyone in the group. Proposals poured in endlessly, for alliances, for admiration, and for some, even for him to father her child. The group froze half a step away, their eyes wide open. A shocked silence enveloped them as truly incredible scales unfolded before their eyes. There before them rose a luxurious estate, huge and unshakable, 4 times larger than Itsuki's own mansion. Tension hung thick, inflated by clumsy comparisons that made everything around amusingly awkward and only sharpened the silence among the werewolves. Hayato opened the mansion door with a smile and warmly invited everyone to settle in, only so that each would feel uncomfortable. A row of elegant maids solemnly greeted the party guests, impeccable posture, honoring Hayato and his visitors without a single unnecessary detail. A loud voice echoed through the hall. Itsuki turned, surprised by the solemn, synchronized greetings. The majestic butler introduced himself as Fried, calm, restrained, composed, and strength literally flowed through his impeccable manners. Itsuki froze in amazement as soon as he saw Fried's colossal figure and could not hide his reaction. Hayato explained Fried's origin. He was half human, half giant. Fried apologized in advance, anticipating discomfort due to his unusual origin. Itsuki blazed with admiration, exclaimed that he had freed the size and spun it incredibly cool, which amazed everyone around. Fried quietly smiled and touched, and Itsuki, without noticing it himself, repeated Hayato's words as if they sounded the same. Gracefully and impeccably, Fried swore an excellent service and led Itsuki to his elegantly prepared chambers. Itsuki admired the exquisite decorations of the room, restrained, but his eyes revealed a clear difference in quality. Fried offered them 3 rooms and said that for fairness they should draw lots who would live in which. The room allocation immediately caused chaos. Everyone begged for a change and hotly argued about who should sleep closer to their master. At the royal summons, Hayato set off for the castle, and Itsuki stayed at the estate, overseeing the tension that thickened with every minute. Chris did not go anywhere behind and focused all the time on learning from Itsuki how to make ice cream instead of joining the journey. Frida praised Itsuki's alchemical lineage and was impressed. He studied under the legendary and eccentric Reinrich. Seeing how famous Reinrich had become, Frida suggested visiting the cathedral in the capital. Everyone agreed to join the walk. Itsuki looked out the window as Frida drove the carriage along the quiet stone streets. The lively atmosphere of the city awakened nostalgia in Itsuki once he had come here only on business. After a smooth road, Frida announced that they had arrived. Itsuki thanked her with quiet, restrained gratitude. Everyone froze and looked up. The majestic cathedral building rose above the bright sky, as if conquering space itself. Itsuki admitted he had seen this on the internet, but the beauty in the real world surpassed everything he could imagine from Earth. Fried stayed close to the carriage while the whole group thanked and entered the magnificent cathedral. A happy nun greeted them warmly and asked for a donation 1,000 null per person. Having collected the coins, the nuns smiled slyly and offered to guide them through the cathedral. The team followed her through the corridors where echoes resounded, enchanted by her charms and strange energy. She led them to the chapel room, announcing it with a soft yet proud gesture. Inside, a stained glass window shone the most revered and iconic artwork of this cathedral. Itsuki froze as soon as he recognized the goddess exactly as in the stained glass image before him. Itsuki stood before the radiant statue of the goddess and silently pondered the divine mystery of the new world. Beside his supportive companions, Itsuki carefully absorbed every word and quietly watched the temple bathe in peaceful golden light. Unexpected tears streamed down his face, the emotion overwhelmed him before he fully understood the reason himself. Embarrassed, he touched his cheek and again tried to explain it, with the warmth flowing like a wave from his eyes. Girls gathered around him, sensing that something important had deeply stirred within him, although he did not say a word. Inside the temple, the nun quietly watches as Itsuki discusses the assignment with the priestess standing next to him. Itsuki sits again before the image of the goddess, and Shiro silently observes, is curious about how exactly Itsuki will respond to these emotions. Suddenly, the nun approaches closer and interprets his stillness as a sign of deep spiritual connection. With a self-satisfied smile, the nun praises his faith, and Itsuki immediately becomes noticeably confused and wary. She was forced to pray without warning. Itsuki hesitantly complies, unsure whether to trust her energy or to resist. Light beams pierce the altar as the image of the goddess flashes with radiance. The nun sharply inhales and freezes from a trembling thrill. The calm priestess explained what divine energy is. Those fortunate enough could undergo a rare baptism by the goddess. Itsuki caught unprecedented benefits from promises that healing magic even exists. For a moment, she believed it, then she felt deceived. She pushed him daily to pray to raise the divine power upward. Itsuki naively agreed and still endlessly processed her strange mood. The monk quickly dampened his enthusiasm, hinting that regular prayers might be more difficult than he thought. The sisters pretended to ask for a donation as if completely unnoticed. Itsuki paid no attention and walked away but took Shiro with him. In panic, the nun chased after them, persistently insisting that the divine energy was disappearing as they exited the temple. Cornered, she awkwardly bargained and lowered the price from 100 down to a single gold coin. Amused, Itsuki casually donated. He took the expenses lightly and called it small change for the goddess. The nun theatrically blessed him. There was something genuine from the ritual in it, yet at the same time it seemed like a staged practice tailored for the trade performance. Walking away, Itsuki recalled the intrusive sales techniques, and Shiro suddenly felt something strange ahead. Shiro trudged after her, scent all the way to the door, and already guessed the dining hall was somewhere behind them. Inside, the nuns indulged in luxury, smoking, drinking, and laughing as if there was no place of restraint in any sanctity. One monk proudly proclaimed, insisting that alcohol tastes better when fully funded by donations from faithful supporters. Peeking through a crack, Itsuki froze. Their behavior instantly shattered all his expectations to pieces. In the lounge room, one nun stumbled upon a torn wardrobe, which immediately caused laughter among everyone nearby. The carefree nun showed the damages and almost laughed, saying, "It will all be replaced again as soon as the believers' funds are found again." Itsuki began to suspect. Watching Shiro eat, he concluded the temple behavior had crossed a dangerous line. As someone shuffled near the door, the nuns became alert. It seemed that a stranger was watching them. Itsuki was ambushed and knocked off his feet, mistaken for a threat, spying until he explained why he had come here at all. The nuns aggressively closed in on Itsuki, declared the territory forbidden, and accused him of sneaking around to spy on the views. Nervously, Itsuki claimed he was lost. The nuns reluctantly agreed and began preparing for the next steps. They surrounded him with fake smiles and demanded obedience, hinting at a peaceful departure if he fully complied with their demands. Itsuki was sharply thrown back, flinched when a nun loomed over him and demanded obedience without any delay. Embarrassed and sweating, Itsuki glanced at the strange behavior around him and felt something was wrong here. Bound hand and foot, he found himself surrounded by nuns, while Shiro calmly ate sandwiches beside them. In panic inside, Itsuki frantically weighed how to break free from the trap, but Shiro, fully occupied with food, looked as if what was happening simply did not exist. A nun with a book in her hands was already beside him. She forbade him from escaping, pressed him against the wall, and demanded answers about what exactly he had seen. The nun pressed even harder. The demands became harsher, and Itsuki hesitated for a moment, confused, lost in his own thoughts. And then the memory returned. The sisters shamelessly drank alcohol and smoked cigars, laughing incessantly and without any modesty. Itsuki stumbled trying to explain something, but the nuns struck him with the book at full force, silencing him with intimidation. She retreated calmly, stating that he had misunderstood everything, and her tone miraculously shifted, from aggressive to apologetic. Itsuki reproached them aloud for their behavior. He was stunned, while the others, drunkenly loyal and arrogant, rushed to defend Captain Teresa. Laughter enveloped Itsuki as he repeated again, "This is all just a huge misunderstanding." As if without any explanation, quietly and thoughtfully, wine symbolized divine blood and Yggdrasil cigars were sacred medicine for tension. She insisted that everything they consumed came from sacred offerings obtained through healing and cleansing services. Itsuki faltered. They stubbornly claimed to reject cigars with lower divine energy, so her thoughts became completely confused. She understood blessings grow through sacrifice, but if one pities the innocent or acts out of selfish motives, divine power will be exhausted. Itsuki asked how to learn magic through prayer, and she confirmed, sincere, unwavering faith is required for this. The sacred symbol revealed the truth: divine energy grows together with faith, and this is what grants powerful holy magic. She proudly announced her title, explaining that she was a true saintess chosen by the deity itself. Itsuki nervously stepped back when another nun approached him with a strange, completely unreadable confidence in her eyes. Under the pressure of the crowd, Itsuki panicked. He could not understand why everyone stubbornly insisted that Teresa was a true saintess. The sisters greeted Teresa as a saint, and she quietly, modestly admitted, her powers are incredibly tangible. It was necessary to ask the captain a question, but he did not understand why they were treating that nun as if she were military leadership. Another nun solemnly proclaimed Teresa a heroine who leads priestesses and protects citizens from undead threats. Distrusting the words, Itsuki thought aloud, how can such a little girl be their leader? Teresa easily twirled the huge weapon in her hands, explaining her power and combat readiness with divine blessings. Teresa muttered that the goddess is unjust, and Itsuki hesitated, not daring to voice her true opinion. Finally, he asked if she hated her power, and Teresa honestly admitted she feels uncomfortable. Despite the anxiety, Itsuki smiled and said that her power is actually very impressive, and it even looks cool. He said that she would continue to help people despite the fact that she herself does not like her power, true strength of character. Hearing these words, Teresa choked with shame and blushed deeply. She was overwhelmed by the praise and confusedly did not know what to answer. Nuns showered Teresa with chorales in honor of the saintess, and then humiliated her with overly eager praise. Teresa blushed and flared with rage. She exploded with anger and swung her weapon to cut down these merciless jabs. While behind them a complete chaos was spreading, Itsuki asked Shiro for help, but she calmly continued eating anyway. The nun sisters lie fallen. Teresa stands, breathing heavily and gripping her great sword after a fierce battle. Teresa fiercely fixed her gaze on Itsuki, bound and so nervous about what he would do next. Teresa laughs, brushing off her earlier anger. They share drinks and the tension slowly eases, breathing becomes easier. Itsuki offers a potion to raise those who have fallen. Teresa asks for permission before using it. They walk around the herbarium. Teresa thanks and pushes away the captured attackers like self-invited problems. While Itsuki drinks, rumors about the herbal estate come up in conversation, and he casually says he would like to visit there someday. The nun learns that Tsuki is a traveler and she becomes interested, so she asks if he has received strong blessings. Itsuki proudly activates his skill, radiant energy flares, and he confidently shouts the name pocket money. He demonstrates the effect. Live coins pour into his palm, and Teresa freezes in shock and confusion, staring at this miracle. An awkward silence sets in, and Itsuki begins to panic. What if they suspect him of forgery, of counterfeiting, or coin tampering? Teresa convulsively clenches the coins, freezing with delight. She is overwhelmed by a powerful divine energy radiating from them. Other nuns crowd around, amazed. They feel divine power in every coin and begin to whisper excitedly. Itsuki, impressed by their reaction, explains what he does every day. Teresa suggests an exchange, clearly confused. The nuns swarm Itsuki, each demands to exchange something for coins. He panics, unable to withstand their overwhelming attention. Calmed down, Itsuki and Teresa officially introduced themselves. Shiro joined and immediately stated her name just like that, without extra words. Suddenly, Teresa asks about the real purpose. Itsuki replies that he is just inspecting places and waiting for the auction. Teresa explains the church sponsors the auction. Itsuki cannot comprehend that the venue is also a church. Suspiciously, Itsuki asks if this is illegal. Teresa clarifies, for nobles, yes, and it happens discreetly without prejudice in the presence of the clergy. Itsuki silently reflects. He imagines corruption if the nobility controls everything without neutrality behind closed doors. When he leaves, church members politely wave. Itsuki smiles, surprised by their warm, formal farewell. Itsuki returns to his group, and Sort and Wendy immediately interrogate him. They feel another unexpected thing has happened. Freed calmly hints that maybe it's time to go home. Sort clings to Itsuki and playfully teases, and he again noticeably blushes from embarrassment. The moon rises above the church dome. The day quiets and peace spreads throughout the city. At Hayato Itsuki's estate, they welcome with open joy. They talk about the trypan, both smile slightly as if recalling something pleasantly interesting. The team gathers in high spirits. Hayato and Itsuki joke about princesses and Fried calls everyone to dinner. Jiro and Renged watch as the dishes are served. The aroma envelops them in a wave of pure childlike joy. Everyone together enjoys a lively dinner. Itsuki and others laugh heartily over food and wine. After dinner, the company relaxes in the luxurious lounge, and Itsuki warmly talks with Fried. Later, the women gather on the balcony and share stories under the moonlit evening sky. Sort completely soaks in the bath as if in a fog. Nearby, the lyrical lion fountain dramatically pours water. Renji and Sort soak together, thanking for the hot water after harsh journeys. Wendy looked admiringly at the grandeur of the bathtub. She was impressed that this luxury was created by craftsmen from the royal court. Aina suddenly fell silent as if something too emotional stirred in her chest, but quickly brushed it off with a nervous smile. When it got dark, Itsuki wished Hayato a peaceful rest and ended the day with quiet farewells. Frid enthusiastically responded to Itsuki's stories. The young guest's path brought rare pleasure to the veteran guard. While they were walking together with Fried, Itsuki casually suggested having a drink sometime and sharing old stories. Aina meanwhile just watched. Fried said goodbye, saying good night. Itsuki thanked him and with a satisfied sigh fell onto the bed. Lying in bed, he felt warmth and comfort. Finally, true peace returned to him. Outside the door, Aina froze for a moment. Her heart was pounding and some unresolved feeling held her motionless, as if stuck. Itsuki was quietly snoring in bed, not even suspecting that Aina quietly entered and worried, kept looking at him while he slept so soundly. Surprised and blushing, Aina slowly leaned over him, trying to see if he was really unconscious. Itsuki twitched from drowsiness, confused by the strange figure leaning very close over his still sleepy face. Fried and the maid entered the room. His late awakening and slightly tousled appearance obviously surprised them. While Itsuki sipped tea, he blamed the fatigue from the journey for everything happening, not knowing that Aina had already fled the room embarrassed. Fried conveyed Aina's message. She asked for permission to personally take care of Itsuki during his stay. In a moment, Aina came in cheerfully, teasing Itsuki for sleeping until noon and smiled confidently beside him. But as soon as she admitted that she felt lonely, her mood softened even though she finally shared the room with him. Gathering courage within herself, Aina quietly asked to spend time together today, hoping he would not object to her selfishness. Slightly smiling, Itsuki scratched the back of his head and silently accepted her request with a quiet, barely noticeable pleasure and warm understanding. Still tired, Itsuki invited Aina to join him for a calm day at the estate. Later, he settled on her lap and sighed in confusion. As soon as she was near, it immediately became cozy and warm. Aina quietly, gently smiled, savoring this peaceful moment. It seemed like a miracle, but his weight somehow calmed her and was pleasant. When he began to drift into drowsiness, she said it was okay to fall asleep again. He decided not to sleep. He was burning with curiosity about her, so he asked her to tell more. When Itsuki asked about her past, Aina hesitated for a moment, then finally agreed to share her old story. She recalled her youth, how during sword training under the watchful eye of a strict mentor she practiced stances and sharpened her movements. After each defeat, her master calmly analyzed her mistakes, especially scrutinizing her stance, footwork, and sword focus. Alongside friends Sort and Ren, she endured tough lessons every day, preparing and fighting under a common teacher, never retreating a step. And even now, Aina remembered how she trembled before the incredible strength of her master, a woman she sincerely respected, but at the same time genuinely feared. Despite her strength, Master Aina had a bunch of quirks. She was overly sensitive in the bathhouse and constantly drank without any measure. Aina admitted her master never held back due to battle wounds or exhausting training against monsters. Tears had to be shed. But even on sleepless nights, the mistress found solace in this. She laid them to rest on her lap and sang until they fell asleep. Itsuki, calmly lying on Inae's lap, finally understood why such a simple gesture gave such deep warmth and a feeling of safety. While Aina quietly sang nearby, he closed his eyes and smiled, finally grasping her precious memory. While Inae softly played the melody, two maids approached the door. They were curious where such an unexpected song was coming from inside. Hearing the voice, the maids exchanged surprised glances, unsure whether to stay or quietly retreat. Meanwhile, Itsuki shuddered in his sleep, unconsciously settling even deeper into Aina's embrace, and this sharply intensified the tension between them. Embarrassed and confused, Inae asked if he had woken up, not knowing how to respond to his posture. Blushing with shame, she asked him to stop, but by the end of the day his condition made him press even closer. By the door, the maids were nervous. Their hearts pounded as they eavesdropped on Aina calling Itsuki's name. Just as they whispered in panic, Sort and the others appeared behind them, curious and puzzled. Shame and confusion overwhelmed the maids. They quickly came up with excuses and rushed away, leaving the others even more suspicious than ever. Even more confused, Sort hesitated, reaching out to the door, not understanding what adventure awaited inside. They entered and saw Itsuki pressed tightly against Aina, while she was desperately trying to explain the awkward, compromising position. Wendy stood silently, her face swollen with annoyance. She was clearly displeased with this strange scene before her. Itsuki woke up, yawned, and immediately realized he had overslept. Wendy puffed her cheeks and silently dreamed of protest, while Aina looked embarrassed. He is greeted by Renjin Sort. They begin to ask about his strange sleeping habits, and worry grows on their faces with every word. On the auction day itself, he was dressed properly, and Itsuki hears that Wendy will accompany him one-on-one. She quietly clarifies if this disappoints him. Wendy nervously adjusts her collar and asks for his attention, and Itsuki stammers, confused by the sudden closeness. Her emotions overwhelm her. Wendy confesses loneliness and hugs him tightly. Itsuki quietly apologizes and only now truly understands her feelings. Shiro suddenly hugs Itsuki from behind and grumbles that he is walking too slowly. Wendy freezes in surprise. She is stunned by the very change of context. Shiro forcefully pulls him forward. Wendy clenches her fists, irritated, while Itsuki is already panicking under this pressure. For now, Hayato is preparing to go alone. Itsuki asks why. Hayato replies, apparently everyone else is too busy. Letty, gasping, bursts in just on time, determined not to be left behind. She declares boldly. Despite heavy breathing, Letty puts on a completely confident expression. Others ask with concern, but she firmly insists that everything is fine. Hayato listens to the housekeeper's report. Smiling quietly, he stands up, turns around, and announces, time to depart. Under the night sky, several carriages stand right by the main building. The noble company is already ready to set off. At the entrance, Hayato notices a crowd. Only 2 are allowed through at a time, so movement will have to be extremely slow. Someone warmly greets Hayato. The whole company gathers at the carriages. They intend to enter the auction together. A nun named Teresa meets them. She announces that 2 medicine microbots will be shown now, and everyone's curiosity jumps to the maximum. In the hall, Letty quietly watches Hayato's composed reaction. He receives the briefing calmly and just as controlled. Teresa explains without unnecessary words. The location is behind the door. Guests must adhere to the protocol for backroom-style auctions. Bidders receives numbered plates. While the Itsuki group puts on camouflage glasses, the buyer's anonymity and data protection during the auction become guaranteed. Guests settle in the luxurious theater, and as soon as everyone is seated, a loud voice welcomes those present and announces the start of the auction. The nun host dramatically raises her hand. Full of energy and pride, she solemnly opens the mysterious auction. Guests quietly observe from behind backs. Someone even admiringly admires the sister's energy. First lot is a 20-year-old man, a criminal slave. The auction starts at 500,000 NR. Wendy gently squeezes Itsuki's hand. He remembers how he bought her and others and manages to feel the guilt weighing on him. The auction heats up. The accompanying wind tosses the first slave. The bid jumps over 1,000,000 NARs. The tension is about to break. Next appears a mermaid slave, beautiful yet silent. She needs a large aquarium, and the crowd erupts with surprised screams. Itsuki trembles with delight. The appearance of the mermaid seems unreal, like a dream. He loudly declares to the group that this is real. Despite the temptation, Itsuki hesitates. Wendy reminds that their team is already large. Shiro only shouts fish. The bidding sparkles. Itsuki raises the bid to 6.5 million. Wendy remains cold-blooded, but it is clear his wild zeal is not to her liking at all. The mermaid is given to Itsuki. He nervously apologizes, and Wendy easily, without haste, tugs him and reproaches with small, irritated taps. A new lot appears, a mysterious set of 3 beads. The nun host reveals the next auction. Hayato recognizes the beads. They were specially made by a high-level alchemist, items with rare magical value. Itsuki openly admits this is his work. The nun says they were ordered even before the auction started. Nun explains how these accessories enhance attack, defense, and voice volume, then demonstrates their effect right on stage. Itsuki warns late. The nun screams, and her voice harshly and uncontrollably tears through the air above the stunned audience. Everyone recovers. Itsuki proudly presents his invention, mic pendant, and adds that it also amplifies trumpets if attached correctly. The auctioneer announces the starting bid 10 million, and hands rise instantly. prices jump above 30 million. Itsuki looks distrustfully as the bids grow, and Hayato notes, "There are no microphones here, so this is a real revolution." The crowd roars when 50 million is paid for the accessories, and Itsuki receives quiet praise from friends. Itsuki smiles proudly. His products are skillfully made and highly valued. Wendy quietly congratulates him, feeling joy and relief. The next lot appears a shackled half-elf girl. Itsuki's face freezes as waves of emotion rise within him. The auction was quiet until suddenly Itsuki noticed the elf girl. At her appearance, the crowd seemed to freeze. The silence became strange and dense. Whispers spread instantly. People looked away as if it hurt to look. She was a half-elf, and neither humans nor elves found her needed. Hayato, sitting nearby, coldly apologized. He immediately understood. Unlike humans, the ugly ones faced harsh social rejection. No one placed a bid. Her calm face hid pain. She expected nothing. Their eyes met. Itsuki hesitated. Wendy pushed him. He was not enchanted by beauty. He was struck by the injustice that tightly besieged her. Itsuki hesitated again. He was afraid that if he just involved her, danger would fall upon the life of his current partner. Rang and Sort loudly came to his defense. They insisted he would agree to anyone as long as he appeared cute. The host announced the miraculous Medicineth main product today. Itsuki and Hayato immediately aimed towards the stage. Both men froze. The long-awaited miracle drug, which they had been waiting for weeks, was finally put up for auction. Hayato quietly whispered the market price. Itsuki showed the entire budget was as much. He was determined. The first Murioku medicine sold for 550 million. Itsuki and Hayato were completely shocked. Without any contenders, the first glass was immediately sold, and the second will start again from 100 million. Itsuki encouraged Hayato despite the pressure. He offered help and instilled confidence. Their strategy for the next round had already started. Hayato accepted the bet while Letty was silent. The bidding exploded instantly. 150, 200, and then Hayato boldly jumped to 600 million high. Hayato remained calm and Itsuki panicked. They hoped their brave attempt would put an end to it. Eyes forward. After the auction ended, Itsuki calmly accepted the goods and payment, masking his thoughts with polite smiles. Hayato was caught in silence. Letty approached, but he did not stop. He kept walking, while Teresa meanwhile crossed herself with Itsuki. Itsuki spoke with regret. Hayato suffered defeat, and both miracle potions went to a richer but unknown and bitter person. Hayato quietly whispered apologies to Chris. He could not keep the promise, and guilt tightly gripped him from within. Letty silently watched him under the moonlight. Her face said nothing, but her eyes already knew everything. Under the moon, Hayato silently gave Chris a promise. He would heal her no matter what it would cost. Meanwhile, Itsuki lay in bed thinking that Hayato probably blamed himself too deeply for everything. Itsuki finally understood Hayato's pain. He admired his determination, but at the same time was worried that he was carrying everything alone. Summoning his courage, Itsuki got up. He could not wait. If he had a chance, he would try right now. He decided to test the purification of the drug. As expected, everything failed. He still lacked experience. Itsuki twitched with panic. The Yggdrasil drug disappeared without it. Refining the miraculous drug was impossible. He immediately made a decision. Tomorrow he would go to the city and visit all the alchemy stores he knew. The next morning, Itsuki made his way through the narrow alleys of the town, glancing past passing merchants and carts searching for the drug. Every shop responded the same way. The drug was not available. At the Postorushki Cathedral, he came across Teresa. Her sudden greeting made him freeze mid-thought. The nun playfully teased, whispering away absurd fantasies. Teresa blushed, embarrassed by the unexpectedly indecent remarks. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, Teresa wildly threw her captain and chaos erupted in the courtyard. Ignoring the commotion, Itsuki politely asked to borrow the Yggdrasil flower. Everyone was baffled by his timing. Captain explained that this herb was extremely valuable. Even a tiny amount could change a novice's future. Unfortunately, she informed him that there was no more stock. The last flower had already been used. Itsuki politely declined the offered substitute. He still believed he would find the real Yggdrasil flower himself. Itsuki waved Shiro goodbye. The nuns stood silently, watching them leave, their faces mixing various feelings and thoughts. Suddenly, Teresa called out. She remembered the place where Yggdrasil grew, immediately contradicting her previous statement. Itsuki was surprised. The nuns were silent at first, then honestly admitted, such a place really exists. Affirmations were heard, but as always, the captain teased with a joke and immediately punished even before Itsuki could finish reading the sentence. Teresa asked him gently, "The next stop is Herbal Garden." Itsuki smiled, ready to follow them there. Teresa led Itsuki to Sacred Garden, where rare herbs for alchemical wonders were secretly grown. Chris's faded star could only be restored by Yggdrasil, a mythical flower hidden in the very depths of danger. Trembling and uncertain, Itsuki himself took on the burden of gathering Yggdrasil despite having no combat skills. Suddenly, a homunculus guard lunged at her. Teresa struck hard, defending the mission before Itsuki could do anything. When zombies swarmed, Teresa once again stood to protect Itsuki, shouting orders as he froze under pressure and all-consuming fear. As the dead closed in ever closer, another nun joined Teresa. She swung the holy cross staff and cut without hesitation, without a trace of fear. Itsuki hesitated for a moment, staring into the chaos, and suddenly remembered their goal: only the medicinal garden with herbs, without any war. But they found no herbs, instead severed heads and undead. Itsuki began to doubt everything, nearly vomiting from disgust. Teresa held firm, urging her blade to strike, and waved Itsuki, promising to carve a path for them. Steel and Fury and Teresa crashed through the crowd, ordering Itsuki to rush forward, precisely on her command. Teresa tore through the sacred whirlwind, carving a bloody path through the undead, and called out to Itsuki. In the whirlwinds, it cracked so hard that it took your breath away. Zombies were torn to pieces by a force that whipped across the entire battlefield, scattering them in fragments. The whole land was strewn with corpses, and Teresa stood firm. She herself made sure that the road ahead was completely cleared for escape. At Teresa's signal, Itsuki rushed forward but still grumbled, saying that this was not how gathering herbs was supposed to look. Teresa calmly explained, "Night priests are born for this. Their divine power flawlessly stops creatures like the undead." While running, Itsuki learned about rare herbs controlled by the church. Teresa insisted, only clerics have access to the deeper sanctuaries. As the undead grew in number, Teresa entrusted Itsuki and Shiro, and she herself dashed forward again, sword ready for battle. The vice captain confirmed the challenge and instantly took position. Teresa was ready to intercept the next wave. The deputy vice colonel moved with aim, swords ready. She positioned herself ahead of the horde and without hesitation covered Itsuki's escape. Spinning a wild carousel with paired swords, the vice captain unleashed a devastating aerial attack, cutting through zombies with insane power. The vice captain's hurricane fell upon the undead. Bodies were torn apart right in the air, leaving scattered limbs and pieces of shredded flesh. While she slipped past another monster, she stumbled and flew straight into two giants. As if nothing happened, she just calmly whispered, "Oops." Teresa narrowed her eyes, calm, composed. Her grip tightened. She was ready to strike without hesitation and without mercy. With a wide arc, Teresa struck the creature's torso with her large sword, lifting it clean off the ground. After the slaughter, Teresa quietly exhaled through her teeth. The norm had increased. Even Itsuki noticed. Before them were no ordinary nuns. Shiro asked for her knife. Sensing danger, she turned slowly while Itsuki stood behind, looking confused. When the ground flared with strange magic, the magic circle activated. A moment more and something truly colossal would break out of it. From the darkness emerged a skeletal guardian, clad in twilight. Shiro recognized him immediately, an ancient gatekeeper summoned to stop intruders. The Reaper loomed over them. His scythe was gigantic. Teresa and Itsuki froze in the moonlight. Itsuki shuddered. Shiro blinked slowly, and it became clear to both. This was not a simple mob, but a boss-level monster. The skeletal boss raised his enormous scythe. A dark aura flared, the air sharply chilled, and the tension became almost palpable. Teresa gave orders sharply. Shiro stepped forward without unnecessary movements, and Itsuki panicked. It was clear, not everyone was ready for this fight. Shiro declared without fear that she would kill the Reaper. She simply charged at him, and everyone froze, stunned, without uttering a word. The sky seemed to tear apart when the skeletal giant appeared, and Itsuki and Shiro involuntarily retreated instantly. Despite Itsuki's protests, Shiro stepped forward, calmly drew his sword, and was ready to take the threat upon himself. Meanwhile, in Hayato Sort's estate, she dressed as a maid. The other maids looked at her, admired her, and could not take their eyes off her. While the undead had not yet reached, Shiro jumped up. Her weapon dimly flashed, and she prepared to strike precisely without missing. The attack did not hit. Only divine energy could harm him. Shiro understood, brute force would not stop this battle. The undead swung the scythe with terrible force, and a giant shockwave instantly shattered the ground to pieces. Teresa felt the divine energy shudder. Cheryl had warned the Suki in advance. Those who were weak would freeze from the monster's terrifying roar. The undead's weapon gleamed under the moonlight. She raised the scythe again, determined to destroy all resistance. Shiro dropped to the ground, shielding Itsuki. The blade's strike shook and cracked the soil. Shiro was pushed back, so he had to dash aside to dodge. Passing by the monster's deadly swing, Shiro cautiously took position, as if reading its rhythm to launch a devastating counterattack. The undead croaked and raised the scythe again. Shiro narrowed his eyes, he sensed the next furious lunge. Beneath them, the earth fiercely split open, throwing debris and dust in all directions. The monster's attack shattered everything around. Itsuki screamed in fear while Teresa held her grip tightly. Shiro disappeared in the blast's explosive shockwave. Under the moonlight from above, Shiro leapt high into the sky. The blade flashed, and she quietly whispered her confident farewell phrase. The blow landed right on the skull, the bone cracked and light burst out in a flash. The undead froze in dead silence. Shiro decisively gave a thumbs up. Despite the fierce collision, she emerged completely unscathed, calm and confident. Teresa praised Churo's endurance. Itsuki still couldn't believe she survived that roar without breaking a sweat. Even divine users fall if they act carelessly. Teresa instantly sprang up, helplessly smashing Vice Captain Groningen's deputy into the rocky ground. Teresa confirmed there would be even more undead. Their next stop, the herb garden, was probably teeming with that death that lingers. Itsuki's hope faded instantly as soon as the body was dug up and pulled out, while the team, without stopping for a second, pressed forward and cleared enemies one by one. Itsuki remembered the divine coin he had forged with his own hands. If he infused it with holy energy, maybe it would work. Confidently, he called his technique under vacuum ball, directing energy into the golden coin as if it were a weapon. The ball hit the zombie right in the head. Itsuki flinched from the impact and immediately heard a sharp crack. With explosive force, the coin detonated on contact, destroying the zombie's skull and stunning the nearby undead. The vice captain angrily banned this move forever. Itsuki nervously saluted. He had accidentally weaponized divine currency again. Morning came. Itsuki collapsed from exhaustion, but Teresa waved off his whining. They had finally reached their destination. Standing at the very edge of the cliff, Itsuki looked down. The road was difficult, but the view was worth it. Just beneath them stretched a vast field of grass, a place of beauty, and at the same time the next target. Thanking Teresa for her help, Itsuki repaid her with a brief expression of gratitude. She smiled and gently reminded him about the religious donations. Before hymenless grasses, Itsuki smiled. So many ingredients, now he could craft anything that came to mind. Itsuki found moonlight grass, a rare variety grown in the dungeon. Unfortunately, despite its rarity, it held no special value. He decided to keep one reserve just in case. If it really shone dimly, it would become more beautiful than any benefit. To thank Teresa, he gave her a wreath of flowers. She blushed and, surprised, accepted the gift. Teresa's face flushed crimson the moment she hid her embarrassment in shame. She was annoyed by the deputy captain. She got scared and panicked. Itsuki returned to the estate with Shiro, who was sleeping. Reed looked at them happily and immediately offered food and a place to stay for the night. Tired from the road, Itsuki refused food. The loud explosion of sorts suddenly alarmed everyone around in the presence of mocking maids. While Itsuki stood frozen in confusion, Fried informed him about Hayato, and Sort snapped in irritation, embarrassed by her previous behavior. Itsuki asked for a room so Shiro could rest, and he himself decided to go to the shower. Meanwhile, Mi finally calmed down. She found comfort in dessert and enjoyed the luxurious cake served in silence, calm, mute. Everyone praised the cake with admiration. Chris confirmed that it was her work and proudly added that Wendy taught her. Chris stared into her cup. Quietly she confessed she was not sure if she should stay at Hayato's party. She felt unnecessary. Thoughts spiraled, tears welled up because it seemed to her that the group would benefit most without her. Memories of Hayato stirred feelings in her. Even with sadness, Chris could not help but notice how highly he regarded her. Quietly smiling, she offered Hayato the cake. Her voice trembled, but her heart hoped for one thing: maybe he still needed her. Hayato noticed how Chris twitched from embarrassment. Her hands trembled. With regret in his voice, he quietly apologized for everything. Chris blamed herself for every mistake. Her confidence wavered, and she was afraid of becoming a burden to Hayato. Despite the fear, she was met kindly everywhere. She burst into tears, suddenly realizing, in fact, they simply accepted her existence. Hayato calmed her with his sincerity. His words restored her sense of why she had wanted to cook with love in the first place. Again, with a warm heart, Chris smiled. Confidently, for the third time, she offered the cake baked with hope, and Letty guaranteed its taste. Hayato smiled quietly and gently, silently watching over the others. Their calm and laughter now meant everything to him. A barely noticeable change in Letty's behavior Emily immediately caught. It softened her. She waved it off, sipping tea, and secretly rejoiced it became easier. Wendy appeared in the bath next to Itsuki. She asked why he was so exhausted and exactly where he had slept. Itsuki confusedly chose his words, dodging the truth. Wendy pressed her foot closer to him and watched as he squirmed nervously. An awkward silence followed. Itsuki sincerely apologized. Wendy said nothing, but her calm gaze spoke volumes. She understood everything. While Wendy was bathing, she noticed bruises along Itsuki's shoulder. Her calm melted, and she sternly scolded him for his carelessness. Although she respected his independence, Wendy admitted her irritation was boiling. She couldn't withstand the pressure when she didn't know what was going on. Shaken by a wave of emotions, Wendy pressed against him in the water. Her tenderness subtly shifted and had already turned into something deeper. Aina, understanding nothing, came in hoping to help, but what she saw stunned her so much that she froze in embarrassment. Above the courtyard, the maid's excited whisper rose. Rumors about that meeting in the bath quickly spread. Some laughed, others were quite irritated. Late at night, under the moonlight, Itsuki carefully prepared something while Wendy silently watched. Under Itsuki's fingers, the magical artifact activated. Wendy froze, recognizing the item, rare and once thought completely lost. Hayato questioned the artifact's origin, and he himself knew such things cannot be found even at the most expensive auctions. Itsuki offered Hayato an artifact, calling it compensation, and immediately confirmed that it originated from Oracle. Itsuki also handed over the money. She assured that her peaceful life began with Hayato's kindness and that this was made possible thanks to her. Hayato bowed deeply, so low that it almost took one's breath away. He was stunned. This gift meant more than help. It restored hope he had already considered lost. Chris stood silently, then raised the vial. Determination blazed in her heart, and she drank the mysterious liquid. Everyone watched intently. Chris's eyes widened, her sight returned, and for the first time she saw them clearly. Tears rolled down her cheek as she smiled. Hayato's face, moments ago blurred, now appeared clearly and brightly right before her eyes. The room exploded with emotions. Everyone hugged her tightly. After pain and doubts, Chris finally felt whole. Emily asked about the rare elixir and its ingredients. Unexpectedly, Itsuki found moonlight grass, the ingredient considered unnecessary and missing. When her sight returned, Chris smiled warmly. Beside her friends, she sincerely, wholeheartedly expressed deep gratitude. After Chris managed to heal her eye, the young man took up alchemy again. This time, he decided to brew a potion from the rare moonlight grass that Emily had given him. Emily explained why this grass is so valuable. It is found only in deep dungeons. Despite all difficulties, he still managed to make the complete elixir using a single element and gave the result to her. Later, when he finally relaxed, two girls clung to him, demanding attention. He tried his best to gather his thoughts, trapped between their voices. Tension exploded as soon as the girls exchanged sharp glances. Sparks flew in silent rivalry. One wanted clothes for herself, while the other thought only about food, tea. Tension flared between the girls as soon as they started talking about the time spent with their master, and the argument flew in all directions. To cool down the heat, he proposed a simple solution. They would all explore the capital together, and none of them would be left behind. His words quieted the quarrel. She agreed, hesitating, but feeling that he was trying to act fairly for everyone involved in this chain. Yet a quiet uncertainty settled over them. Their faces became thoughtful, as if feelings that were hard to dare to speak were hidden there. Trying to move away from the group, the girl gazed into the city. Although she was bound by the same status, she couldn't get out of her head how distance distinguished her from this kinship, as if the others stuck together, and she no longer did. Morning light spread over the capital as soon as the group stepped onto the noisy streets. They didn't have to wait long. They entered a luxurious clothing store. The exquisite interior immediately impressed, and one girl eagerly rushed to pick out outfits for her master. While she insistently demanded to update the wardrobe, he hesitated and clung to simplicity, but in the end she still pushed him to the fitting room, firmly decided. It must be visible how he would look proper. They practiced informal attire. He doubted whether such an appearance was really necessary, although the suit fit perfectly. The girls watched, and each reacted in her own way. Only what she liked spun in her head. When asked to choose something, she quietly refused. She already had outfits for outings, and perhaps deeper reasons to remain modest lingered behind her gentle refusal for a long time. He asked Aina and Renge to choose the clothing they liked. Although Aina hesitated at first, she was ordered to take something that suited her appearance. Just hearing his support, Aina suddenly blazed with a look. She took the task with determination and promised to do everything to see it through to the end. Zolt praised his prudence while Shiro remained indifferent to fashion. Food was her only priority, so others had to be responsible for style. The saleswoman happily offered help, but her enthusiasm confused the girls, especially Aina, who found such an approach too persistent. Later, while they waited, Shiro voiced her hunger. The others had time to change, but her attention stubbornly stayed on one thing: to satisfy her stomach. The clerk came across the girls in the dressing room. His impatient curiosity and anticipation warmed him, as if something important was about to happen. With a dramatic gesture, she opened the store's most valuable collection in uniforms inspired by the school atmosphere. The girls went outside with uncertain faces, and the boy looked at them bewildered. The theme turned out to be unexpected. The clerk approached closer and impatiently awaited a response, although deep down he remained surprised. The boy admitted that the outfits looked nice, even a bit nostalgic. In a burst of joy, the clerk came too close and he stumbled. He lingered, tripped. She said that the clothes were created by former drifters who came from another world, possibly one like his. Without missing a beat, she again presented the three girls, proudly showing them in their new look. In a sharp miniskirt and police uniform, the girl stood uncertainly before him and quietly asked if it looked strange. At first, the clerk froze in shock, but a moment later he was delighted and eagerly sought his approval. Although he acknowledged the uniqueness of these outfits, he could not help but wonder how many other drifters had passed through here before him. Despite doubts, the girls looked quite confident. One smoothly spread her arms as if checking, and the clothing suddenly turned out to be amazingly practical, while the other gently raised her gaze shyly. Her soft eyes suggested an explanation. Buying clothes was not about luxury, it was a way to thank for all the care she had received. When he said she looked cute, her face flushed bright red. She herself was embarrassed, but could not hide her reaction. She ran away while he jokingly imagined her as a school idol. For now, the girl in the police uniform quietly expressed concern. She said her appearance looked too bold. Meanwhile, he silently admired the thoughtful design of the outfit, not understanding who exactly had invented such a combination, and was already composing an imaginary praise for the unknown creator in his mind. A gentle smile blossomed on her face. Warm eyes and sincerity, she thanked him and called him a master, softly, from the very heart. His heart almost stopped in his chest until a voice cut through the moment and reminded him he was drooling. Shiro reminded everyone that she was hungry and apparently had no intention of being distracted by anything else. Toru stood before a pile of shopping bags, amazed by the amount of everything that had been brought to him. Walking through the lively town with his companions, he popped into several shops at once. The shopkeepers smiled gratefully as he packed everything into his magic bag. While they were strolling, one of the girls reminded him about lunch, and Toru realized he had forgotten to eat. He had been distracted by the kindness shown to him. He picked up the little beast girl and asked what she wanted. She immediately replied her favorite choice was meat. Soon she was happily crunching in the square, satisfied and full. The group settled in a circle on the grass and together enjoyed shashliks and snacks, basking in the warm sun. Everyone looked calm and cheerful. Toru learned from a local that the park was a popular tourist spot, especially among couples. The atmosphere was festive and seemed to call with its warmth. It came to his mind how such scenes used to annoy him, but now those bitter feelings had receded, giving way to peace. When the girls looked at him warmly, Toru felt he was truly accepted. His heart was filled with joy. In his thoughts, he saw himself among beautiful companions, as if holding a bouquet in both hands. From this image, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Wandering near the park, Toru came across a statue that resembled Wendy. Others explained it was a monument to the Great Water Fairy, the very one whose mysterious disappearance became a legend. Later, the company settled for another meal. The young beast girl enthusiastically praised the dish, and her tail, wagging with joy, moved as usual while she ate next to Toru. After the walk, they returned home and right by the entrance encountered two elegant girls. Toru was surprised by their sudden appearance. He couldn't resist asking questions, inquiring about their identities and thinking they had noble origins. Instead of answering, the host changed the subject, nervously smiling. He proposed an event for everyone, and this confused Toru but at the same time interested him. The news about the Imperial Martial Arts Tournament in the capital spread like lightning, attracting everyone's attention. Toru and his companions froze and, with fear and admiration, looked at the announcement. The host explained the details. The most skilled fighters from all over the capital would gather to prove what they were capable of. While Toru was about to enter, he asked Shiro what she thought about it. She unexpectedly refused. Fighting is a way of life, not entertainment. Returning to the others, Toru asked if any of them would agree to participate. At first, they hesitated, but the girls stepped forward ready to show their true skills. Later, one of the beast girls approached shyly. She proposed a competition but set a condition: if they won, she would ask for something in return. A blush slipped from her face and her eyes trembled and were lowered. The beast girl froze for a moment before confessing she really had something to say. Her voice was barely audible. Toru answered calmly. He accepted her request without any hesitation. He carefully warned her not to act impulsively, then agreed to register the group for the tournament. Confidence returned to her face. She decisively pointed at Toru, promised a certain victory, and asked him to cheer for them. Without any pauses, the girls encouraged each other and headed to training. As the evening sky darkened and fell into night, their preparation was already gaining momentum. Late that night, in a quiet room, one of the girls suddenly behaved strangely. Her companion cast a glance at her and anxiety flashed in her eyes due to the sudden change in behavior. That night, Wendy tried to calm her friend, feeling the growing unrest within her. It seemed strange to her that she had suddenly snapped and decided to enter the tournament not for reasons, but just on a whim. The conversation dragged on until the beast girl finally confessed her true feelings. Hesitating heavily, she said that she was jealous of the time others spent with Toru. Hugging the pillow and quietly pressing it to her chest, she whispered the truth. Apparently, she liked him. These words threw Wendy off balance. She froze and her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The mood shifted sharply as soon as the others joined. When Renj was asked what she felt, her embarrassed reaction only heightened the tension. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Renj could not gather herself to answer, and besides. With a confident smile, Aina openly admitted that she liked Master too. Her frank words confused the others. They had never heard her say that out loud before. Renj shuddered when she finally realized the conclusion. All three felt the same way about the same person. Renji resumed sorting again. She asked if Aina planned to confess her feelings after winning the tournament. Teasing and embarrassment began, but deeper anxieties soon surfaced. These were not ordinary girls, they had once been criminals. Wendy, separate from everyone both in status and experience, stubbornly remained in their thoughts. One girl quietly said that they were completely different, and she did not know whether this difference pushed them apart or, on the contrary, gave hope. Late at night, the girls gathered in silence. Feelings hung in the air without any words, but everyone who was there felt the truth. In the showcase, elsewhere, Toru relaxed in the bath, unaware that an emotional storm was already brewing among his comrades. He was intently contemplating the upcoming tournament, hoping that the girls would remain safe and not get injured. On a spacious clearing near the cliffs, three girls were preparing for sparring. One held a wooden staff and took a stance, while another gave the signal to start. Without hesitation, the girl with the spear rushed forward, shouting as soon as she encountered the attack, her gaze fixed on the target. She fiercely swung the stick and hit right where the girl opposite was standing calmly. The attack failed. The shaft clanged against the ground. The red-haired woman immediately responded with a quick counterattack. She leapt high into the air, sharply turned midair, and with a precise kick knocked the calm girl off balance, pushing her backward. Fueled by energy, the girl with twin ponytails unleashed a powerful long-range attack. Several flashes swiftly flew forward, and she shouted with unwavering determination. In response, the second fighter sharply jumped onto the training dummy in midair. She flipped her body with impressive control and precision. Their strikes collided. Both girls surged forward, fists clenched, hitting the same target. Sparks flew as their attacks crossed in the center of the battlefield. A clean hit landed and one girl's leg immediately sent her opponent flying, knocking her down. The victor stood steady, silently watching the outcome. With inhuman impulse, the red-haired woman surged forward, her gaze sharp, focused, ready to turn the tide of the fight. She shouts in the middle of the attack. The girl throws a spinning kick right on target, directly at the opponent. Movements are fast and the strike is so sharp that, despite the fierce clash, all three fighters crumpled at the same moment right in the middle of the movement. After the clash, the small girl calmly settled on a nearby rock and watched as two exhausted fighters barely held on below. Coldly she remarked, "Their technique is careless." When she was asked about her own agility, she proudly declared that her skill came from being a kiddie, leaving others completely stunned. Then she admitted during training she didn't take it seriously at all. Because of this, two others stood under the midday sun, shocked, angry, and unable to open their mouths. Tension hung in the air when the confident girl blurted out a sharp phrase and stated that she didn't need to take the current version of her rival seriously. Her words hit the mark exactly. Not backing down, the girl pointed at her and issued a challenge to stay close until the very tournament. Beside the group, a red-haired fencer approached the waterfall. She walked confidently, holding blades. Her appearance was calm but dangerous. As soon as she raised her weapon, her brain flashed back. The last battles were against monsters, a real challenge had not yet occurred. Without losing a second, she fired a powerful sword strike. Water splashed under the devastating pressure. Her gaze froze, her stance became iron. She was ready for a real fight. With a mighty blow, the red-haired warrior sliced the rock along its entire length, splitting the slope in half. The force hurled fragments in all directions, and she, holding on, muttered that she needed to regain control of herself. Elsewhere, a determined girl with cat ears unleashed a powerful charge, swinging her weapon and shouting at the top of her lungs. Meanwhile, in a quiet manner, a young man lazily yawned, completely unaware of the battles unfolding outside. Boredom and restlessness drove him down the corridor. He was pondering whether to get involved in alchemy. Nearby, a girl quickly recognized him by his origin. He was an alchemist. Suddenly, another girl appeared before him. She sharply raised her gaze and asked if he was really the one from yesterday, suspicion ringing in her tone. The girl proudly introduced herself as Iris and demanded to be addressed only as Iris. Outraged, Iris shouted at him, "Show proper respect." She reminded him that he was dealing with a noblewoman and insisted start over, observing decency. He decided that the quarrel was not worth it, so he behaved with full politeness and deeply apologized. Crossing her arms and snorting defiantly, Iris accepted his apology. She confirmed that he was indeed an alchemist and praised him for finally understanding his place without losing the dramatic tone. With a sparkle in her eyes, she ordered him to demonstrate his alchemy right here. He faltered, and memories of former annoying bosses immediately overwhelmed him. He knew what was coming next. He tried to buy time by suggesting a week of waiting, but she would not hear of it. Her firm grip on his sleeve demanded action right now. Outside, Akunoichi silently sat on a tree. Her gaze was fixed on the conversation by the window, and she remained unnoticed, listening attentively. The confident girl demanded a display of alchemy. She stepped forward with excitement and challenged him with her very presence. He stood without any expression, clearly indifferent to what awaited ahead, already regretting that he got involved in this hassle. He laid everything out on the table without any enthusiasm. A magic stone and a rotating sphere appeared, but his sluggish attitude made no impression on the girl. She coldly assessed the tools, calling the rotating sphere nothing more than a child's toy without any special value. He carefully turned on the materials, trying to repeat step by step. Her eyes narrowed. She did not like at all how crookedly he did everything. While the boy continued working, the maid quietly entered and offered the girl more tea. 2 hours passed unnoticed until the boy finally lifted his head with relief. Nearby stood the completed strange device, like a small fan that glowed dimly. They both looked at the wonder on the table. She leaned in a little, puzzled, trying to understand what it could be for. He just had to press the button. The fan immediately came to life and started spinning. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the room. Surprised but impressed, she admired the cool breeze. The boy admitted there was still work to be done, but she could not hide her joy at the unexpected comfort it brought. He laid everything out clearly. The device works like an electric fan but cools the air with a water magic stone, just like an AC, and if switched to a fire magic stone, it turns into a heater. She leaned closer and examined the device inquisitively up close. Despite his warning to stay away, no anxiety was visible in her. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. One of the fan blades cracked right while spinning. The boy flinched in shock. Without warning, the blade tore straight toward her, and her eyes widened as the danger approached. Instinctively, she managed to dodge. The shard whistled past them and crashed into the wall behind. The enraged warrior rushed forward with sharp steps as soon as he saw the danger flying toward Iris. Her sword was already ready. Declaring judgment, she raised her weapon, but just as the boy thought punishment was coming, panic overwhelmed him. He rushed to calm her down while she closed the distance. Before everything escalated, Iris intervened and calmly ordered the fencer to stop. Realizing her mistake, IME lowered her weapon and bowed, offering official apologies. The boy admitted guilt for ignoring the earlier warning. Tension eased and Iris introduced IME as her personal bodyguard, confidently saying, "Today no one will lose their head." As soon as he glanced at her outfit and manner, one thought shifted in his mind. The same clothes, the same behavior, he recognized them. In shock, he almost whispered, "Kunoichi," and to his own surprise, he realized that such female ninjas really exist in this world. His thoughts were immediately scattered, confused by exaggerated fantasies about seductive skill and a luxurious, increasingly irresistible presence. At that very moment, he sharply returned to reality because she was suspiciously staring right at him. He got flustered and hurried to assure her he had no indecent thoughts. She changed the subject, sincerely praising his alchemy, noting the technique, and upon learning that his ability was already at level 9, was even more surprised. As if casually, he admitted that he was a drifter and explained, the high level of alchemy was a result of unusual origins. She still found it extremely impressive. Downplaying his own skill, he paid respect to the mentor who had guided him from the very beginning. The girl, however, was sparked with curiosity about this mysterious teacher. As soon as he uttered the name Reincarnated, her expression changed. Recognizing the name, she immediately understood the connection he had with the famous mystical figure. When the day ended, they exchanged polite words. The mood lightened, others began to disperse. She teased him with a bold smile, promising forgiveness if he entertained her again. He accepted the challenge and responded with a smile. Waving cheerfully, Iris turned to leave and the guard followed her. The boy froze in place, unsure if they would meet again. He watched her with his eyes and caught himself thinking about their future meeting. Outwardly, everything seemed light and playful, but this day left a strong mark on him. Time flowed on, the city rebuilt itself to a new rhythm, and finally the day of the grand tournament at Capitol Coliseum arrived. Tension in the air thickened as the warriors prepared. Nearby competitors awaited the clash, each filled with fierce determination. An armed group of women in armor moved forward, focused, concentrated like a single entity. They gave a signal, announcing, a new chapter of history is beginning right now. Above all towered a huge city arena, drawing crowds from everywhere to its walls. At its base, market stalls buzzed, people gathered for the festive entertainments of the day. In the crowd, one group froze as if sensing the event boiling over. Even those who had just arrived in the capital immediately understood. This festival bustle was loud, lively, and extremely popular. They found a quiet place to rest and ate lunch from pre-prepared bento boxes. Their favorite were the meat skewers, especially loved by a little girl with animal ears. Suddenly, a familiar voice waved energetically from the crowd. The team turned toward the sound. A friend. Friendly faces came together again. They exchanged news and, gathering as a group, prepared to head to their assigned places where others were already waiting. Before they moved on, one of the men threw out a light-hearted complaint, clearly unhappy with the playful nickname the others had given his group. Soon the group set off for the destination. They passed through the checkpoint without any problems. The guards immediately recognized them and did not ask for explanations. While they were moving down the corridor, nearby a few suspicious-looking men were whispering. One of the group members noticed this conversation but decided not to show it immediately. Eventually, their path led to a large wooden gate. The employee greeted them and immediately let them inside. Inside, they entered an elegant private viewing room. From there opened a view of the huge arena. The team settled in the luxurious VIP lounge, and the surprise seemed impossible to hide even behind polite smiles. Their host explained, all this is the result of fulfilling the nobleman's request. While most watched spellbound but restrained, the beast canine girl climbed onto the sofa, too excited to sit still. Just as they began to relax, purposeful footsteps echoed through the room. The new arrival had already come fashionably late, but walking confidently, without any hesitation. She stood proudly, a girl in ceremonial attire, arms crossed, gaze sharp. She radiated strength such that it commanded attention from the very first moment she appeared. A revelation covered the whole group. They recognized him. The newcomer turned out to be Iris, and it was not at all the person they expected to see. Unexpectedly cheerful girl firmly clung to Hayato's arm. Her eyes shone with affection, and she called his name confidently and in her own way, so much that he froze in place. She directly crossed gazes with another comrade and asked why he always tries to avoid her. Meanwhile, others in the group whispered explanations to each other. It turned out the girl is Princess Sufuli herself. Hayato was caught on the spot, not understanding how to react. He muttered something like "it can't be," until his companion nearby decided it was better not to interfere with this unexpected royal statement. Just as the opening ceremony was about to begin, Hayato reluctantly sat next to the princess. Without any warning, Iris confidently knelt on Hayato's knees with a smug expression on her face. Hayato restrained himself but still argued with her behavior. She snapped back that this place gave her a great view and, as it turned out, was surprisingly comfortable despite his embarrassment. Suddenly, another woman with a stern face stepped into the scene. She drew a blade, half-drew the sword, and ordered Hayato to stay put, clearly outraged by everything happening before her. She pressed protectively closer and, looking at him, uttered a veiled warning. It was then that the girl from Beaskin intervened. Her calm voice cut through the tension as she firmly ordered the woman to step away from Hayato. Tension exploded even more as the bee-skin girl appeared behind the warrior without any warning. Hayato tried to defuse the situation, urging both sides to remain restrained, and Iris added a firm but even remark. She made it clear that at an event of this level, interruptions were unacceptable. Realizing her mistake, she staggered from the frenzy of the moment. The fencer respectfully bowed and stepped back, and her gaze showed reluctance, but protocol demanded an apology. She stood her ground. The girl confronted Iris and declared that the place next to Hayato belonged to her. Iris did not flinch and coldly refused, which only added fuel to the silent standoff. The fight broke out again. Hayato rushed forward, intervened, and again tried to reconcile. Iris looked at the girl by second and noticed. She clearly behaved like a slave woman, subtly hinting that her right to sit among the nobility was questionable. And then Iris warned others might object that a person of uncertain status ended up near Hayato. After a brief wave of tension, Iris announced that she would allow a compromise. The girl sat sideways, tense and composed, shoulder to shoulder, while Hayato froze in place and twitched awkwardly. A general silence fell like a heavy stone. Each stubbornly held her position and did not yield more space than necessary. No sooner had the tension slightly eased than another princess appeared. She excitedly rushed to Hayato and declared that she wanted to do the same as Iris. Hayato froze just then. Understanding struck him. The cheerful girl was also of noble birth, and now Hayato's situation with the noble woman became even more complicated. The room seemed pierced by tension when the young man finally realized the girl before him was of noble birth. Panic spread among everyone and each froze in place. Suddenly turning around, he dashed away, shocking the noble girl and everyone nearby. The guard immediately stepped forward. The sword was already ready. Without hesitating for a second, he fell to the ground in complete prostration, pressing his head to the floor with sincere apologies. He begged forgiveness for his repeated rudeness, stunned by the unexpected realization of her identity. Having voiced his mistake, the noble girl softened a little. She allowed him to casually call her by name, and that was amazingly merciful. The girl threw a playful yet commanding phrase, and the boy faltered. Whatever his doubts were, he could not openly disobey. Without any warning, the noble girl pulled him and another companion to herself, seated them on the sofa exactly at the moment when the royal announcement began. From the throne, the king addressed the gathered fighters. He dismissed the official greetings and ordered to show strength through action instead. Among the crowd, several confident warriors stood ready. Their faces were unyielding, and they had no intention of backing down from the king's challenge. Suddenly, a young girl entered the hall and joyfully greeted the king as if he were her father. She waved her hand cheerfully, sitting on the boy's lap, and loudly shouted to everyone gathered in the hall. The king's eyes sharply widened in panic as all attention focused on their group. An inner anxiety howled loudly. She was overwhelmed by the unexpected spectacle. The boy tried to somehow digest the moment, glanced at the girl, and froze in amazement. She calmly reassured him, no need to worry. She just brushed off the awkward tension. Soon the announcement echoed loudly through the arena. A cloaked woman raised her hands and addressed the crowd with theatrical flair. With an explosion of energy, she proclaimed the official start of the main team's match of the first fight in the capital. With a sharp turn, the host boldly pointed to the stage. The spectators froze in tension, waiting to hear who would be named first. A step forward was made by a group of hardened fighters, burly, muscular, trained by war, and confident. They introduced themselves as travelers holding the title Sonic Fang, famed for their raw strength. The announcer loudly named the next contenders, emphasizing the unexpected appearance of the opposing team. 3 fierce adventurer girls were brought to the forefront. They were presented as the elite Red Line, and their faces were stern with no intention to hold back. Excitement spread through the crowd, and from the stands applause burst out like a whirlwind for both. Both teams stepped onto the duel arena. The rules were simple. Any weapon was allowed, but killing the opponent meant disqualification. One of the nasty warriors mockingly called the women's team by name, laughed at their reputation as rank adventurers, and completely underestimated them. He did not stop. He insisted that they had fallen out of favor, smugly stretching his smile, and reminded of rumors about their debts and how, allegedly, they had lost their status. His insults became harsher each time he accused them of trading skill for temptation. The male fighter suddenly burst out laughing, deciding he held the advantage. Maintaining composure, the leader of Red Line calmly watched the enemy. The invaders from the other team mocked the Red Line trio with crude expressions. Their leader snorted contemptuously and declared he would turn them into slaves if they lost the fight. Smiling, he accused them of a passion for humiliation, while his teammates dropped hints. But the leader of the Red Line responded with a calm challenge. She refused to remain silent about the shameful insults thrown at her comrades and with firm determination drew her sword. With fiercely distorted faces, they prepared to teach their opponents a painful lesson for disrespect. Finally, the signal was given, a sharp command, and the fight officially began. Both sides froze, tensely awaiting the first clash of steel and pride. Enemy fighters rushed forward with weapons drawn, and their leader, confidently shouting, aimed to crush the opponent a strike straight to the head. With all his might, he swung his huge weapon toward the Red Line team too. To his surprise, he saw one of the girls had already disappeared from sight, confused, without a trace. He looked down where she had just stood. Behind her, the cat-eared girl suddenly jumped up and let out a fierce scream, while the spear descended directly onto her stunned target. With one smooth strike, the weapon landed. The enemy was knocked off his footing. He didn't even have time to orient himself. Then she relentlessly finished with precision, and under her pressure, the opponent retreated. The enemy fighter rushed forward, but the girl dodged and in a moment closed the distance. Her strike caught him by surprise. Iapachman panicked and tried to retaliate, but he was immediately overwhelmed and took a blow right to the face. When the enemy was pinned beneath her, the knight delivered the final blow and brought the fight to a decisive end.